You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Hello and a warm welcome to Lime Rock Motorsport Park in the glorious hillside of Connecticut. We are in the Northeast and it's a beautiful summer's day here, Saturday morning, and we're looking down on the San Posey Strait as we get ready for a very special weekend. This is our All-Star Speed Tour, or Speed Tour All-Star from Lime Rock. A first time ever that we've had a, well, stunning field of All-Star drivers from the American motorsport history, legends of the sport, quite literally, and between them some 8,000 NASCAR starts, but we have Formula One drivers, multiple rallycross winners, IMSA winners, you name it. It's all taking place as well as part of the Speed Tour, which of course is historic. It's all part of Tony Perella's vision, and we start off with the little ones, which we call the Miatas. Well, everybody calls them Miatas, but the Master Miatas in action. And Peter Tonelli is the man leading the way. He set an overall best time of 1:00.965, just a little bit quicker than his second overall time of 1:01.2. And he lines up alongside Christian Sarnecki. And so all these cars pretty much identical. And it's a great series and a great way to learn motor racing. A lot of the drivers you'll see in action today started right here. And, of course, the Skip Barber School based here. The Women in Motorsport Prerogative also based here for North America. Pippa Mann here this weekend. Likewise, Amy Ruman. She is one of our All-Stars. Will be taking part. And that race coming up at just after 12 local time. I'm looking forward to that. Excuse me, at 1 p.m. local time, and that's 12 o'clock Eastern, and obviously a little earlier on the Pacific Coast. All in pink. I love it. And away they go to do their warm-up lap. I shall be joined, I hope, at Alexandra Cunningham just going out there in the 33. And we saw Aaron Wilhelm, who starts in third place. And as I mentioned, Ben Sissel will be joining me. He's a big fan of the Miatas, and that is the San Posey Strait. And the cars just doing their warm-up traditionally, getting those tires, getting some mechanical heat and grip into them. And Lime Rock at just under 1.5 miles is one of the smallest circuits in America, but certainly one of the most iconic. They've been racing here since the mid-50s, and anybody who's anybody. And here in the commentary booth just outside, they have a list of the lap record holders over the years, and it is like a who's who of motor racing, from A.J. Foyt to Brian Redmond to Jeff Brabham, who was outright lap record holder here in the 80s and is here back again. Don't think he'll be breaking any lap records, but he's trying Trans Am out, I think, for the first time. And everybody very excited, especially the fans. Lime Rock fans are known. The Memorial Weekend Classic, won by Paul Menard earlier in May in the Memorial Weekend Classic, is here this weekend. He'll also be taking part in the All-Star races. But we couldn't get better conditions. I was talking, if you look at Big Ben there, do you see the water gathered on the outside there on the grass? Well, that's because a couple of days ago they were hit by heavy rain. And jokingly, we had the photograph yesterday for the All-Stars, and nobody could believe just how good it was in terms of conditions. And they were basically saying, good job you didn't come here a couple of days ago because it was awful. And I've had some pretty heavy rain over the years here. We're basically in ski country up here in Connecticut. So during the winter, this is a happy hunting ground for those who like to do the downhill.
Well, Jonathan, happy to join you here. Do we have grid sheets for this group?
Certainly do.
But back at Lime Rock Park, this is a track I don't mind coming to twice.
Yeah, no, exactly.
So the Miatas, the pace car, the lights are out as they come down this Bennett Bridge Hole downhill section.
I haven't actually given a full grid. I went to the first three, so knock yourself out if you want to.
Oh, it's too late now. We got to get this thing going.
We do. But I did tell them that the number 18 of Peter Tonelli, the second, on the inside there you see him on the 18, leads the way as they come down the hill and under the bridge and then into turn 7. And you can see those two red markers there. That's the acceleration zone. It's only short, but they stay line astern until then. Then they see the green flag. Then we're racing. And the Miatas spread out across the field, down the San Posey Straight, and into the first turn for the first time, the Mission Foods Big Bend.
We saw Sean Noonan there really pull out in that zero. Miata takes drivers right around that Mission Foods Big Bend. But look at this, another great Spec Miata race here with SVRA. I love watching this class because the cars are just so equally yoked.
Yeah, that's always the best part about Miatas. And, you know, when I think of Lime Rock, I think of Skip Barber, and I think of learning. And I think of a track that looks, on paper, simple, but is one of the toughest courses in the world to just get that last tenth of a second, that last little bit of extra that makes you faster. I just saw somebody go on the grass there, just a wheel, thankfully, and again, they're just coming over the top. So they're not holding back as they dive through West Bend and down the hill again, down the Bennett Bridge Hall downhill into turn 7, one of the fastest corners on the track.
Alex Cunningham going from 4th to 2nd there behind Peter Tonelli as they come down to complete lap 1. So Cunningham getting 2 positions there as we see the 18. That's Tonelli back there. Peter Tonelli's dropped back to 4th.
Yeah,
so
Christian Sanaki is the leader now. Yeah, I don't know why he made that mistake. Maybe he was one of the ones that went on the grass. But you're right. Sanaki, Cunningham, Tonelli now 3rd, Noonan up to 4th, and then Wilhelm in 5th. There you go. Confirmation.
So already the Spec Miata race is very Spec Miata-y. I love that. You'll see lots of position changes. You'll see them try to get into that train. Who is in that pink car there? That is
I'll let you know
Aaron Wilhelm.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's 5th place, yeah. Have you driven one of these in historic?
No, I haven't. I would love to. And actually, if I bought a vintage race car, I think I would have to go with one of these Spec Miatas, which is sad to say as a British car guy.
Well, I was about to say, that's what I wanted to ask the question, because I know you are a bit of an MG man, and I would have thought comparing these cars would be interesting because this is what they were modeled on, wasn't it? The British small displacement cars.
Lotus Elan.
Yeah.
There's a Rodat. Remember him from Memorial Day? So that's John Rodat there for in the number 63 and the 0 of Noonan going at it.
Yep. Currently 5th and 6th, these two, and fighting for position. Sean Noonan just ahead of them. But we can see from above in the drone how it's spreading out now. And the top two, nothing between them, Senecki and Cunningham, early on in this race. They only get about a 25-minute race each and every SVRA session. But a fair amount of time on track, and like I said, we've been blessed with the weather, so all of the sessions that they've had this weekend have all been in these sorts of conditions. Again, Wilhelm going very wide onto the dust and dirt.
If you're joining us on YouTube, on SpeedTour TV YouTube channel, leave us some comments.
Yep.
Tell us what's going on, what we're getting wrong, what we're getting right. This is supposed to be a lot of fun. It's your time to be interactive, but we see there Peter Tonelli keeps falling back.
Yeah, and also, if you are tuning in early on, we've got a few hours away from the All-Star event and an exhibition of IROC, so you really don't want to miss it. I mean, some of the household names, Andy Lally, Jeff Brabham, Bobby Labonte, Greg Biffle. Come on, folks. This is going to be so much fun.
We have Greg Biffle and Boris Said on the track at the same time. What could go wrong?
What could go wrong?
I hope they don't meet each other out back to Taco Bell like in the old
We
days.
just went to the driver briefing, as always. Hilarious. Pretty funny.
Yeah. So there is Wilhelm in the pink car, Aaron Wilhelm.
Tony Pirelli made the pro drivers so they would not drive as hard as they used to.
So if you're wondering, Christian Sarnecki is doing a 101.9, and then Cunningham right behind him is a 101.8. So this is very close racing here as we look there at Sean Noonan.
Well, as you say, these are all equally yoked, and that's the beauty of Miata racing, is that you're expecting it to be about the drivers. Trans Am race starts at 1 p.m. local. Our coverage will start at 12:30. Ben will be bebopping around on the grid, and that will be a good time to tune in because that's when we'll see the faces, the helmets off, and get a real idea. I saw Bobby Labonte this morning at a hotel, really enjoying having tried a Trans Am car for the first time. No NASCAR, he'd be the first to admit that, but it's, what is it? He was the 2000 champion, so it's a fair few 14 years since he's certainly been in a competitive race car. I'm sure he's done other things, but yeah, this will be a bit of fun.
That's what it's supposed to be, is fun, as we see John Rodat go over the jump there. Back to Sean Noonan.
Yeah, so tune in for the All-Star race at 12:30 with the lights out at 1. Sanaki now, well, it's 0.2. There's nothing in it. Cunningham's still there. Tedeli, who had the pole, now down to third as they come out of the last corner and down the San Posi straight again.
52 of Donald Duman coming down. You see him. There he is, second car on screen with the stripes.
Yeah, 8th overall at the moment, just behind Knickerbocker. What a great name.
Yeah.
Keith Knickerbocker. Sounds like a fashion article, but never mind.
So I'm hearing from Race Control that our 197 is having some issues of Kevin Farnham. Hope he can sort those out.
Yeah, it's currently in 15th at the moment. And again, the beauty of these is you strip them down. There's really not a lot to do with them. Once you get up close to one of these cars, they take out the main seats and the main bits and bobs that you don't need and strip it right down. Make it as light as possible. Also, for motor racing fans, I will be honored and delighted to welcome Al Unser Jr. to the booth later today to join me for the All-Star race. And what a guy, what a guy to have.
Yeah, exactly. Two-time IndyCar, Indy 500 winner,
and
IROC champion.
Yep, IROC champion, and also two-time IndyCar championship winner. And just a great guy all round.
Ask him for me. I've always wondered this. Is it a bigger honor to be an Indy 500 winner or an IndyCar champion?
I think the IndyCar guys are split with that. There was a current IndyCar driver asked whether he would swap his championships for one Indy 500 win, and he said yes. I'm trying to think who it was. But yeah, I think you'll find that someone like Rossi, someone like Ericsson, all Indy 500 winners. Danny Sullivan here, 500 winner.
That's Mark Murphy there in the 75.
Well, you could ask Danny. He's won both.
Yeah, exactly.
And the 04 of Chimbolo. A good name, too. Currently in 11th, Matthew Chimbolo. And his fastest lap so far, a 103.4. And that's just a little bit off the lead pace, but still pretty impressive.
I like the livery of that car.
Yeah. There's a touch of martini to it.
Running an actual license plate.
Takes it home. You see what I mean by the standing water.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of water here in the last year. Down the Paul Newman straight, and this is the track that Paul Newman is kind of synonymous with. There's a fantastic picture, a painting actually, of Paul Newman next to his Datsun in the media center. And Paul Newman used to love to come here. And he was fairly innocuous at that point. Nobody knew, the racing community knew who he was, but he wasn't the superstar that he was on the other coast. And he was able to come here incognito in many ways. And, he loved racing. So Paul Newman, on it here, as is Sam Posey, another local, just down the road. Saw him here.
What's hanging on the bottom there?
Yeah,
looks like
maybe
maybe
just so the exhaust is just, yeah. Is it the exhaust low, do you think?
It looked like it looked flexible. So it didn't look like anything that would be the exhaust.
Well, Sanaki has increased his lead. It's now just over half a second, 0.613.
Kurt Sire in the red, white, and blue 86.
NA and NB.
Yeah, somebody on our comment section explained that.
Oh.
But I mean, months ago, and I don't remember what it was. It's not no acceleration and no brakes. There's something else that goes with that.
Well, here you go. Robert Mason says, as someone that owns an MGA and a Miata and does track days and autocross with both, the Miata feels absolutely like a modern MGA. The long gap between second and third is even.
That's what I have. I have a 59 MGA,
so
it'll feel like home when I get into the Miata.
So there you go. You're ready to go.
Yeah, the MGA is just very well balanced, really fun to drive. And I love these kind of cars because they're fun to drive without breaking the law. You know, when I had a Mustang GT, I basically had to break the law to have fun. But here we go. We've got quite a battle here.
It's very good battle.
There's the 6'2" of Ted Alexander.
Yep, 14th position, and he's chasing hard down on Sire. Kurt Sire just ahead of him. So we've got a good little battle here as we get down to the business end of this. There's still quite a few laps to come here. And the gap has gone down again between the leaders. It's down to half a second.
We've got Robert Mason. NA is the first generation with the pop-ups.
Pop-up headlights, yep. No
pop-ups. So see, there you go. I love it.
Thank you,
Robert Mason, MVP of the race right now.
There's the pop-ups. That's first generation.
And I like that. We had some Miatas that raced with us. One guy raced in a Cole Trickle from Days of Thunder livery, and he had a triggering system in the solenoid that only one would pop up.
So you could get him to wink.
He's winking at the corner workers after the race.
I like that. That's nice.
And look at the smile on the Miata. I love that.
It's a beautiful little car.
For some reason, cars these days all look angry. And I like when like the Frog Eye Sprites, the Bug Eye Sprites, they look like they're smiling. The old BMWs, the Beetles. And I like that. I don't like this anger that we've got going on. Unless it's like a Challenger or some angry car. But even like a BMW 1 Series looks angry.
Yeah, good point. Down the Newman Straight then. And then it turns uphill. And the car gets very light over the crest. And you'll see later today some of the cars will even get a couple of wheels, if not all four, off the ground. Sometimes they even try to do it. Here, this is what I'm talking about over here. Yeah, you can see the car getting light, and then it just crests here.
That's Edward Zemek coming through the Cube 3 Architecture's West Bend turn.
Our man Ethan doing a good job there as he takes it under the bridge and down to turn 7. Perfect conditions this weekend, really is. Perfect weekend to go racing.
John Cook, the 128. Everybody behaving really well in the Spec Miata, but I believe that's the leader right behind Cook there. So he may go a lap down, and look at this. This is the battle for the lead, ladies and gentlemen. Just like Miata's top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And Tonelli's caught right up in the number 18 there in third place, the all-red 18. Yeah.
So that's Sarnacki up front, white, Alexander Cunningham, Peter Tonelli the second, Aaron Wilhelm, and Sean Noonan giving us a fight here as they go around lap traffic. Looks like Wilhelm.
You could see that Cunningham in the all-dark second place is trying to get as close to the leader, Sarnacki, before they get past this traffic here on the Newman Straight. The flags are out.
Look at that blue
flag.
flag.
This is his opportunity. He sees it, yep.
And Cook knows it, sees the blue flags, gets over. Thank you, Cook. As they come up, but here it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is the battle. Sarnacki really holding it on, but basically been in the lead since what, lap 1, right? Since end of lap 1.
End of lap 1, yeah, exactly.
And there's Cunningham, but watch out for Tonelli. It looks like Tonelli's driving a little more angrily.
A little bit more aggressive,
adjective, adverb.
Yeah, you want to get through the traffic, if you can, down the straights like the Samposi straight here. That's a good example. Tonelli, though, winding himself up, looked up the inside for a moment into Big Ben, the Mission Foods Big Ben turn 1.
But you'll see them, even with the lap traffic, get behind the lap traffic for as long as they can, just to get that little bit of draft, just for that little bit, you know, a half, a tenth a second. There's a lot of fractions.
Good little race to start the day, given that there's only a second between the top 4.
Yeah.
Or so.
So here they are, Christian Sarnecki, Alexander Cunningham, Peter Tonelli II, Sean Noonan, Aaron Wilhelm, and Sarnecki just, it looks like Cunningham is just waiting for him to make a mistake, waiting for his chance to pounce, and Sarnecki just isn't giving it to him.
Mentioned that the Skip Barber Race School is based here. Skip Barber obviously based here too, part owner of this track, and most recently inducted into the Hall of Fame for motorsport, and well deserved. And even though he made it to the dizzy heights of Formula One, he believes that the real honor is what he's done for motorsport, and I think I would agree with that. Even Andy Lally, who you'll see in action later today, cut his teeth here at the Skip Barber School. So Scott Speed, yes, exactly, made it to Formula One. And Chris Dyson, local man and perennial favorite here, the Dyson family. Not racing this weekend.
I saw him yesterday.
Oh, he
came out, but he's at his son's baseball tournament.
Ah, right.
But Tonelli there really got off there at the uphill. The uphill, they give you some asphalt to driver's left, and then all of a sudden the asphalt goes away, so they keep going straight through the dirt and the grass there.
Really nothing between these top 5 now. And this is a great little race, all the way down to Wilhelm in 5th. Tonelli still looking up that inside move. He's just not getting close enough as he dives or thinks about diving into turn 1. But with these sorts of momentum cars, I think you don't want to show your hand until perhaps closer to the end. We've got about 9 minutes of racing still to go. And we're averaging just over a minute a lap. So we can say we've got 4.5 laps to go.
Now I'm surprised to see that Sarnecki there is in the NA, followed by a gaggle of NBs. And correct me if I'm wrong, Robert Mason, if you're still watching, doesn't the NA, is it a 1.6 and then they went to the 1.8, or are they both 1.8 liters?
Good question. Knickerbocker still in the top 10. He's just ahead of Murphy in 9th. Mundell in 11th. Chimbola up to 12th now. Sire 13th. Alexander 14th, and Farnham still 15th. Here's Wilhelm. Can't miss that, can you?
No. That kind of Pepto-Bismol pink.
Yes.
97. Really cool wrap on that car.
Well, Chuck Isbell, the MD, has just asked the same question as you have to our wider, greater audience.
I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting some headphone interference, so we're trying to work that out. This is the first race of the day. You see the blue flags going up as the leaders come into Big Bend, and they're coming up on lap traffic. So this could get interesting here at later stages of the race. 22 of Matthew Kukuzo sees them and gets out of the way, but they still have to navigate around them.
There you go. Robert has come to your rescue. NA started in 1.6 and went on to 1.8 in 94. Okay. So you were right, but he has given us, he thinks, the year that it happened.
That's the year I graduated high school.
Smash that like button. Yeah, do that.
Yes. Look at that.
Here we go. Wilhelm making a move. Nicely done.
You can get it wrong going up the uphill. If you've got to make sure your steering input is straight. Sometimes because it is a right-hand turn, if your front end lifts up a little bit and gets light and then lands with any kind of steering input, it really shoots you to the right or the left.
Yeah, I'll bet.
But here comes Sarnacki, and then up
Tonelli. Well, he keeps looking there every lap.
Yeah.
But I've got a feeling he's not going to actually try to make it happen until he really has to.
Well, I just got word from race control. We are a lap and a half away from the end of this race. So they're going to get the white flag this time by. Let's see if Cunningham has anything or if Tonelli can get by Cunningham.
Well, they're certainly getting amongst the traffic now. Some of the other cars further back down the field will cause certainly a little bit of consternation with the leaders coming through. The marshals doing their bit.
About Kevin Farnham's hood coming up there. See that blue Miata?
Oh, yeah.
The hood's about to come off.
Oh, gosh. Don't need that. Under the bridge they come. Dust flying up. One more lap to go. We'll see the white flag this time out. And there is the white flag flying down the Sam Posey Straight as the leaders come through. A little bit of traffic to deal with for this last lap. Here comes Tonelli down the inside on the 18. Will he make it stick this time? This was the lap I was thinking he would try it. And he's just got balked a little bit by one of the slower cars, so he can't make the move he wants to make. And so he's had to stay there in third. All the leaders now, the top three that is, top four now, all past the traffic.
They go around the one left-hand turn, and then it's all rights from there.
Yeah.
So it looks like Sarnacki has it, unless he makes a big mistake. Now
Yeah,
it's just Tonelli can get Cunningham there in front of him in the gray car.
Yeah, Sarnacki's just giving himself a little bit of breathing space. He took it back to 0.6, but really looking good at the moment, and he has controlled this race. Comes out of 7. And here he comes to take the checkered flag. And a great win from Christian Sarnacki. Winning in the Mazda Miata for the first time of asking. Across the line in second, Alexander Cunningham. He's happy with that.
Yeah, he is happy with that.
And Peter Denali takes third. Sean Noonan in fourth. Aaron Wilhelm taking fifth. And John Rodat in sixth position. Stuart Hawkins seventh. Keith Knickerbocker in eighth position. Donald Dooman in ninth. And Mark Murphy rounding out the top 10. Well, good clean start, as you say. They were racing nice and fairly. Yeah. Beautiful countryside. Right on the Appalachian Trail here. So beautiful sights and sounds. Saw some hikers heading out to the hills earlier this morning. But this is Lime Rock and a splendid day here in the hills of Connecticut. We'll take a short break. More SVR Speed Tour action to come your way. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Speed Tour from Lime Rock here midsummer. Beautiful day, and we are getting ready for our second race of the day, which is Group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and 9. And while that is a mouthful, the man next to me can explain why.
Yeah, it's just these are cars that run somewhat similar lap times, and to get around the track, it's more of like a safety thing and to try to put good groups together. But this right here, this is Mark Clark.
Cool-looking
Group
car.
5. Yeah, that's a very Porsche
Slim.
livery S2000. So this is S2000s. There's open wheel cars. There's Group 2, which is Formula Ford, Club Ford. There's a Group 8 Datsun 280Z and a Porsche. So Seamus Brown is in the Porsche 911, but that's the 52 there of Todd Sharon.
Formula Mazda.
Come on, Todd, give us a thumbs up, Todd. He's just looking at the camera. No thumbs up, no wave to the camera. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Then we've got Glenn Taylor behind. But there you get a good shot of that Mazda, the Pro Mazda. Glenn Taylor is also in an S2000 with Avon tires. So he and Mark Clark are going to go for it, with Todd in the middle in the Formula Mazda. But that isn't Glenn. That shouldn't be Glenn Taylor. According to us, that should be. That's Robert Mittman there in that VS2, the Lola 596. So we're missing the Ford, the Formula Ford.
Yeah,
Not sure where it is.
Gavin Clark should be next in the Crossley 32F, but that's a funky-looking car, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see that piece of carbon down the side to just cut through the air. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us on YouTube, leave us some comments, what you want to see, what we're doing here. This is Group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Shout out to John Nash and his wife, lovely couple that they are. They've had to come up here in their truck,
Yeah.
not their RV,
Yeah.
and they've had to yank the old Lotus Super 7. They had a blowout, evidently.
Yeah. No, they lost a wheel. My son Lincoln, right where you see to the right, had to go up into the woods
Well, no,
and
this
find
is
the
before,
wheel.
on the way here.
Yeah, they had a blowout. Yeah, they for some reason, and on the way to Mid-Ohio, they had some trouble with their car as well. But John Nash starting there in the back in that Lotus 7.
Your son found his wheel in the woods,
Yeah.
right?
So there's
Practicing.
Glenn
'Cause
Taylor.
he didn't bring any spares.
No, he didn't. And there's
There
Gavin
he is.
Clark, and then there is John Nash.
He and his wife have been just absolute. Lorna, that's
Yeah.
it. A Scotch lady.
Yeah.
Lovely lady. But they've been regulars here, and great to have them, but they didn't bring any spares because of the shenanigans going on to get here. And they got here, and there wasn't any of the tires that they wanted, so thankfully your son just did the business and retrieved the tire for him.
Yeah, the wheel and tire.
Did it cause him a problem? I mean, when you lose a wheel, where did he crash the car? Or?
He didn't know. No, he just we're not sure what happened, but the wheel just came off. I guess he didn't torque down the lug nuts.
Well, I mentioned Sam Posey earlier. Excuse me, I mentioned Sam Posey, but I also mentioned Skip Barber, and now the tower that we sit in here in the commentary booth is known as the Skip Barber Tower.
It is the year of Skip Barber
It is,
here at Lime
2024.
Rock Park. Oh, we've got a special guest with us, ladies and
Doesn't
gentlemen.
get any better. Bring him in.
Andy Lowley, sports car legend. He's run here at Lime Rock a lot,
You know,
but
I was
very little
I've
in
been
this
pontificating
configuration.
about how many times he's raced here, and I had a quick word with him when he first arrived. He goes, "God, I've done everything here," and mostly IMSA. But Andy, as somebody who knows Lime Rock, what do you think about this weekend?
This weekend so far for me has been incredible. I get to come here as a driver, but I am 100% also a fan. Lime Rock Park is an amazing place, and to get to come here with the SpeedTour All-Star Race and race with some of the heroes that I've had pictures of on my wall has been a while. And then join you guys here in the booth for this race as we're going green.
Yeah, here we go.
You saw Mittman there in the number 2 kind of duck out for the start. This is a weird group of cars as we see Mark Clark and that Porsche livery S2000 get ahead there.
So
but it is a weird grouping.
Oh, yeah, Sports 2000s, Formula Mazda. We've got like a Formula Ford there, a little bit of everything.
And then you got a Lotus 7 here, John Nash, who's been our Group 3 champion and then a Datsun 240. And it's just, we were explaining, it's just when we have these kind of smaller groups with SVRA, we just put cars that do somewhat similar lap times. We were talking last night at dinner, though, Lolly, that you don't get to run this uphill jump very much, except when you run with Trans Am, because IMSA runs this chicane.
That's right.
Very sadly, that is completely true. I've
Yeah.
only run the uphill here once in the last 15 years or so. It is so relieving to pull a wheelie over the top of that hill and have a blast there and have to modulate that throttle over the crest to not spin the tires too far. But it is an honor and a blast to be flying through there again.
Now, Bobby Labonte said he got all 4 wheels off. Have you managed that yet?
Yeah. So I mean, if basically once your tires are old, you're just going to be spinning the tires. But the first 3 laps that you have grip, you launch off the top of that hill enough that you're straight to the rev limiter if you just keep your foot buried in it.
There we go.
Glenn Taylor get right underneath Robert Mittman there in that S2000. And so for somebody like Glenn Taylor or Gavin Clark, they're used to running in a Formula Ford only or a more spec series. So to get behind these S2000s, sometimes they're not used to how that can disturb the car a little bit. And he got right up underneath that as he goes over the uphill.
Yes, the Formula cars, you can run pretty close there. But when you get, the diffuser, the whole body of Clark's, Mark Clark's F2000 there, that moves a lot of air. And you'll definitely find yourself getting light as you get close there. But it's pretty neat to see a Formula Ford mixing it up out there with a full-bodied car and see them moving around.
So Andy Lally has a lot of history here at Lime Rock. And then
Didn't start here for you.
how many – well, first, we got to brag on you. How many 24 Hours of Daytona wins do you have underneath
5.
you?
I have 5. You're
That's
correct.
amazing.
Yes. I've been quite a fortunate guy to be with some awesome teams and some awesome driver pairings through the years there. So, but I started I first got on a racetrack at Bridgehampton, now closed down on Long Island. But and that was that was an SCCA. It was EMRA was their the driving school there. But then I came to the Skip Barber School in 1993. Bruce McGinnis was my lead instructor here, and they had just finished a repave, and it was like all the news of how fast the track was going to be, and it rained all week. And we didn't get to see much of that speed, but it was very cool driving around in Formula Fords, just like what we're seeing on the screen right here, and having a blast and doing a lot of learning. My learning curve was steep. I was straight out of go-karts and had to learn how to shift and do all the fancy stuff.
What impresses me about Andy Lally is his negotiating skills. He's like, yeah, I'll come, but give me the champion. Well, I don't know if that's what's said, but you've got a great guy in Brent Cruz. But he's just a kid. I mean, does that surprise you how many kids we've got racing at this level?
So in the Trans Am, the TA2 Series especially, I think is a magnet for a development, a great place to come to learn these kind of cars, and future NASCAR drivers get to come and really perfect their road racing, but get to learn a heavy car a bit. And it is absolutely incredible. I think we're just seeing it now, but in 5 years from now, 10 years from now, there's going to be so many names that have come through this that have worked their way all the way up to be Cup winners. And I call him a kid, but he's extremely mature. Brent Cruz is way more mature for his age than I was. I was an absolute idiot when I was 16, and it would to get me to do anything, like this, and how well spoken he is, and how disciplined he is with his craft is pretty amazing. And we're going to see he's going to be a Cup winner. It's cool to talk about it now. It's cool. It'll be neat to say we knew him when. Yeah. And I think that's going to be with a lot of this TA2 field and these young drivers coming up through. We're going to see them win in IMSA, NASCAR, maybe open wheel if they make that move. But for sure, they've got huge career potential in the endurance motorsports and NASCAR. And
it just shows you that motorsport is alive and kicking big time here in the USA, and we're just starting to really ramp up the talent. It's a few years since the likes of Scott Speed, who's here this weekend,
who
have
just
made it to
beat Andy Lally out of the pole. And Andy was so disappointed.
Scott Speed, you're listening. I'm coming for you.
Good man.
He is a good dude.
He's annoying, isn't he? I've done what I mean by that is I've watched him in rallycross, and he just seems to be so casual. And he waits the last moment and then takes the pole away from all these superstars.
He threw down a great lap yesterday. I knew he was going to be one of the guys that we were going to have our eyes on with along with Menard and Andretti.
I want you to watch this Lotus 7.
I'm
Sorry to
looking at
interrupt.
that left rear.
Yeah, but you look
But
at the
also
left rear, and he was venting.
Venting, yeah, exactly.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
But we've
venting
seen that
fuel.
before with that car.
Yes, and that's the car my son was telling you last night that he had to go in the woods and pick up the
Yeah.
wheel. That Lotus 7
Oh,
was the car.
no.
But look at Mark Clark, and I believe
Killing it.
that's got to be his son because that is Mark Clark's Formula Ford, and the last names match. So Gavin Clark must be Mark Clark's son in the Formula Ford. But Mark Clark, who is usually doing this event with us, but I love the Porsche kind of tribute lines to that car.
Cool livery there. The S2000s are always. I got to race an S2000 in the American City Racing League way back in the day.
Okay,
This is
yeah.
25 years ago at Mid-Ohio, and they were a lot of fun. Basically,
That's
a
a
Formula
great
2000 car with a
Mid-Ohio.
full body.
That's a great track for these.
Yes. I got to race the legendary John Ferguson. He was there with Fergus. He was there with his car, and we had really good battles up there.
Now, you have raced Trans Am, though. You worked with Chris Dyson.
Dyson, yeah.
I did. So my first Trans Am race was in 2017 at Watkins Glen with Claudio Burton.
Oh, yeah.
He hadn't won a race in that series yet, and was like, we were talking. We live really close to each other, and he was like, "Come on down, let's do this." And man, that car fit my style really well. And
But I have to brag on him because we don't do tire changes. He was leading the race, came in, had to change the tire, and then just thought, I'll just come from the back and win the race also.
we had tough competition that day. Ernie Francis was quick.
Oh,
and
yeah.
That was actually Chris Dyson's first ever Trans Am race. I think Justin Marks was in that race. Oh, we got a car
Mittman
off on the
off,
inside.
yeah.
Is that our leader?
No, that's
No.
Mittman, the other
Okay,
S2000.
P3 car.
Third place, yeah, third
Yep.
place. And what do you think of the Trans Am car? I mean, obviously very different.
Raw.
None of the gizmos you get in sports cars.
And that's what I love about it. These paddle shift and traction control and ABS and huge downforce and lightweight and sticky tires is fun to throw a lap on. But with the Arrow itself, it makes it tricky to race. So having these cars, they're big cars, move a lot of air, but they'll get Arrow tight for sure. But you're shifting. You got 3 pedals, no ABS, no traction control, good raw power. You've got to be super aggressive but still finesse. I have a saying I tell a lot of the guys that I coach. In like a ballerina, out like a cowboy. So you got to finesse that thing
In like a
all the way
ballerina,
in.
out like a cowboy.
Yeah.
I might have to steal that.
That's going to be the name
Steal
of my.
that.
That's going to be the name of my book when I
Should
get
be.
out of here.
I like that.
In like a ballerina, out like a cowboy. Finesse it to the apex,
Yeah.
and then do whatever
Well,
you
that's
got to
actually-
do. Apex out to keep your foot in the floor.
It's a good image to remember when you're in a car. I tell you, it's like, oh, just a little bit deft here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, we were talking last night. I don't remember this, but Ryan Eversley and Andy Lally joined us at Road America
Yes.
when Mike Ski
Yeah, I
won.
remember,
And
yeah.
I still think that was one of the best races for commentators. It was the 3 of you guys.
Yeah.
I loved watching that. I went
was
back
fun.
and watched it. That was a lot of fun. So we appreciate you joining us in the
Well,
booth
some
for
of the
that.
fans are rooting for Davy Jones, so watch your back.
Oh, I like Davey. I'm rooting for Davy Jones. I met him. We're all staying at the hotel, and I came down to have coffee, and Boris Sett is down there, Ron Fellows is down there, Bobby Labonte, and there was Davey Hamilton. I'd never met him in person, so I introduced myself, and I was a fan. When I was coming, I had an open wheel spurt, I guess, in the mid '90s, early '90s, mid '90s, and there was a time where my eye was on cart, and that was a fun time. And I looked up to all those guys here. When he was running open wheel deal, and very, very cool.
You mentioned Boris Sett. I was laughing in the driver's briefing. Tony taking a bit of fun out of what not to do.
Right.
In a bad situation.
I don't want to get on Tony's bad side, by the way.
But it showed Boris Sett on fire. And
Yeah.
instead of pulling off and getting out of the car, he just stuck his head out of the window.
He unbuckled. So it's one of those things like when Tony's like, we got to put together this thing, and I'm putting together all these videos. I found that. So I texted Tony. I was like, we found the video that we need to show at drivers' meetings.
I was
for
thinking about
Boris.
how many drivers you couldn't do that.
No, that's what I was going to say. He could still have a hand on the wheel, a foot on the gas, be able to touch the brake, and have
get
his
his head
head
out the window.
3 feet out the window.
But did you
his
see
son
the
genius
afro?
live.
They showed the afro in the top
Yes.
left, and it was huge,
Yes.
bigger than I've ever seen it.
He
So that
looked
was
like
cool.
I'd never seen a picture of him that young. He looked like Gene Simmons.
He did,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Well, we're still with Clark dominating this race by 5 seconds at the moment ahead of
I
Shirin
think
Taylor.
He may be lapping his son.
Wow.
Right there at West Bend. See that?
Oh,
top
right.
left.
So he's up to. He's already.
Is that?
Oh, wow.
I can't tell if that's the red and white Formula Ford.
So the 52, Sharon, has actually closed in 2 seconds on the last lap here.
Okay.
Maybe he was being a little chill with his son as he was coming up to him and find the spot and gave back a little bit. So we'll see next time around if that's it's down to 2 seconds now. So the leader has lost
we
a
got a
total
race.
of 5 seconds in the last 2 laps. And yeah, we've got a race here.
And we've got a few laps to go, according to my clock. We've got a good few laps to go.
I think I'm hearing from race control white flag next time by, but
Okay.
I'm not sure.
All right, well, we'll find out. But like you say, that gap is well down.
Yeah, maybe he's on the confident side and he's coasting to bring one home here. But we need that camera on our leaders here to see if that's closing still.
And tell us the truth, because I said in the previous race, Lime Rock on paper looks simple, and it does. But what is tricky about this place?
So really, any track is simple on paper. It doesn't have to be,
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
But when you take the elevation changes and when you add into the fact that you've got some
Sorry,
tough.
no white flag, so I was
No
wrong
white
on that
flag,
one.
so we're
Sorry.
still going. So,
This is third place, about to be overtaken by the leader.
and the gap is closed by another half a second here. So if he gets held up in the left-hander and coming on to no name, we could have somebody.
Yeah,
we could
now you
have a
see it from the
challenge.
drone, yeah.
Exactly. The drone has got the second place car of Sharon
In
closing in here.
Yep, down the Newman Straight. So finish what you said. Yeah, you've got the. It looks simple, but
It looks simple, but when you've got extreme elevation changes mid-corner.
Yeah.
So like you roll into the uphill with big speed and nowhere near the speed to make the exit of the corner if it was flat, but you still have to have the confidence to be able to get in there and know that hill's going to pick the car up and then understand what handling change is going to happen as you get into that compression. So the front tires are going to get first, you're going to get front grip, rear tires are going to hook, and then if you come over the crest of that hill with yaw in the car, you've got to straighten those hands out no matter what direction you're pointing, or it's going to snap hook you inside or outside. And that's a perfect example. Same thing coming down the hill. You're going to really load up as you get down there, and it definitely makes it a challenge. And I get back to our race here.
Yeah.
1.3 seconds from 7.5 seconds just 3 laps ago.
That's wild.
We've got a good one on our. We've got a good one on the radar here for a close finish.
Yep, it's gonna go to the end, and he's right there now. Could be less than a second now.
Mark Clark and Sharon going at it. So Todd Sharon, Mark Clark, Todd Sharon in that Group 9 Formula Mazda, and then Mark Clark in that S2000. But that's the great thing about these kind of mixed class racings. They do pretty similar lap times, so but they can do it in totally different ways.
Yeah, you've got, and the other thing what you're also going to see is you're going to see different brands of tires come on quick or fall off quick. Yeah, we're under a second right now for the lead.
We should. I'm gonna look at the booth and see where. The
I don't
white
see a white
flag's not
flag yet,
Not
no.
yet, no. Maybe a couple more.
Clark's got to turn it up here to make sure he doesn't have to hold off a pass attempt on the last couple laps.
You're listening to the words of Andy Lally, who'll be in action later in our All-Star race. Delighted to have him here this weekend, as we are with all of our greats from the past. You had the dinner last night. Was there anybody you thought, oh, I've not met him, or I've heard so much about him? And
That dinner was surreal last night,
Was
to be
it?
honest. To be sitting just a table over from Al Unser Jr. and then a bunch of, I wanted to be a NASCAR driver when I was growing up, so to have a lot of the, Daytona 500 winners, to have Winston Cup champions, to have race winners across the board, and old friends. I knew Paul Menard before he went stock car racing, and he was actually a teammate of mine briefly in a touring car deal 20-something years
you
ago.
probably haven't seen, your paths haven't crossed a lot.
Occasionally we catch up. I'll make sure I make my way through the paddock sometimes and say hi to these guys, and I appreciate their talents and what they do. And also, honestly, you talk to a guy like a Ron Fellows, or you've seen Danny Sullivan out here throwing down in a Trans Am car. It was so cool to meet him this weekend. And some of these guys have just not been. As Danny said, he's like, you're still current. And I'm like, yeah, I'm still trying. He's like, I haven't been pushing one of these cars in a while, but he's still putting his helmet on and getting out there. And it's so cool to be on track with guys like that. Guys that I've had posters on my walls of growing up, and it's surreal. It's very cool. It's
I got a question for you. Talking to Current, will you be coming to WEC? Will you be coming to COTA?
I would love to. Unfortunately, I have September.
Damn, I was going to get you in the booth.
I would. I have September 8th off, and then that's my only weekend off until November. So I've got.
Well, I won't put pressure
schedule.
on you.
I've added some street luge stuff.
Ooh.
So I've got. We've got our leader got held up again. He opened
he's
up
behind
another
Nash
second
at the
and a
moment.
half.
Yeah, he's behind Nash. He's got him now on the Newman Straight. But there you can see the second place of Sharon coming. And I think the white flag is being prepared now, but we're getting closer. Up the hill they go.
That was
he got
it.
bogged there.
If he could have gotten by that lap car right there, that would have.
Big difference, yeah.
Yeah, big difference. We chopped about a second and a
Got
half
him
off
now.
right there. Yes.
Yeah, lost a little bit of time there. 2.7, but great. I love these drone shots. Really gives you a perspective of the circuit itself.
Yeah, it gives, especially for something like this, for people that maybe haven't seen Lime Rock Park to understand.
Yeah.
You can look at a track map and get some sort of clue, but when you get an overhead visual like this, it's pretty neat.
Yeah, there's a chat on the internet at the moment just saying, 1 p.m. start. You're absolutely right, but our coverage of the race will start at 12:30. So we'll get the whole build-up. Ben will be out there on the grid talking to the likes of Andy and Brent Cruz. That's their pairing. And so what we've done is we've paired an all-star. And as we said in the press conference, we've got a 5-time Daytona. We've got Le Mans winner, class winners. We've got spin and win Mr. Sullivan, a 500 winner and an IndyCar champion.
Joining back in, but my mic is having trouble. But we have 8,000 NASCAR starts just between the All-Stars.
Nuts.
8,000.
That's pretty impressive.
And a lot of wins with that, too, in championships.
And what we're doing is we're pairing them up with current drivers like Brent Cruz and Paul Menard, as we mentioning. And so we'll do two 25-minute, an hour race, 4 points. And so the person or the team, the two drivers with the most points at the end of that 1 hour will win $50,000.
And that is a neat thing. So that the response, I thought when we were coming into this that essentially our heat was essentially like a heat rate, and essentially qualifying, and it was like a winner take all. So if I just bought Brent a decently clean car, I'm like, hey kid, just go win this one for us. I could do that, but the points are on the line, so it's important. And for those wondering, if with two heats, obviously you can switch up positions there and get a lot of ties. The tiebreaker is the finishing position of the TA2 driver in the final heat there. So that's our tiebreaker. So if you get a first and a second and a second and a first, it's whoever the TA driver is. We got a white flag out here for our leader. It is close.
You can see the gap for yourself, but he lost a little bit of time in traffic, didn't he?
Yeah, he's got to make up a lot of time if he wants to be able to make a lunge into West Bend or the downhill right here. So he's got a lot of closing up to do in this. In these first 4 corners before he can make a run here. But I think Clark is in control, just kind of cruising it home. He's obviously got a very fast race car, and I qualified with a pretty amazing time there. So that's I think he's got this one in the bag at the moment.
Swift DB5 up against that Formula Master. And that's a funky-looking car, that's for sure. Looks fun.
It is. It's essentially a Formula 2000 car with more downforce, a little more weight, but very, very nimble, extremely lightweight. But no, it's usually literally a Ford 2-liter engine is what I'm sure that's what it was when I was driving it. I'm sure it's turned into a VTEC or whatever it is over the years. Even that name is on, but I'm not sure. It should stay on the side right there. I'd have a clue if I could see the engine builder. But they're typically 1.6 to 2-liter Formula Ford type engines.
So well done to Mark Clark, who wins our second race of the day ahead of Todd Sharin. And Sharin did close in within about just 2 seconds, having lost 7 seconds on him early on. And kept it nice and handy at the end there. Not much between them, just 1.3 seconds. Glenn Taylor taking third, Gavin Clark fourth, Sam Avery in fifth, John Nash taking sixth, and Robert Mittman in 7th place. Our thanks to Andy Lally. He'll be in action with Brent Cruz. What car number? We've got to remember what that car number is.
We are car 70, starting
70.
outside pole today, and with Nitro Motorsports. Nick Tucker's put together a great team. He's got I think our whole I think we've got 4 cars here, and I think they're all in the top 8. So we've got a strong contingent out of that program. As always, they put together really top-notch cars, and we've got an extremely competitive field. Some really good teams. That's something else I see here. That these TA2 teams have stepped up their games.
You've got a lot of
in the last
ex-NASCAR
bunch of
guys
years.
now.
Yeah. You've got a lot of teams based out of the Charlotte Mooresville area, and they're stepping up and bringing really fast cars.
Well, my thanks to Andy Lally. He'll be in action later, so we'll wish him luck in the number 70. We'll take a short break from Lime Rock. Join us for more from the Speed Tour after this. Nope.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here I am. We've got some really special guests here with us. This is our SVRA Group 6, 10, 11, 12, PSSA, and TA2 Club. And just like the last race, we have mixed groups. These cars all turn about similar lap times, even though we just saw a prototype go out with a Camaro of Chopatini. But we've got Gary Gray, who should have been in this race in a Radical. So, Gary, let me get you to put your headphones on. And then also Angie Skinner here with longtime NASCAR fame. She and her husband, Mike Skinner, host the radio show. Is it Skinner's Roundup?
Skinner Roundup.
All right. Oh, hold on. Sorry. We're having some technical issues. If you press the button, there we go. Angie Skinner. So Skinner Roundup. Tell us about that. There we go.
Yeah. So Skinner Roundup's on Sirius XM on the NASCAR channel. So we have a lot of fun doing that radio show. Anytime there is not a cup race on a Sunday, Mike and I do, and we do a lot of special shows. So this year, leading up to the Daytona 500, we had 5 shows. We'll probably do some championship shows for the trucks in Phoenix in November. And then in the winter, they give us all the Sundays when everybody's trying to be on break. So that's fun.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, too, Angie, when we have NASCAR drivers drive with us, I always kind of brag. I'm like, well, I know Angie and Mike Skinner. And they all have, usually NASCAR drivers have a story about the track. Every driver's story of Angie and Mike Skinner is they bring the party.
Yeah.
They bring the RV, and everybody at the end or every night, Friday night, they always end up, I guess, in your RV. Is that true?
This is correct. And, we kind of started doing that at all of these SVRA events. We met you guys when Tony started doing V-Rock with Ray Evernham. Remember at VIR?
Yeah.
That was the first one. And I looked at Mike, and I'm like, dude, what a cool place to take the RV and do some nostalgia historic racing. So we've been able to do the Goodwood Festival of Speed a long time, and then we started kind of hanging out with you guys, and this is so much fun. And this weekend, with all of these NASCAR drivers and INDYCAR drivers and sports, I was just hanging out with Davy Jones, just having, we're talking about riding motorcycles. It's so cool for us to get to hang out and then to see these beautiful cars and this racetrack. Holy crap.
Yeah.
We've never been to Lime Rock.
No, it's awesome. So here we go. Coming down to take the green, and then I'm going to give it away to Gary Gray for his insight. But we have Zach Mosley there in a PSSA car, Frank Chopatini in an XTA Chevrolet Camaro as they come into Mission Foods Big Bend. You can see Mosley there in that PSSA, but Chopatini just has the power to get around. And Gary, when we were at Pit Race, you were involved in exactly this in your Radical. You were with some ex-Trans Am cars that couldn't see you, and you had to be so careful. We talked about it in the commentary. So what are you seeing here at Lime Rock?
I see the same thing. We've got a new driver out today, Sean Monet, running a Rush. One of the first times we've had him on the track. And it's difficult for the larger cars to see the smaller cars, but they've been doing a great job. No complications at all.
Yeah, you see there the PSSA car there of Zach Mosley, who runs with us quite a bit. So not quite sure what to do there with Chopatini, because these TA cars like this, there is so little visibility. And usually TA cars like this are used to running in Group 10. They're not used to having the handling behind them and the aero of these modern Revolutions. And then you see the other Revolution there behind them. It's not on my sheets, but there are 2 Revolutions out there with the Prototype Sprint Series Association. And unfortunately, Gary, one of the nicest guys in our SVRA paddock, always having a good time in your Radical, but it just isn't going this weekend, huh?
Well, I got offline going up the hill, and the car just got air, made a 180 and hit the wall.
Well, so here, what he's talking about, so you come up this uphill that we're seeing right now, and a lot of times it becomes like a front end lifts off and it becomes a jump. And if you're giving any kind of steering input, that when it lands, it just goes right or left. Is that what you saw, or did the rear end get light?
You need to stay really tight on the left-hand side, and I was a little too much to the inside, and it just picked that nose up, and with all the aero, it lifts the car, and the car just made the turn in the air.
So that would have been pretty radical.
Yeah.
And then running against these Revolutions. So the guy, I forget his name, that designed the Radicals, left Radical, and then started this Revolution, and that is the kind of genesis of this PSSA class.
That's correct. And if you talk to the guys driving the Revolution, they'll tell you that they can only take about 40% throttle going up that uphill grade. If not, the same thing. The traction control is going crazy, the car's going crazy, and that's the reason they ended up putting the kink in.
Yeah. Last night at our dinner, Angie, I had dinner with Andy Lawley, and he's raced here in Trans Am with us. but he's raced here for 15, 20 years and never done the uphill until he did Trans Am, because they run just to the right of the uphill you're seeing here by this tree. That's the way that IMSA goes to keep cars from jumping, because when this track was designed back in like the John Fitch days, no cars had enough power, and so it was just kind of a nice little, you lose kind of gravity, but the cars aren't lifting off. But now with the speed of these cars and the tire technology, they're getting up in the air.
So I got to talk to Ron Fellows yesterday, and Andy Lowley. There are road racing heroes in NASCAR, and they'd come play with us in the NASCAR circuit. And so yesterday, Ron said, Angie, when we had American Le Mans, we would run in Le Mans, which was like over 8 miles, course. Yeah. And then the next race was Lime Rock. And he goes, so we'd go from 8 miles and then here to where it's only 1.5 miles. And he goes, we felt like we were at a super speedway.
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, I never thought about it like that.
Well, you're at 53 second times here. And when we started talking about this, because Mike Skinner has done the V-Rock with us, where you do a 5-minute pit stop in the All-Star race we were doing, I told Tony, well, if that's the case, if somebody pits under green, they're down 6 laps. That's just, so I like the new format that we're doing, just because it's a little bit more like heat racing. And a lot of these late model guys, that's just what they're used to. I understand that pretty easily. But this beautiful Porsche here with these huge wings, such a cool group, mixed cars, the Caymans, the new Caymans. We've had International GT, the Mustangs. It is kind of neat to see right here. We're seeing 2 cars, a Cayman and this Porsche. Very similar lap times in such a different way. The Mustang's trying to give some power, but then the nimbleness of these Porsches. Same with this Corvette, trying to put the power down. Then you've got this front-wheel drive Volkswagen. But you can see there the Mustang, with all the power, is able to get to the Porsche. Then the Porsche, now it's in the Porsche part of the track that the Porsche has the advantage. But Lime Rock, we were talking about this, like, on paper, it looks so simple. Short track. We come from Road America, the longest track in our series, right to here, and it's weird. But then you do it, and to try to do well at Lime Rock in practice is nearly impossible. I've never met anybody that thought, oh, I've got Lime Rock dialed in. What do you think, Gary?
I agree with that 100%. Every track is technical, and this track is extremely technical. And it takes a lot of butt in the seat to learn a track and learn it to be exactly in the right groove all the time and to be a winner.
Do you consider this a track that's easy or hard to pass on? Because I heard some of the NASCAR guys saying this is a narrow track for a road course.
Well, anytime you have a tight track, basically horsepower wins. Everybody gets through the corners. It's difficult to pass in these corners, so you have to have that horsepower to gain the advantage and make the passes in the straights. So equal cars really have a difficult time trying to pass each other.
I'm trying to look at that Volkswagen there. That is Travis Wache. Beautiful car. And then Zitza behind him. I'm trying to make sense of all of this, ladies and gentlemen. Ray Zisa, in that yellow young Corvette. He's always here with us, and then maybe does 2 or 3 more events with us throughout the year. And then I'm trying to go through the 39. That's Martin Hosick, who was also here with us at Memorial Day. So we were here. A lot of these cars were here with us at Memorial Day. The weird thing about Lime Rock and a lot of the tracks that we go to, if it's their local track, they'll do every event they can do. You know, and having this be your local track, it's just so much fun. And then to be on an event like this, like Angie and Mike, who's standing behind Angie, it's weird for me to walk through the paddock because I'm like, oh, there's childhood hero. There's a childhood hero. I used to get made fun of in junior high for wearing a Jeff Brabham Nissan shirt, and now I have been yelled at by Jeff Brabham. So it's like full circle. So it's really cool to have them here. Jeff has now become a normal. There were 2 or 3 years with Ron Hornick that he was at every weekend with us and just kicking butt, So it's really cool to see that. And I know, Mike, you did V-Rock with us kind of reluctantly, and then all of a sudden he's starting to race trucks with us in this group 10. And just because it's just so much fun.
It really is a lot of fun. I mean, when a race car driver, especially a professional race car driver, INDYCAR, NASCAR, Trans Am, it's almost, you got to wean yourself off of it, right? So that's why the SVRA weekends, the SpeedTour weekends are so important and so much fun for a lot of our friends. Tony called me up and he said, hey, do you think you could get some NASCAR guys to come to Lime Rock and do this all-star race? And when I started telling him the names of the people that said yes, he's like, what? Like, Biffle wants to come, and Casey, and then these guys are texting me going, thanks for thinking of me. And I was laughing, but they still want to feel horsepower, right? I mean, you're still racing for a reason.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And so we were talking about this, too, because, you know, Mike Skinner's known for his NASCAR Cup and his Truck Series championships. And there is a Chevy truck out there, Mike. But also he spent a season with us in the other kind of Cup car, the Porsche Cup car, that are also out here in this group. So it's been really cool to see people talking to Bill Elliott, who would do it with us. I said, do you like doing this, Bill? Who's wrenching on his own car? He's like, I love this because the day of the race, I don't have to go to McDonald's and sign autographs or do, you know, huge appearances like that. I get to be a race car driver. And anybody that gets into racing, they don't get into racing to be famous. They get into racing to be race car drivers. The fame just kind of comes with it.
I'm a little jealous of all the folks that are camping and RVing here because we didn't know what to expect when we came to Lime Rock. So we're like, well, we're not going to take the motorhome all the way out there because I don't know if there's a good place to park. And as soon as we pulled in, Mark Martin drove his RV all the way from Arkansas here to do this weekend. And he's like, I told you y'all should have brought your motorhome out here. It's beautiful because this facility reminds me of VIR. It's just beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Oh, we've got, looks like a full course yellow, but I do have to mention, he stopped me yesterday at driver's meeting. It's Maurizio Sarasol in that yellow Porsche. I tried to get people's names right, but with my southern accent and not great education, sometimes it's tough. But we've got a full course caution through the Paul Newman Straight. So much history here with Skip Barber, with Sam Posey, with John Fitch, with Paul Newman, Jerry Seinfeld, you know, all these neighbors here that they call this their home track. Just so cool. So now that we're under full course caution, and we haven't been able to call, there it is. There's you go,
the truck.
Skinner.
Okay.
That big Chevy truck.
Now that don't look like a.
Yeah,
what is that? That don't look like no NASCAR truck there, baby.
You want to jump in here,
That
Skinner?
was like a late model truck that somebody's hopped up, put a big motor and stuff in, but they're really, really cool. It's a little bit different from the ton of trucks that we brought here.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just hearing from the producers. We are going to take a little break for a commercial, but we will be right back.
The PIR Speed Tour returns to Portland International Raceway July 26th through the 28th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Western Championship, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, Prototype Sprint Series Association, the Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car, and Saturday you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the PIR Speed Tour July 26th through the 28th. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Well, welcome back. Double yellow at Lime Rock, and we were talking about this even with the NASCAR drivers. And speaking of, here is the one left-hander, which is kind of funny for the NASCAR drivers. And then, you know, Lime Rock, it's so generic. So you've got the big bend, the west bend, the left-hander, the downhill, the uphill, and the Newman Straight, which is crooked. You know, and it's pretty neat to see.
But I am going to tell you, Ben. Now, NASCAR drivers go left because here lately we've been doing a lot of road course racing, street racing in Chicago, and they're actually pretty good at going left. So it's so funny because people will always say, well, you know, your husband was like this big short track ace, and him and Ron Hornaday beating each other, you know, all the time or on these short tracks, oval tracks. And Mike, if you ask him his favorite racing, he'll tell you it's road course racing.
Really?
Oh, it's well, here.
A lot of the drivers, but a lot of the drivers say that, and so a big reason, you know, NASCAR has this great like feeder ladder series going up, but a lot of the reason a lot of the NASCAR teams are looking to the TA2 series is because now they've added so many road courses, and I've heard, and maybe you can confirm this, but I've heard it's a lot easier to teach a road course driver oval than it is to teach an oval driver road courses.
Man, I don't know. I have seen some really, really, really good road racers come into NASCAR, and they really struggle on the ovals for some reason. I don't understand it. I don't totally agree with that. I almost think that, me personally, when I went and learned how to run on road courses, it helped me on the circle tracks.
Well, we are back to green, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like Martin Hosick there in that black Corvette has pulled away. Chopatini has dropped way back, and Zach Mosley. So Martin Hosick in that 39A Corvette. Everything has kind of scrambled around behind the pace car. You can see the blue flags that are out. Antonio La Rosa, Ronald Lombardo, and Patrick Shea. That's the top 6. Travis Wache, Ray Zisa in the top 8 in that yellow Corvette that just peeked over. But now watch this, Chopatini. Chopatini is in a TA car, about 800 horsepower. Not sure what the power unit is in that car, but he should be able to drag here on this straight and get back up there. That's Zach Mosley in second as they come down. But is this hard to watch, Gary? You should be out there. I know that you had an incident, so is it hard to watch all your friends out there on track?
It is. I'm broken-hearted not to be there. I said I needed to come up in commentary just to say how great a job you and Jonathan do on this track.
Oh, well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And we love watching. But look at this E-Type there. One of the Donovan E-Types. That's the 62. Trying to see, that is John Ogle. Beautiful. Donovan from Connecticut. They make some absolutely beautiful E-Types, but just got it a little bit too hot there and lost a little bit of control. But didn't hit anything, so I love that. But thank you for saying that. This is fun. Vintage racing is supposed to be fun. I don't know what in the world that is that we're seeing there. And even Angie and Mike are kind of shaking their head.
It's like a pro late model truck that's, yes.
And in my sheet,
How fast is that going?
It says Chevrolet truck. So it's very generic. But that is Michael Dube, or Michael Dubé, and his lap times are right at a minute. But yeah, he's got some aero on that. My Chevy Silverado doesn't look like that. But you know, like we had so much fun with you at Pit Race when you're in between the TA2 cars, Gary. So this is supposed to be fun. Everybody here that's racing, this is their vacation. So it's a big part of our job to make sure everybody's having a good vacation. Mike, you wanted to lean in and say something. Well, you want to say something about that truck?
Well, our truck that we brought to several of these events, it was around 850 horsepower. So it was usually the fastest in Group 10 or in the top 2 or 3 anyway. But that looks like a legit late model truck. I don't know what kind of power plant he has, but it's cool looking going around the racetrack.
It is cool. And I will tell you, I was there at Sebring when you kind of brought out the truck for the first time, and everybody's like, a truck? What is that doing here? And then when you stomp them, then they're really upset. They were first kind of offended, like, truck doesn't belong on Sebring, you know, this hollow ground of Sebring. And then you stomped them. So it was a good little lesson for everybody.
They would come over and go, oh my gosh, I've never been passed by a pickup truck before. I'm like, well, it's a new day.
Yeah, exactly. That was awesome. So you're hearing right now from Mike Skinner and Angie Skinner, who are joining us. Gary Gray, who is usually out there on track in this group. So is that the Rush there?
That's the Rush.
That's the Rush. We were wondering about that. So that is the Rush. That's Sean Monet, the number 73 white and black. I got a sheet from you. It's a 2023 Rush SR made by Rush Auto Works in Houston. Runs in the Rush SR Series, 1,000cc Suzuki GSX-S motor with 13-inch wheels. Man, the wheelbase on that thing is tiny. That's got to be pretty nimble around here.
Gary, how many of these events do you go to a year? How many of these events do you go to a year? Like how many?
I try to do about 8 a year. I love them. I think SVRA is the greatest thing that's ever happened to racing. It gives a gentleman's opportunity to come out and not rub fenders, but have fun on the track. And nobody else did that. You know, I looked at some of the other organizations, and, you know, everybody's beating and banging, but you want to take nice cars out. You want to have a good time. Mm-hmm. This is the place.
Yes. For someone like me who was around NASCAR for so many years, going to the Goodwood Festival of Speed was eye-opening because I'm like, oh, wow, there's other racing series, you know, and so we kind of started paying more attention, and we started meeting people like you and all these people that had the love of motorsports, and it just, I think that part of it is even more meaningful than getting out on the track. It's like you guys getting to share stories about cars that you're building or that you've owned or that you've raced and people that you've met through motorsports. So it teaches you different disciplines of racing and all the different series. You start learning more about these drivers.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I love it. And the thing, I've been a car person my whole life, but I come to these weekends and I'm like, what in the world is that?
Yes.
Because it is really neat. You know, just when you think you've kind of seen it all, then all of a sudden people bring something else. So like this little Rush, I've seen a car similar to this at another event. We've got the white flag out, but it is really neat. You know, people that have been car enthusiasts their whole lives, there's still things out there that we're unaware of. So we are at the final lap right now. Frank Chopatini in the number 6 TA Camaro, going up the uphill to come down and take the checkered flag. Not sure where Antonio La Rosa, there he is. Antonio La Rosa is the other Revolution that's out there than Martin Hosick, Ronald Lombardo, Patrick Shea, and Jim Scott. But here he comes, Frank Chopatini, one of our favorite drivers in SVRA, does about 4 events with us a year to take the checkered flag here at Lime Rock Park. Our Group 6, 10, 11, 12 PSSA and TA2 Club racing cars here. Mike Skinner is going to be out with us here later on in the All-Star Speed Tour race with 19 All-Stars between them. There's 8,000 NASCAR starts, a lot of heroes in racing, so make sure you stay tuned for that. We've got Travis Wache 7th, Ray Zisa 8th, Michael Dubé in 9th, and Maurizio Sarasoli in 10th. Mauricio, I hope I said your name right. John Ogle was able to make a recovery in that Jaguar E-Type to 12th place. Sean Monet moved up to 11th place. That's got to feel good, Gary.
For his first race ever.
That is awesome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have to rush down to Winner's Circle because we've got some Buzz Bike things to talk about.
All right.
Angie Skinner and Mike being an ambassador, I hope they join us. Gary, thank you so much, but we are going to take a break for commercials.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Taking on the challenge, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Lime Rock Park. It's a beautiful day for racing action and for the Nissan Sentra Cup. It's the first ever event in United States for the Canadian Road Racing Series. My name is Philippe Brasseur of poleposition.ca. I'm with Didier Marceau, Director of Communications of Nissan Canada, to present you the 5th round of the 2024 season of the Nissan Sentra Cup. We are live on SpeedTour, YouTube, and also on the official Facebook page of the Nissan Sentra Cup. So, welcome all the fans. Didier, good morning. Could you please explain what's exactly the Nissan Sentra Cup?
Good morning, Philippe. The Nissan Sentra Cup is an extension of the Nissan Micra Cup, which was created in Canada in 2015. It's what we name in terms of motorsport a Spec Series, which means all drivers have exactly the same car, and these cars have very few modifications. In terms of the Sentra, for instance, it's almost the stock car you can find at any decent dealership in the US or in Canada, because we are broadcasted on both countries today. And we take the Nissan Sentra S, which is the base model on the Canadian market. It comes with a manual gearbox. And this was perfect to build a race car. Very few modifications, as I said. We just changed the front suspension, and it allowed driver to have some flexibility to work on camber, on the toe, some setting. The brakes are the 370Z brakes on the front, and we have disc brake in the back. The stock, the engine and the gearbox are stocks. That's exactly what you drive or what you see on any Sentra in the parking lot here at Lime Rock today or in the street. And then obviously we remove all the inside of the car. We put a racing seat, a roll cage, all the safety equipment required by the FIA. And you have the Nissan Sentra Cup. Another light modification is on the exhaust in order to give it a more motorsport sound noise. But all the cars you see here are all identical. And we are used to say that in Sentra Cup, the only way to make the difference is between the steering wheel and the seat, the driver. And this is a very popular series in Canada. We race mainly in Quebec and Ontario. As you said, Philippe, very first time in the US. Everybody was very excited to come here in Lime Rock for this first ever race on US soil. We have 16 cars here. Our roster is usually around 20 cars. As you said, 5th event of the year. The first race was in Ontario, close to Toronto, at the Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. 2 weeks ago, we were in Quebec, in Mirabel, at the INDYCAR racetrack. And today, we are in Lime Rock. And in 2 weeks, we will be in Trois-Rivières for the Grand Prix de Trois-Rivières. 3 weeks, sorry. We will be in Trois-Rivières for the Grand Prix de Trois-Rivières, then back to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park in Ontario, before closing the season still in Ontario at Calabogie end of September. Every year the season is 6 weekends, 2 races per weekend, practice, qualification session, and 2 races of 40 minutes, which will be right now. The Sentra Cup are leaving the pit lane and going on track, warming up the tires. The show is almost ready to start.
Yeah, the formation lap for the Nissan Sentra Cup, the 5th round of the 2024 season, and the first race grand premiere in US for this Canadian series. Mathieu Miron, Quebec driver. Matt Miron is in pole position, qualified with 1:04.884 pole position in front of Alexandre Fortin. So car number 191 in front of car number 1. Alexandre Fortin is the defending champion of the series. On second row on the grid, car number 427, Nicolas Barrette, alongside with Simon Vincent, car 91. On the third row of the grid, Jean-François Couture, best result for him in qualifying session this year, car number 7. And with the 777, the 2022 champion and the championship leader, Valérie Limoges. On the fourth row, Raphaël Saint-Pierre, car 419, alongside with Nicolas Lévesque, car number 50.
On the next row, car number 9, Eric Chaput, car number 116, sorry, Eric Chaput, and car number 22, Jean Audet.
Next row is Sylvain Ouellet, car 99, with Daniel Fortin, Alexander Favre, car 95. And then we have Christian Thibault, Marie-Soleil Labelle, Stéphane Pouliot, and to complete the grid, Steve Poulain.
We are ready for the start. It's a rolling start in the Sentra Cup, and it's going for 40 minutes.
Green, 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 with Mathieu Miron and Alexandre Fortin on the front row.
We will see who exit turn one in the leading position. You will see, as I said, because all these cars are identical, the races are always very packed, a lot of action, because obviously you cannot make a huge difference on one lap or on 2 laps. And it's all about being very consistent, always take the perfect line and keep the advantage. And we will see a lot of drafting as well, Philippe.
Yeah, exactly. Clean start for everybody. Matt Miron still in front of the pack. Alexandre Fortin second, Nicolas Barrette third. And then Jean-François Couture on the 4th place. Great start too for Simon Vincent, who is now in 4th position.
And he's already taking a little bit of advantage on Alexandre Fortin, which cannot really take the draft. And Nicolas Barrette is fighting Nicolas Barrette, which is currently in the 2nd position in the championship standing behind Valérie Limoges. Therefore, obviously a serious candidate for the win today. And we can see that these 3 drivers are already taking a little bit of gap with the number on 4th position, Simon Vincent.
Nicolas Lévesque, car number 50 in the grass.
Yes. He brake at the too late sign, it seems.
Yeah, so a couple of places lost. That's the end of the first lap. Matt Miron is still leading in front of Alexandre Fortin. Nicolas Barrette is 3rd. Simon Vincent 4th. Valérie Limoges is now in 5th place in front of Nicolas Lévesque, but Nicolas has lost a couple of positions at the end of turn 1. Jean-François Couture is now 6th. Éric Chaput 7th. Raphaël Saint-Pierre 8th. And Daniel Fortin in 9th place.
And a very good performance for Miron, because this is the first time he signed a pole position in the Sentra Cup. He has been running in this series for a couple of years, and now he's leading the race. And Alexandre Fortin, the current reigning champion, for the moment has to stay in his exhaust. But we can count on Fortin to wait for the right moment to make an attempt to pass and maybe put pressure and try to push Matt Miron to the fault.
Éric Chaput tried to pass Jean-François Couture for 6th place, but it's still Couture in front of Chaput for the 6th place of this race. A couple of quick words in French, Didier. On salue tous les fans de la Coupe Nissan Sentra sur la page Facebook de la série, sur la page Facebook de la Coupe Nissan Sentra, bien entendu. Vous comprendrez que nous sommes aussi en direct au niveau de la télévision américaine, notamment du réseau SpeedTour. Donc, la majorité de ce commentaire se fait en anglais aujourd'hui. Merci de votre compréhension. On espère que vous appréciez au maximum cette épreuve.
Ouais, on parle surtout, bien entendu, de nos amis au Québec, où est née la Coupe Micra en 2015, où il y a beaucoup d'épreuves, tant en Coupe Micra qu'en Coupe Sentra.
Another lap completed. Matt Miron is still leading in front of Alexandre Fortin. Nicolas Barrette is still 3rd, and that's the battle for the 6th place, top 6 between Couture and Éric Chaput.
Very nice battle, and this is something that we noticed. There is two sorts of driver, I would say, in the Sentra Cup. Some driver which are coming from karting and want to jump and build some experience in car racing. And we have some driver which drive for fun, and some gentleman driver. Therefore, there is battles a little bit everywhere in the grid. We see the battle in front, Miron, Fortin, Barrette, Vincent, but check as well in the back between Jean Audet, Sylvain Ouellet, Lévesque, which unfortunately went out of the track, Marie-Soleil Labelle, a very young driver, she's 21, racing since the age of 16 in the Micra Cup, and a very talented driver.
And the Nissan Sentra Cup is a an affordable series, but also a series specially dedicated for rookie drivers in motorsports, and from drivers from karting, from lapping competition, for example, and also that's professional racing drivers. And now that's the battle for the lead between Alexandre Fortin and Mathieu Miron. Fortin, it's side by side.
Yeah, but Miron is inside. He get the better line and was able to exit a little bit. We saw a little bit of drift. And look, now it's me, because this is exactly the point. Every car identical. And when you lose a little bit of time, look at Nicolas Barrette. Now it's Barrette, which is in the exhaust of Alexandre Fortin. I think we're going to have a very nice battle between these three guys.
The top three in the Nissan Sentra Cup. Matt Miron is still leading in front of Alexandre Fortin. Nicolas Barrette, the car number 427, in third place. Simon Vincent is still fourth. Another lap completed now. Valérie Limoges completes the top 5.
And a new time attempt from Alexandre Fortin, but outside I don't think it's gonna work. And everybody was very excited to come here in Lime Rock for this weekend. In a discovery for all our drivers except one, Valérie Limoges, who was telling me that I think in 2006, she raced here. It was not with Nissan at the time, but she knew the track a little bit from there, where for all our other drivers, they are discovering the track. And everything we heard in the paddock, Philippe, was very positive. They really liked the track, how they were welcomed by everybody here in Lime Rock, and thanks a lot to welcome us for this event. We have everybody has a lot of fun.
Yeah, Didier, but we have to mention that a lot of competitors have practiced in simulator, race simulator, especially Matt Miron and Jean-François Couture. So Matt Miron is still leading. Jean-François Couture is 6th for the moment. So these drivers know the track on a race simulator. And as you said, Valérie Limoges has competed in 2006 in a Granheim Cup series here in Lime Rock Park.
But Matt Miron made his homework pretty well. It seems that all the training on the simulator, and now, yeah, we see the number 7 passing inside, c'est Jean-François Couture.
Yeah, a great move from Jean-François Couture. Is now in 6th place.
Very nice track, short track in Lime Rock. We are, and this is one of the, I would say, asset of the Sentra Cup is to race on very different track, big track like Mosport, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park in Ontario, which is a long, very fast track. INDYCAR, very small track. Lime Rock here. The series went 2 times as a support series of the Formula One Grand Prix on Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal. It was 2015 with the Micra Cup. It was 2022 for the Sentra Cup. Thank you, Philippe. You have a very good date memory. And it's a lot of fun for all these drivers to compete. And there is a very nice atmosphere in the paddock. Even if you can see on the track, it's a fight and everybody competes.
Yeah, and the fight for the first place is between Matt Miron and Alexandre Fortin. Alexandre Fortin is the defending champion in the series. Nicolas Barrette still in 3rd place. Fortin and Barrette are actually 2nd and 3rd in the championship standings. Valérie Limoges is still leading the standings with 171 points. Nicolas Barrette is 2nd in championship with 164, and Alexandre Fortin is actually 3rd, 150. In front of Simon Vincent, Nicolas Miron, who is not here this weekend, and Daniel Fortin completes the top 6 in
and
the
we
standings.
can see that now we have 5 contenders for the podium. Simon Vincent and Valérie Limoges get closer to the 3 leaders in the pack, and it will be a very, very big fight for the podium. And we have seen a race like that where even in the last lap we have some position change. He's trying everything, Alexandre Fortin, outside, inside, but for the moment, Matt Miron is really leading the pack. No mistake, he resists to the pressure.
Yeah, in the top 5, and we still have 25 minutes to go. So Mathieu Miron is still leading in front of Alexandre Fortin, Nicolas Barrette third, Simon Vincent fourth, Valérie Limoges fifth, Jean-François Couture in sixth place in front of Éric Chaput. Raphaël Saint-Pierre is eighth, Jean Audette ninth place, and Nicolas Lévesque completes the top 10. Another lap completed.
To give you a little bit more about the Sentra, as I said, it's a stock engine. The stock engine of the Nissan Sentra you can find in any dealership. 149 horsepower, 146 feet of torque, and a manual 6 gearbox, which is specific to the Canadian market. Which means with 150 horsepower, you can see that you can do a very nice show on the track, and all our drivers are having a lot of fun. Still 5 contenders for the fight in front. Matt Miron, which normally races with his brother, which was not able to join us this weekend. We have 2 brothers, and we have as well father and son, because you may have seen the car number 95. It's another Fortin. It's Daniel Fortin, the father of Alexandre Fortin. And I should say, Philippe, I'm a bit surprised to see Daniel Fortin in 12th position. He's usually more fighting in the front, even with his son sometimes. But maybe he has some issue at the start, or not feeling super confident today.
Yeah, Daniel Fortin is actually 6th in the drivers' standings, and still the top 5.
On the train, very nice drone view for this 5 Sentra Cup car fighting for the win in Lime Rock, Connecticut, for the first time in the US. And I was talking with Jacques Day this morning, which is a promoter of the Nissan Sentra Cup in Canada, and he was saying that all drivers are very happy, and it most probably that we will cross the border another time in the future.
A beautiful track discovered this weekend for many drivers on the Nissan Sentra Cup Series. And still Matt Miron qualified in pole position in front of Alexandre Fortin. That's very, very close now. 2 cars are nearly side by side. Nicolas Barrette still third, Simon Vincent fourth, and Valérie Limoges. Didier, it's not the mid-race.
No, and you know, we'll see Barrette. Barrette is very smart.
Fortin is trying side by side now.
Yeah, the mirrors they touch. I think there is a little bit of contact, but Miron is inside. He resists. It's what I said. You don't have the power when you are in this position, because you have the exact same power at the other car on your side. You cannot push and say, okay, take a little risk. I use some horsepower to get in front. It doesn't work this way in the Nissan Sentra Cup. And Alexandre Fortin is still in second position. And if anything happens between those 2 guys, there is one guy we know that he has to wait a little bit. It's Nicolas Barrette with the car 427. You know that he has to observe. They are fighting. If anything happens, he can take the lead and go away.
Matt Miron is leading the race. Alexandre Fortin is second, Nicolas Barrette third, Simon Vincent in fourth place, and Valérie Limoges, who has lost a couple of thousand of seconds in the last lap, but still in fifth place in front of Jean-François Couture, 6, Éric Chaput 7, Raphaël Saint-Pierre in 8th place, Nicolas Lévesque is 9, Jean Audette in 10. And to complete the list, Sylvain Ouellet is 11, Marie-Soleil Labelle 12, Christian Thibault 13, Daniel Fortin is now only 14, that's a surprise. Stéphane Pouliot 15 and Steve Foulin 16. All the cars who have started the race are still in the race, still in competition here at Lime Rock Park.
So these cars are very reliable, and one little anecdote, the Nissan Sentra comes with a backup camera, and when we prepared the race car, we decided to put the camera on permanently. And you can imagine what is on the screen of Matt Miron in his Sentra, and as we say, when you see the grille of the car behind you, it's okay. When you see just the Nissan logo in the screen, you have to be cautious. And I think right now, Alexandre Fortin is so close to Matt Miron that Matt should see a big Nissan logo on his backup camera screen inside his Sentra Cup.
And that's the battle for 6th place between Jean-François Couture, car number 7, Eric Chaput, car 116, and Raphaël Saint-Pierre in car 419. So that's the battle for the 6th place for the moment. 20 minutes compete, 20 minutes still to go.
Half race. Valérie Limoges, little bit, a couple of tenths in 5th position, but she has a lot of experience. She raced since the beginning of the Micra Cup 10 years ago, and she knows how to manage a race and sometimes wait to get the best opportunity. Nicolas Barrette doing very, very well in 3rd position. But the surprise is really Matt Miron. Matt Miron is really leading, and he's not conceding anything to Alexandre Fortin, which is with his number 1, our reigning champion. He won a lot of races. Very fast driver, very clean driver.
And Matt Miron was 7 in the championship standings, and now
they are lapping.
Yeah. First car lap, Steve Poulain, car 37. Steve Poulain is also a Nissan dealer.
Yes, Steve Poulain, I met him yesterday. He has a very nice story. He's a Nissan dealer, and he owns as well a dealership of a competitive brand. And when he saw the Micra Cup, he wanted to race, but at the time he didn't own a Nissan dealership. He bought a Nissan dealership in 2021 and said, okay, in 23 I will buy a Sentra Cup and a race. And he was planning to do only 1 race, because he's not super experienced in motorsport. But after 1 race, he came back to Jacques Dehaye. He said, okay, I register for the entire season. I'm addict and I want to come back. And he's having a lot of fun.
A lot of fun in the series, especially for the top 6 battle between Jean-François Couture, Eric Chaput, and Raphaël Saint-Pierre. And once again, Eric Chaput tried to pass Jean-François Couture inside, outside, but Jean-François Couture knows the track very well on Race Simulator.
Yes. Talking about tires, maybe, Philippe, until last year we had 2 tires for the Sentra Cup, slick tires from Pirelli and rain tires. And this year it's new. We are running with mixed tires, street tires, which explain why the car is sometimes a little bit less fast. It's 1 or 2 seconds per lap difference versus the slick. But it's a lot more fun because you have a little bit more sliding. And this is new, but now the driver are really used to it, and you can see. Ah, wow. He tried everything, Alexandre Fortin.
Yes,
he went in the grass.
Yeah, small off-road excursion for Alexandre Fortin. Previously, Valérie Limoges has also had a small little off-road excursion, so she has lost a couple of seconds. And now the pressure is for Alexandre Fortin to try to keep the 2nd place.
But Miron is, it looks like all his training session and simulator was very efficient. And we see Valérie is a little bit in the back. A lot of drafting for the 4. Simon Vincent, a rally driver, Philippe.
Yes, Simon Vincent is also a competitor in Canadian Rally Championship. He has won the Rallye de Charlevoix, one of the major events in the Canadian Rally Championship last year. Simon, it's a family heritage in motorsports. His father, mother, uncle has competed in motorsports, in rally or road racing competition. And Simon has started a Nissan Sentra Cup with a Sentra model only last year. And he has a couple of podiums since that. So a very, very talented young driver.
Another anecdote about Simon, in 2015 on our Facebook page, we organized a contest. And we were inviting one of our fans to follow the race with us in Mont-Tremblant. And the winner was Simon Vincent. And 8 years later, he was on the grid with a Sentra Cup. And now he's fighting for the 4th position, 3rd even with Nicolas Barrette in the US, in Lamrock, on this gorgeous racetrack.
And Simon Vincent is also a championship contender this year, actually 4th in the championship standing. And 4th in this race, still Matt Miron. In front of the pack, Alexandre Fortin second, Nicolas Barrette in third position, Simon Vincent fourth, Valérie Limoges in fifth place, Jean-François Couture is sixth, Éric Chaput is seven, Raphaël Saint-Pierre eight, Nicolas Lévesque nine, and Jean Odette completes the top 10.
And again, Alexandre Fortin going on the left, braking late. Will it be enough? Matt Miron is smart. He keeps the inside lane. He doesn't open the door, and nothing to do for Alexandre Fortin. But look at how close they are. You can imagine what is on the backup camera screen inside the Matt Miron Sentra. But he resists. Sometimes just putting the pressure like that for a driver, it could be difficult, but Matt Miron show a lot of maturity on this track.
And yeah, it's a grand premiere for the Nissan Sentra Cup to compete in the United States. We are very, very happy for that. Happy also to have American fans here to discover the series. And also thanks to the Canadian fans who watch the race on the Facebook page or YouTube pages. So thanks to you, and we hope we appreciate
and our US
the
fan,
show.
because I know that our colleague in Nashville, Tennessee, where is the headquarters of Nissan America, inform all their employees that they can join on Facebook. Therefore, I'm sure we have some Nissan US employees discovering what's happened up north with the Nissan Sentra. We had an American driver, by the way, Nick Hamann, who raced in 2016. He was part of the GT Academy program and up north to race with us. And Mike Ogren as well raced with us. He was working at Nissan in our R&D center in Farmington Hill at the time. And talking about promotion of drivers, right now there is a race weekend VIR, and we have a lot of our former Micra and Sentra Cup drivers, Stefan Razinski, Jesse Webb, Jesse Lazar, Demichal Kilas, Mike Ogren, which are competing, which show that the Micra and then now the Sentra Cup are a good way to start to climb the ladder in motorsport. Marco Signoretti, which has been I think our last Micra Cup champion, raced in Daytona, he raced in UK as well. Austin Riley, which was the first autistic driver to get a racing license in Canada. He raced a couple of years with us, and now he's doing I think the America Radical Championship, which we have trained a lot of drivers with our little stock Spec car.
12 minutes to go. Matt Miron is still the leader. Alexandre Fortin second. Nicolas Barrette third. Simon Vincent fourth. And Valérie Limoges, who has reduced the gap. It's now a top five for the first place, for the victory here at Lime Rock Park. Jean-François Couture still in sixth place in front of Éric Chaput, Raphaël Saint-Pierre, Nicolas Lévesque, and Jean Odette.
And Valérie is putting pressure now on Simon Vincent for the fourth position. And it seems they are lapping. They will be lapping a car, I think, 210 from Stéphane Pouillot. And this is always, particularly when cars are so close, this is always a very, very difficult moment, because a little bit mistake when you pass, when you lap another contender, and it could be an opportunity to open the door to the car behind you. So I'm sure Matt Miron will be very cautious when he will pass Stéphane Pouillot. He stay on the left, free the inside. And look, exactly what I said, Alexandre Fortin maybe he was not able to pass before the next turn, and now he maybe lost 1 or 2 little seconds, and that could be expensive at the end.
And Valérie Limoges is trying to pass Simon Vincent for fourth place, but Simon closed the door and is still in fourth place. Matt Miron is still the leader. 22 laps completed now.
And Daniel Fortin, which is with the light sign, I think he must have an issue. He will see his son passing him, lapping him with car number 1.
Problem for Daniel Fortin with car 95.
And look exactly what we said after just passing one lapping one contendant. Now all the cars are a bit more spread on the track between the 5 leaders, which will make it more complicated to pass.
And it's still the battle for top 6 between Couture, number 7, Chaput, and Raphaël Saint-Pierre.
And a very clean race. Congratulations to our drivers. They fight, but very clean. And still this fight between number 7, Chaput, and Couture. And Chaput is trying everything, but he cannot pass for now.
10 minutes to go, Didier. And no full course yellow, but 10 minutes to go.
Yes, we have seen someone going a little bit in the grass. On next race, we are talking about Grand Prix de Trois-Rivières, which is a city track and always very spectacular because there is wall on both sides, all alongside the track, and you cannot afford to make any small mistake.
Yeah, Trois-Rivières is a temporary urban track, and it's the same length that Lime Rock, less than 2 miles, but completely different layout, of course.
And if you, particularly for those today who discover the Canadian Sentra Cup, if you like it, follow our Facebook page or our Instagram account, because next race, Grand Prix Trois-Rivières will be live stream again, and the one after at the Canadian Motorsport Park most probably as well. Therefore, it's a great opportunity to follow our drivers and to see the fight in front and in the back.
And once again, 2 wheelers on the grass for Alexandre Fortin. That means Matt Miron has 928,000 of second.
He's within the RS. If we were talking about Formula One, but we don't have the RS yet.
No, they don't have the RS in the Nissan Sentra Cup. Almost stock cars in the Nissan Sentra Cup. Nicolas Barrette is still third. Simon Vincent in 4th place. Valérie Limoges is 5th. Jean-François Couture, top 6, complete the top 6 in front of Eric Chaput, Raphaël Saint-Pierre, Nicolas Lévesque, and Jean Odette. That's still the same top 10.
And we were talking about the modification made on the Sentra for the race and the suspension in the front. The driver have a little bit of freedom to work on some setup, not particularly in terms of camber, toe, but something which is extremely important as well, Philippe, is the tire pressure, because on a race, 40 minutes, it can change a lot, and this is where during practice you can see often driver coming back in the pit lane, changing the tire pressure to be sure they find the perfect one, which will last for 40 minutes.
2 races of Nissan Sentra Cup are presenting today. The second race will be held at 4:20 p.m. this afternoon, and still the battle for the top 6 between Jean-François Couture and Eric Chaput side by side.
It goes inside, and I think, no, because we have a.
But that means outside for the next corner. Yeah. That's the problem. But it seems Chaput has now able to have the perfect line.
Yeah, he made it. It kept his line. But we can count on Couture to not give up and try to take back this position.
So Eric Chaput is now in 6th place, Jean-François Couture 7th, and Raphaël Saint-Pierre in 8th place.
And we are at 28 minutes.
6 minutes to go. Matt Miron is still the leader of the race. Alexandre Fortin 2nd, Nicolas Barrette 3rd, Simon Vincent 4th, and Valérie Limoges in 5th place.
Matt Miron, which is a very good surprise here. We have seen him fighting at the front, but never leading a race like that. He signed the fastest lap yesterday during qualifying.
And he increased the gap. It's now 1.4 second advantage for Matt Miron. in first place.
And Nicolas Barrette still in the back of Alexandre Fortin. Can he try something for the second step of the podium? He is ready. Simon Vincent, our rally driver, which is very efficient on this track as well. And it shows that Miron is flying alone now.
Yeah, Matt Miron first place, and the battle is for the second place now between Alexandre Fortin, car number 1, Nicolas Barrette, car 427, and Simon Vincent, the 91.
And I would say that Barrette is putting more and more pressure on Fortin right now. Really has time to try something, maybe after the straight.
And this battle could help Simon Vincent, because he's actually a spectator of this battle for the second place, but very, very close to Nicolas Barrette.
Valérie Limoges, which is now in a bit away in 5th position, in front of Chaput, Couture, Raphaël Saint-Pierre, Lévesque, Jean Audet, Sylvain Ouellette, Marie-Soleil Labeille, our young driver, in 12th position. Car number 27.
4 minutes to go now, and for the leaders, they will have a pack of park markers to lap before the end of the race. So the traffic could be a problem for a couple of competitors, and it's still the battle for the top 6 between Chaput, Couture, and Saint-Pierre. That's the battle of the race.
Exactly, and we have always nice battle in the pack. And those drivers have fun. Now I don't remember who will be in pole position for race 2, Philippe.
Matt Miron.
Matt Miron again, yeah. We take the same one. Matt Miron will be in pole position for race 2.
Yeah, and then for the first fourth row, sorry, that's with the same starting grid with Matt Miron, Alexandre Fortin, Nicolas Barrette, and Simon Vincent on the second row. And now that's still the battle. Alexandre Fortin is trying to keep the second place in front of Nicolas Barrette and Simon Vincent. Only 3 minutes to go, Didier.
And it seems easy when we see this driver on the track, but trust me, with a stock car, it's you have to be very consistent, always be very clean, because as soon as you slide a little bit, it's a penalty in terms of time.
And we see the leader in the traffic to lap some competitors.
Fortunately, he has a little bit of gap. He has a little bit of margin if anything happens or if he loses 1 or 2 seconds. And they are coming now, yeah, on Marie-Soleil Labelle and Thibault.
– 30 laps compete now. Matt Miron first, Alexandre Fortin second, Nicolas Barrette third. Oh, that's difficult in traffic.
Yeah, I'm not sure Marie-Soleil Labeille saw Matt Miron coming inside.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think Marie-Soleil was not informed that the leader was behind her.
But then she gets a blue flag from the marshal and nicely went on the left, opening an easy door for Matt Miron. Yeah, but Fortin, now this is a bit the surprise. Fortin cannot keep pace with Matt Miron and in under attack of Nicolas Barrette. Sentra 427.
The leader has lost a couple of seconds in the traffic. So we will see with only 1 minute to go. That's the last lap. Last lap now. 1 lap to go in the Nissan Sentra Cup race 1 of 2 here in Lime Rock Park.
Thanks a lot for all of you who stay with us on Facebook, on SpeedTour, on YouTube. And if you enjoy the show, see you at 4:20 this afternoon for race 2. And we can count on Alexandre Fortin to take his to do everything to take his revenge.
And once again, Alexandre Fortin A little bit off-road. Nicolas Barrette is still third, but it will be very close until the finish line. For Matt Miron, no problem. First at the green flag. 30
And
2
Fortin,
laps.
Barrette and Vincent will lap in the last curve.
With the traffic.
Pass under the bridge.
Still the battle for second place, and that's the victory for Matt Miron. First win, first race for Nissan Sentra Cup in USA, and first win in the series. Alexandre Fortin is second, Nicolas Barrette third, Simon Vincent fourth, and Valérie Limoges completes the top 5, Didier.
And great for Matt Miron, pole position and win, and he led the race for 40 minutes. Very good performance.
Perfect race for a Quebec driver, Matt Miron.
And we see Daniel Fortin, which is driving slow. Must have
he will be able to finish the race in 15th place.
And still score some points. We score a lot of points, even down in the results. Which,
in Nissan Sentra Cup, if you take the start, you will clinch. Will have a couple of points at the end of the race. So Matt Miron first, Alexandre Fortin second, Nicolas Barrette third. That's the podium, the top 3 for the first race in Lime Rock Park today. Simon Vincent fourth, Valérie Limoges fifth, Éric Chaput in 6th place, Jean-François Couture 7, Raphaël Saint-Pierre 8, Nicolas Lévesque 9, Jean Audette 10, Sylvain Ouellet in 11th place in front of Marie-Soleil Labelle 12, Christian Thibault 13, Stéphane Pouliot 14, Daniel Fortin only 15, and Steve Poulain in 16th place.
And now the car are coming back in the pit lane. We will go down in the winner's circle here at Lime Rock for the podium ceremony and congratulate our 3 winners today.
So the provisional result for this Nissan Sentra Cup Race 1, Matt Miron first, Alexandre Fortin second, Nicolas Barrette third, Simon Vincent fourth, Valérie Limoges fifth, Éric Chaput in 6th place in front of Jean-François Couture, Raphaël Saint-Pierre, Nicolas Lévesque, and Jean Audette, who completes the top 10. Thanks Didier, thanks everybody, and
see you at 4:20 p.m. for race 2, and for sure a lot of action again with the Canadian Nissan Sentra Cup.
That will be the second race of the day for the Nissan Sentra Cup. Thanks everybody.
Goodbye.
you've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
The Lime Rock All-Star event is finally here. The first SpeedTour All-Star qualifying was held in perfect conditions around the iconic 1.5-mile Lime Rock Park. With only All-Star drivers at the wheel, for many it was their first time in anger in a TA2 car and at Lime Rock Park. Not so for Andy Lally, whose history here in IMSA is well known. The second fastest early on behind Scott Speed, who set the pace after 7 laps with a brilliant 52.657 for the rest of the field to chase in the half-hour session. With 11 minutes to go, TA2 regular Adam Andretti in the Nitro Motorsports 44 Mustang was up to third, with the 22-year-old Hailie Deegan in her first time out in a TA2 car up to fourth, who was eventually pipped in the closing stages by TA Championship leader Paul Menard for fourth overall. As the clock ticked down, there was no change at the top, so Scott Speed took the SLR M1 race cars machine to the inaugural All-Star pole with a 52.657. Just 2/10 off in second was 5-time Daytona champion Andy Lally, as he took the number 70 Nitro Motorsports Mustang to second with a 52.845. And in third, another Nitro car, this time Adam Andretti in the 44 Mustang, putting the Andretti-AJ Hendrickson combination in the hunt for the win. Just 1.5 seconds between the top 10, setting up an impressive first-time All-Star grid. Yes, and what a wonderful photograph. And I saw this morning that each and every one of our All-Stars and our pro drivers was given that photograph, and I'm sure it'll be festooning the walls of many great racing drivers around America. Fantastic stuff. I'm Jonathan Green, and welcome to Lime Rock. What a special weekend this is. I'm very honored and privileged to be part of what is, I guess, a dream come true in many ways for Tony Pirelli and his team. And it couldn't have got off to a better start yesterday. The lines were crazy, with fans packing into the paddock for the autograph session.
This is unbelievable. I get goosebumps with a lot of these drivers.
Never ran a lap at Lime Rock before, so it was really a cool experience. Look at all these people. How can you not have fun?
Bucket list guy, Newman right here, obviously, wearing the Newman shirt. So just a cool event. Good to see these guys out and driving again.
Who you getting an autograph from?
Mark Martin. He was my man way back when. He quit, and now I don't have a new guy in NASCAR.
What do you got here?
A 1990 NASCAR jacket.
And who do you want to get it signed by?
Everyone.
Did you ever think sitting at home at Selena should be sat next to these two?
No, never. It's been a great pleasure to share the car with these guys, and it's been an honor to show them how to go fast in these things too. That's been the coolest part.
Trans Am has always put on a good show. You can walk the pits and meet the drivers. What's better than that?
And between those folks down on the grid down there, you're about to see in action, they have 8,000 starts, and that's not an exaggeration. I can go through them, and we will go through them as we get through the day. But 8,000 NASCAR starts. That's in NASCAR, Xfinity, and, of course, truck racing. Multiple champions, as well as the likes of people like Mark Martin and Ray Everingham. Was so delighted to be here as part of the weekend. And I'm going to be joined now, in a moment, by the man whose dream it was to put this all together. And Al Unser Jr., and you don't get any better legend than that, he's decided not to take on the rest of the world. He's going to come and join me in the booth, which he's done before in Trans Am, so he's kind of happy here, but I'm sure he's going to enjoy this, seeing some old mates. So they had a dinner last night. But I want to start with Tony Pirella. Tony, you know, you started watching Trans Am as a 10-year-old back in Watkins Glen. This, I suppose, I mean, you should be at home with your feet up right now, but this is kind of a dream come true for you.
Oh, it's honestly it is. We have messed with this recipe of combining legends of yesterday with up-and-coming drivers in my vintage series, SVRA. And we called that, at the time, we called it the Vintage Race of Champions. But we've grown Trans Am to the point where combining yesterday's legends with up-and-coming Trans Am drivers really gives you the best of all worlds. It gives us a safe opportunity for the former drivers to get in a car that they can count on and it's been prepared right. And it gives you an opportunity for these young kids coming up through the ranks to race with somebody who's already done it on the larger stage. So obviously the fans seem to think it's a good idea because we sure had a great turnout. And then combining the IROC reunion this weekend, oh my God, there's something here for everybody.
And talk a little bit about that because, Al, of course, you were a champion of IROC in your own time. So you've seen this kind of format before where you get great champions together. You won the championship. Is it good to see IROC back?
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's been gone for way too long. And so to have Tony and Ray Everham work together to bring these great iconic cars up here, you know, that the series started in 1974 and you know, I was like 15, 16 at that time, and I dreamed about running the IROC because I saw my Uncle Bobby win in it, and I saw my dad win in it. And so my first year I was invited was 1986, and it was just a dream come true for me.
Interesting. You had dinner last night, and I'm sure lots of great stories, but was it what you hoped for?
I mean, for me, it was unbelievable. Just to show the resume of those drivers and what they've accomplished in their careers. To your point, 8,000 starts at NASCAR level, 50-plus Indy 500s, 24-hour Daytona, 24 hours of Le Mans champions, every walk of race of Formula One racers, to have them all combined, and then frankly, when you look at over 800 Trans Am starts, not exactly small either.
No.
To combine them, so I'm just delighted. The big thing here now, let's get us racing, let's get them safe.
And we're looking at the V-Rock here, which is obviously one of your babies as well, and I guess this is a forerunner. This is sort of following on from that as well.
Yeah, the V-Rock honestly was what started. I mean, Al won my first V-Rock
We did,
with Peter Clute, so it. You know, that's what started the dream of this. But the truth of the matter is taking a production car and turning it into a race car is not as safe as building a purpose-built race car. It just as a promoter of a series, I feel more confident having them in a purpose-built race car. And the competition, you know, you look at the first 9 slots on our grid are within a second of each other.
But some of these guys haven't raced in 10 years.
See, and that's my point. When you have tires, gas, weight, displacement, ride height, all the same, it gets down to the drivers. And you could see, not too bad.
You know, I had a chat with Bobby Labonte he's in my hotel, and I said, how do you find the Trans Am car? He goes, I got 4 wheels off. And he goes, not every lap, but a couple of wheels. So, I mean, you can tell he was enjoying it.
He meant, he meant airborne.
Yeah. Sorry,
there's a place here, not off of the track. He was on the track, and there's a place here that if you go fast enough, you can get that car completely off the ground, and obviously Bonnie was trying to do that.
Flip side of it, for both of you, and you race with against your father. But what a great opportunity for some of our regular pros. Thomas Merrill, delighted to be here. Lostowski can't find himself. He's so excited. And Brent Cruz, just a teenager, but he'll look back at this and go, wow, did I team up with that guy, Scott Speed?
I mean, you think of Tristan McKee, think of Ben Mayer.
Yeah.
These are quote, young guns that are going to the next level. I believe if they have aspirations to race at the Cup level, they have the talent. But now, for them to have a weekend to learn from somebody who's already done it, huge.
As you can see, looking down on the grid, we'll hear from Ben in a moment. But a full grid, are you happy with who's here and how you've got it together? Because we got, 19 entries. We should go over the format a little bit. But in putting this together, you decided 2:25 minutes the best bet to go.
Yeah, where we ended up going was we'll have a 2-pace lap. All the All-Stars will start the race. At the 25-minute mark, we'll throw a checker. If you come in first, there's 19 cars. If you come in first, you get 19 points.
Yeah. Okay.
You come in 19th, you get 1 point.
Right.
We'll have a driver change for all the drivers at once within about a 5-minute intermission. We'll take them all out, single file pace start, restart, and let the chips fall where they may. The Trans Am drivers get the same point per finishing position. If we have a tie where the Trans Am car that finished the furthest ahead wins the race. Winner take all, 50 grand.
I love it. You know, it's so funny. When I started tuning into NASCAR, obviously, the big guys with Jeff Gordon and people like that, when I started really following it. But Mark Martin was this guy that just kept showing up. And I didn't know who he was, but he seemed intimidating. And every time I saw him, he was top six. And then finally, yesterday, I meet him. He's only a little fella. And he was talking on the mics, and he goes, the guy I didn't like racing in IROC was Unser Jr. I didn't know how he got out of an INDYCAR. But he kind of checked, because I know you, and, he just surprised me, that this intimidating guy. And it's great to have that chance to kind of see who these guys are.
Well, believe me, Mark was extremely hard to catch. Okay, I mean, he truly was, and he was in the IROC series. There, he was unbeatable. I mean, he's the all-time winningest IROC driver of anybody, and so Dale Senior and I, we had a great time racing against each other. But when Mark came along, he just took it to a whole nother level, and so. To have Mark talk about me like that is just it's an honor. He's a great race car driver, and he even came up to me and goes, "You're my hero," and I looked at him and I go, "You're my hero." So
that's really cool. Yeah. Great. Also, Boris said racing for the first time with his son and with a family of racers in yourself. You must kind of smile to yourself at what that relationship, that chemistry.
Oh yeah, they're having the time of their lives right now, and so. When I got to race against my dad, it was extremely special. And I used my dad to learn from. And so I know exactly what Boris said and Boris said Jr. are doing right now. Jr. is a sponge. He's learning everything he can from his dad. And they get a chance to drive the same car. The notes, the discussion that they're going to have this evening is going to be phenomenal.
Well, we've got 2 trilogies here as well, one of which is the Boris Says, because Boris's dad raced here at Lime Rock, and the Brabhams, Jeff, David, and Matt have all raced here at Lime Rock. And, of course, Matt, more recently, has raced in your Trans Am series.
Oh, yeah. In fact, I tried to pull off getting that father-son combo in a car, just couldn't make it happen for this year.
Well, Al, we've got you here, and we're going to go through the commentary, but why don't we take a closer look at, as we look down on the Skip Barber Tower as the ceremonies continue, named, of course, the 2024 year of Skip Barber. Let's take a look at the track that has been the home of he and Sam Posey and so many greats over the years, with Al Unser taking us round.
Al Jr. here. We're doing a lap around Lime Rock. Go into turn 1. It's a very fast entry, and then as you see in turn 2, it tightens right up. So you really got to get that exit right. Go through turn 3, then into turn 4, the Paul Newman straightaway, very fast straightaway right here, and then turn 5 is a slower corner, good passing area. Then you go up the hill into turn 6. Turn 6 is a tricky corner because you got to get everything right there. And then that on exit, you go under the bridge and down the hill. Turn 7, fastest corner on the whole track. As you can see, you got to get it right, like Andretti did not get it right that time. And then you're on the Sam Posey front straightaway. And that is a lap around Lime Rock.
And that's a lap of little old Lime Rock, one of the smallest circuits in just 1.5 miles in America, but boy, does it punch above its weight. Since the mid-50s, we've all been coming here. And just think for a second, when you think of a front row with Andy Lally on it and with Scott Speed, they made their careers right here. They did the Skip Barber School. That's where they started. and they've both been coming back here. Scott Speed, of course, has done different things since then, but what a great story.
Truly is.
Here's your starting grid. Jump in when you like. We've got Scott Speed on pole position with our youngster, Tristan McKee, and then Andy Lally and Brent Cruz, our current champion. Row 2 sees Adam Andretti and AJ Hendrickson. They paired up before now. Menard, our T8 leader with Lostowski, a regular in TA2. Haley Deegan coming in. What a great qualifying. Third row, never driven one of these cars. She's with regular Ben Mayer, a winner earlier this year. Labonte and Merrill. What a combination on row 3. And I can tell you that Thomas Merrill is tickled pink to be alongside the legend. Biffle and Bose. Sounds good. Are they fast for Team SLR M1 race cars? Newman and Annunziata. That's a good combo as well, because we all know what Annunziata can do here at Lime Rock. Mears and Savagian, Edward Savagian from Duntoff in Dallas, Texas, and Jeff Brabham here, a record holder at this track outright in '88, alongside our master, that is Tommy Sheehan, with more races under his belt than anybody else. The Seds, Sed Boris and Sed Jr. Boris, both together for Concierge Motorsports, Ron Fellows and Ethan Barker alongside each other. They have a real age difference. Barker only 18 years of age and about to go to university. What a weekend. Hamilton and Davidson, Skinner and Galanti. Danny Sullivan, spin and win at the 500 with Paul Roof. Hornaday and Gallagher. And then Schrader and Mosak, they had to change a tyre, so they've been knocked back from their qualifying position, so they go back to the back. Davy Jones and Lecomte, and then Amy Ruman, our two-time former champion of TA, alongside Atwell. That's the grid. 19, as we said, in the All-Stars and 19 Pros. And the format, real quickly, again, the All-Stars, as Tony was telling you, start the race. They will do a full 25-minute race. Come in, no change of tires, no change of fuel. You can maybe adjust the tire pressures, but it's going to make for an interesting race. And the second part of that race, Al, is all about the pros, and they will know what's at stake by that point because they'll have the points.
Absolutely. They'll know how the car's working, where they're at, who's quick, who's not, who's having problems, who's not, who's going forward. And so, yeah, I mean, when the pros do get in the car and take it over from the All-Stars, they're going to know what's going on.
Have you had any feedback from some of the All-Stars who've never driven these Trans Am cars before?
Actually, I have, and they're just having the time of their lives. I asked them, how are the brakes? How is the acceleration? They go, it's great. They're just having a good time.
Any of them struggling? Because a lot of them haven't actually driven for quite some, certainly not competitively.
I haven't heard any of them say that they're struggling. They've been able to adapt to it really well.
I watched qualifying. We played the piece earlier, and it stunned me, to be honest, given that most of these guys, Biffle and everyone else, haven't driven competitively for a long time. And to get in one of these modern cars, the hard part about them is it's not like getting in a regular IMSA car right now with all the gizmos. They got nothing. It's their own abilities. Now, they probably like it that way because that's how they grew up racing, as you did. But it just adds it to it when you're getting up there in years, doesn't it?
I think they do. I think they like that you got to grab a shifter and shift it, that it's manual and all that kind of stuff. And so it's like riding a bike. You've spent your career doing all this kind of stuff in these kind of cars, in a stock car. They go out there, within 3 or 4 laps, they're going, oh, yeah, now I remember what's going on. And so, and the car, because it is so well built, they have good brakes, they have good acceleration, they have good grip in the corners, they're able to just adapt to it that much quicker.
Well, it's not just a thrill for those taking part. It's also a thrill for the fans out there at Lime Rock who get a chance to get a photograph. I saw a young mother coming up and getting a picture with her sons and Scott Speed. But it's also a chance for the guys that organize Trans Am to meet their heroes. At the driver's briefing this morning, all the marshals and all the flag wavers came up, as well as the AMR medical staff came up to the driver briefing just so they could be part of the event. And that, too, is something very special. I talked to Scott Lagacy, who runs the SLR team, and he said he was really enjoying getting these legends in the car and hearing how they go about preparing themselves, because they are fish out of water, and because of their reputations, they don't want to mess it up. They want to get it right. And so he was saying he was really enjoying the questions he was being asked that obviously he doesn't get asked from some of his youngsters.
Sure. They're taking it serious, obviously, and so the car demands that from them, and so they're wanting to learn from the veteran who this car is and what are the intricacies of these cars, because every race car is a different race car. Even though it's the same kind of close to formula, each race has its intricacy differences, and that's what the veterans were looking for to get a leg up on that.
Just a reminder, the guys in the cars now don't necessarily take too much information from the onboards you're seeing. I'll keep you keep you up to date, I should say, as to who's in the car. It's not Ben Mayer at the moment, and it's got Thomas and Annunziata at the moment. So it is the All-Star. So that's Ryan Newman you're looking at right now. And we just saw Greg Biffle. And Thomas will be taking over the car. And Thomas had a good run here. He's been on great form in Trans Am TA2. Obviously, Thomas Merrill, a 3-time winner here at Lime Rock in the last few years, and the 2022 champion. Adam Andretti had a podium here in TA earlier in the year. Paul Menard, likewise. So there's plenty of our regular guys, our pros, if you will, that won't steal the limelight necessarily. By the way, we're doing 2 laps. We're on board with Scott Speed now, 4-time Rallycross champion, Formula One for Toro Rosso, best finish at Monaco. We have another Formula One star in Danny Sullivan, back in the 80s, drove for Tyrrell. He too had his best result at Monaco, but of course, Danny perhaps better known, just like Al Jr. here, for his exploits at the Indy 500. Little Al here, a 2-time winner of that small race. It's funny, I wondered, did it change your life as it would for any ordinary guy? And I mean that in the nicest possible way, because you came from a family that almost expected you to win.
It absolutely changed my life.
Did it really?
You betcha. It was something, it was a childhood dream come true for me, watching Dad and Uncle Bobby and all their success there. It was what I wanted to do. That's a bit of pressure, though. It was what, and it took me a long time to do it, but we finally got it done, and it changed my life 100%.
So we are getting ready for the start. On the right-hand side, you see Andy Lally in the number 70 black, red, and white. His teammate, of course, Brent Cruz, our current champion. But leading the way in the 17 is Scott Speed for Team SLR M1 race cars. And Scott Speed, I watched him do a Formula E race. Just a one-off. Somebody, got ill and they brought him in. He won the race. That's what he does. And Scott Speed is still very much in his element at the moment. But so too is Andy Lally. He's won a bunch of times here. A 5-time Daytona winner. Doesn't get much better. Here we go then. The All-Stars race into action here at Lime Rock. The SpeedTour All-Star race gets underway and hitting the curb on the inside for a moment, but a good start from Scott Speed. He leads them away. A little further back with the number 26 of Bobby Labonte. Good start, good clean start.
Real good clean start. Yep. Very, very happy that everybody took care of each other out there.
Well, we watched the drivers' briefing this morning, and they just want to be a little bit careful, not to be tense, no rubbing today, and I think they'll all be well behaved, although as you can see, they're using all the track and more to start this race. But already Scott Speed starting to build a lead, trying to get away from the man chasing him at the moment, Andy Lally. And Speed just wants to hand over. Interestingly enough, the youngster we've been talking about, Tristan McGee, you heard Tony mention him. He's barely out of short shorts and just starting his career, a bit like Brent Cruz. But he's already made a name for himself. But he's actually a protege of Scott Speed. And ironically, Scott Speed was a protege of Danny Sullivan, who put a Red Bull kind of find a new driver for Formula One, an American one. And Scott Speed was the one that won out and made it to Formula One, made it to Toro Rosso. So right now, Scott is kind of giving back and helping out the same way he was helped back in the day. So great story, that, just one of those many, many stories.
They're all doing really, really well. You can see some of the back half of the field. They're a lot closer to the other guys, so they're trying to make some moves on the back half.
Yeah, Paul Menard, we just got on board with him. He and Adrian Lostowski for the Fast Auto Racing Ford Mustang team. That's a good, potent combination. Paul Menard at the top of his game, currently leading in Trans Am TA. So, and won here in May. in Trans Am. So Paul Menard knows exactly what he's doing out there.
Yep.
Here comes Casey Mears.
Yep. They're making moves.
Who would you say you spent the most time with over your career out of this group that you would get?
Out of this group, it would probably be Danny Sullivan.
Yeah.
He was a teammate of mine for a couple of years, and so I think once they've gotten through the opening laps, they're just feeling everything out. Tires warming up, brakes warming up. Now it's basically go time. So.
Yeah. Yeah, Casey Mears, you saw your nephew, of course, of Rick Mears. And we've been talking about Ray. Well, let's talk to him. He's right here. Busy man. We'll get him in for a couple of minutes because I know you're going to run your IROC race. But Ray, is this what you hoped it would be?
It's been more than I've hoped. The response from the fans and the racetrack, Tony Pirelli and his group is amazing. And what better thing to have Trans Am and IROC brands back together? And I'm sitting here watching this race, hoping my guys, at least these guys are staying on track. Great drivers in there. Many of them are going to be in the IROC race. But what a beautiful facility, and we have been given a great day.
Listen, you guys are well know what it's like to wrangle one superstar in a group of drivers, but to get 20 of them out there, I don't envy you.
Well, it's just a little tough to get some of them to the drivers' meeting when it's early. I'm not mentioning any names, but one of our great IROC champions here.
Well, listen, we're well underway. We're listening to Ray Everingham and, of course, Al Unser Jr. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with more. Stay with us. But on the live feed, we continue with the Schrader Mosak car, who've got to make it through, and they changed a tire, an extra tire, which was disallowed, and so they moved them back on the grid. So this is going to be pretty tough for Ken Schrader and Connor Mosak to come through, but they're trying, as you can see.
And Kenny, a former winner here. Kenny won one of the first Busch Grand National Norths that they have. So Kenny is the traveling man around America. I think he's already run 39 races this year.
Wow. What's your plan with IROC? What do you want to do?
Oh, gosh, I'm happy doing what we're doing, but we'd love to continue to do more vintage stuff. And my dream is to bring back IROC and all of its glory and really go international and whatnot with it. But, between those steps, there's a lot of financial steps. So that's got to come through. But just what we got from the fans and the people and the thank yous, it has really encouraged us. So we're absolutely keeping the vintage part of it going.
Becoming a specialist at this SRX, great success. Ryan Newman out there, one of your champions, and of course an IROC champion here with me. So you've got so much to pull from, haven't you?
Well, just the brand history, what IROC meant to motorsports in general. When you look back at the drivers that have driven, not just Al, who was champion, but his father, his uncle, the Foyts, the Andrettis. There's a car here, the black number 7. It's the only IROC car that Niki Lauda ever drove.
Wow.
We're talking about, we've got pictures of many of these cars with people like James Hunt and people like driving. So that full international IROC flavor is where I really want to head.
Yeah, I agree, and I know, having done the Race of Champions, the sort of inside the European version, if you will, Johansson did, and to get all those drivers together, they enjoy each other's company. They don't get a chance to hang out with each other. So it's always great to bring great champions, and the fans absolutely love it. We welcome our MAV viewers back to Lime Rock, where I've got Ray Everingham and Al Unser Jr., as you can see. And we've got a cracking race. Casey Mears going for it here in the 38, all black at the moment. And he's currently in 9th place, chasing Ryan Newman. Biffle ahead of him, Labonte, Deegan, Haley Deegan. Great qualifying from her. Got to be pleased with how she's doing.
Haley really surprised. Looks like we've got a caution. Don't know what that's for, but Haley did a great job. Girl with a lot of talent.
Yeah, she's come from off-road, obviously the daughter of Brian Deegan, but now starting to make her way in her own right. I talked to her a little bit. She's been in Xfinity for this season, and I was asking her the difference in the cars. She says it feels more like GT4 to me, but it's a great car to develop, to learn, and so on. And it seems somewhat prophetic that we're here where, of course, Skip Barber bases his school, and so many of the guys out here, including Speed and Lally, got cut their teeth in.
Right. We still don't know what the yellow flag is for yet, but yeah.
Well, there's the McLaren out there. How hard has it been, Ray, to get everything fettled, because it's, you know, when you're looking at a series that hasn't run for 20 years, you're finding bits and bobs and trying to find out what's good and what's not and what you can bring and what you can't.
Well, you know, when you say get a little help from my friends, well, I get a lot of help from my friends. You know, there's a big network of people out there and that really do appreciate what we're doing to try and save the history and respect that IROC brand. So they've been helping us find cars. Some of the drivers brought their own cars. Mark Martin, Bobby Labonte, and Ken Schrader took cars out of their regular museum. So it looks like we got a crash there.
Yep. Yeah, and interestingly, that's at Big Ben, which is on the exit, effectively the first part of Big Ben, our Mission Foods Big Ben. And so, yeah, I'm not sure why. It's an odd place to stop, put it that way. But
yes, it is an odd place for an accident, to be honest, between turns 2 and 3 there.
Yeah, it's just behind us here in the booth, so we'll catch up on what's happened, but we're under caution.
You saw Casey Mears, he's your mover. I think he's coming on up through there. He's doing a great job.
Yep, and the Seds are holding station in the number 10. But I would have thought some of the more experienced drivers, shall I put it that, are probably going, caution, thank you for that.
Well, they haven't raced long enough yet to do that, but yeah, it's an exciting race. They're doing a great job out there.
I'll ask this to both of you. I mean, you know, you're champions in your own right. I don't say you get the red mist, but it all comes back, doesn't it? And whether it's second nature, just the joy and also the competitive spirit. Once you get behind the wheel, there's no stopping you. I know I've seen racing drivers that once the helmet goes down.
No matter what, all these drivers want to win this race because they're out there in the race. Yeah. So it looks like Brabham has gone down 2 laps. It must be him. That had the accident.
Yeah, could well be. Yeah. So Jeff Brabham. In fact, they had an off in free practice as well. Brabham at the wheel. They did free practice where they swapped drivers. Tommy Sheehan, one of our most experienced drivers. The Iron Man, as we call him, he's just delighted to have Jeff, who is a multiple IMSA champion, and, well, he's done everything from Le Mans to, you name it, Daytona. And, of course, a bit like the Unser dynasty, the Brabham dynasty continues with Matthew, and so good to see them still going. Matthew, still part of our Trans Am series, still does the Super Trucks, a multiple champion in that. In fact, several of this field have done Super Trucks after their regular careers, and that's another great thing for the crowd. And so we're under caution here. We're 15 minutes into this race, or 15 minutes left in this race, but still plenty more racing from the All-Stars.
Yeah, you know,
The PIR SpeedTour returns to Portland International Raceway July 26th through the 28th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Western Championship, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, Prototype Sprint Series Association, the Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car, and Saturday you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the PIR SpeedTour July 26th through the 28th. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back. As you can see, this is the incident where it looks like we think the Sheehan-Brabham car has gone off at the exit of, well, the middle of Big Ben, really. And they're just loading it up on the hauler. Alongside me, Ray Everingham and Alan Zajulia.
Yeah, Ray, that does look like a mechanical, doesn't it?
It does. It does look like a mechanical. There, it doesn't seem to be damage there. It might have had a flat tire or something and just had to pull it off the speedway.
So good vantage points for some of the viewers out there. It's been beautiful weather, absolutely gorgeous as we go back on Ken Schrader's car. And just another one of the greats that are part of this. In all, 763 NASCAR Cup starts. Doesn't get any better. And we welcome once again our viewers on MAV TV. We've got 13 minutes left in our first All-Star race, and it's the All-Stars up first. They'll be replaced by the men on the right-hand side and women in the only lone woman we have got, Pippa Mann here, but unfortunately there, and so they will get in the car after a 25-minute stint. Points will be awarded for this first race from 19 down, and then our pros will get in the cars, and they too will race for points at 19 down. The cumulative figure at the end of that race will be the winner. If we have a tie, and a lot of people have been asking this, Ryan Newman asked it in the driver's briefing, but if we have a tie, it'll be the highest Trans Am of the second group. Correct. So, and it's 50 grand. We haven't really mentioned too much because it really is. It's not a charity event, but it's a fun event. But there is a lot of money up for grabs for the winners.
It's a winner take all.
Yep.
There's nothing for second and back, and so everybody is striving to get that first place.
We're expecting green next time by, and guys, you've now had your run of the field. We're not going to tell anybody except the world that's listening. Who do you think could come through here? I mean, out of the top, let's say 10.
I'm favoring Scott Speed and McKee. I mean, they're really good together as a team. You know, Lally and Cruz, they're regulars in the TA. So one of those two guys is going to have your best opportunity to take that 50 grand home.
And I'm going to tell you what, there's a couple of my old NASCAR buddies in there. Sixth, you know, Bobby Labonte with Merrill.
Yeah.
Bobby's a good road racer, and Merrill's been champion before. And you got Biffle and Bose there that, you know, Greg Biffle, again, another racer. Oh, and then Ryan Newman right there. So the NASCAR guys are showing well.
In terms of the pairings, in terms of the pairings, Newman and Anciata a very strong pairing, and Anciata one of our hot shoes. Thomas Merrill, as you say, a 2022 champion, and also a 3-time winner here at Lime Rock. So he knows around, and we don't want to doubt Labonte. He knows what he's doing around here. Mayer, a winner at Worldwide Technology, and he and Deegan. As the green flag waves, we're away again. This is vital now for Scott Speed to get right. Andy Lally right there behind him, goes to the inside in the 70, bouncing over the curbs for a moment, but Speed keeps it right in the middle of the track, giving him no way around the inside or outside as they come through Big Bend. Our Mission's Food Big Bend. Good racing by Scott Speed. He's seen it all before. Formula One, rally cars, NASCAR, you name it, he's done it all. Off-roading, and now we're on board with Hailie Deegan, just fresh from Xfinity, and she is paired up with another youngster, Ben Mayer, who I mentioned earlier, and over the top she goes, and really enjoying her chance to get involved in this. And I asked her about her future because she's just let go of her Xfinity ride, and she said, I don't know, I'm just going to take each day as it comes, but this is a great day to be part of it. So not a bad event to get back and get going again.
Well, and I can tell you that I worked with her closely when we did the SRX series, and she is a very good race car driver, very accomplished on dirt, almost beat Tony Stewart at Knoxville, was afraid to give him a little bump. I told her next time he's getting in front of you, go ahead and give him a little bump there. She'd have been a little bit more aggressive.
I don't know what the smoke would do with that. He wouldn't know where to compute.
He wouldn't know. He'd have been but very well respected what she did in the SRX cars against some great drivers.
Great job.
Well, we are looking at the clock. 9 minutes to go. 19 points to the winner. Some damage there to Haley's car. So I think she's bumped into the back of whoever at the start of this race.
Must not have been afraid to take my advice.
There you go.
Yeah. Thank God we don't have her in the IROC cars.
Yes, indeed. And I'm just amazed at the performance level of these cars. They are going quick.
They are really good cars.
You know,
I was able to drive a couple of races at Road Atlanta, and I was so impressed with the cars, the tire choices, the other drivers. Good, fun cars to drive. Relatively inexpensive compared to a full-blown Trans Am car, and just fun to drive, fun to maintain. Great if you're bringing up a young person who wants to drive and compete. The TA2 Series to me, amazing.
I totally agree.
I tell you what, man, we haven't mentioned too much is Adam Andretti. He races in both TA and TA2 at the moment. He's pairing up with his old mucker AJ Hendrickson, a team owner that he raced with and for back in the day, and now they're paired up again, and currently Andretti in fourth position. There he is in the 44. Loves these kind of events and loves being around. Everybody knows Adam Andretti, and of course everybody knows the great Mario Andretti, who won here back in '63, I believe. So another dynasty that we should talk of. And Nitro Motorsports, I bet tickle pink to be having such world-class drivers in their car.
And what a great show, guys. But I've got to go get ready for a next show. Great. Thanks for inviting me in. Al, we'll see you in a little while.
Yes,
Don't be
sir.
late for your car. Al is driving one of the cars he won a championship
I'll make sure I send him.
All righty. Take care. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray Everingham, who, of course, is running the IROC Series. They'll be out. You don't want to miss that. And as you heard there, little Al going to be racing. That's a big bit of damage to Deegan's car, but it doesn't seem to be affecting her. But it got a big dent on the front there for sure. It might overheat if the radiator is damaged, but right now she's on good pace. So the clock ticking down. I'll just put some. I'm going to see what the. We're not looking too closely at the clock in terms of outright lap times. I'm just trying to keep an eye on if anybody could come through that is looking on pace to do so. Go on Greg Biffle. And he's behind the Merrill LeBond car.
They're definitely trying to race each other hard. Now is the time. There's, approximately 7 minutes left. The newness of the tires has gone away now. And so track conditions get slippery. Now is when the driver really starts coming into play as they compete.
Yeah, you know, one thing, Al, we've done Trans Am commentary where we do the full hour, obviously, in the 100 miles. It's going to be interesting to see who uses the tire in this first 25 minutes and kind of hands over the car with not a lot of tire left.
That's right. You just don't know. You know, with the All-Stars out here right now, they could be using their tires up way too much.
Yep. Not a lot of experience. I'm looking at the times. 53.4 from Speed, 53.7 from Andy Lally. Not a lot between those front two, and then it drops off a little bit. Labonte just did his fastest time at 54.5, so they're all on great pace here, all the way down to the Hornaday Gallagher car at 56.5 in 14th position. Look at this.
Yeah, I think the Deegan car is holding these guys up.
I think you're right.
And they're starting to, Labonte and Biffle, they're right there. Somebody's gonna make a move here pretty quick.
Well, Nitro Motorsports well represented. Andretti representing them. So too the Deegan car with Ben Mayer. Great onboard shots there.
Yeah, this is your race right here for 5th, 6th, and 7th.
And the clock ticking down, 5 minutes to go, and the gap now between Speed and Lally is now extended to 1.3 seconds. We're watching the obvious battle because Deegan is kind of holding up at the moment, Labonte in the 26. And Merrill will be well pleased to see this happening because he's going to jump in a moment. We get a 5-minute changeover. What would you say to your driver?
They're racing each other hard right now.
What do you think they want to know when you get out?
I would want to know how is the car? Is it pushing or is it loose? Does it have real good grip? Is the balance good? Are the brakes good? That's important.
Yeah, good point.
That's important. And so that's what I would be wanting to know from the All-Star getting out of the car. And so, yeah.
So, 4 minutes to go now.
Yeah, Lime Rock is just such a challenging course. It's got all the fast corners, the slowest corners. It's got many different lines out there, and so yeah, we'll see how this all plays out right here.
The hard thing about Lime Rock is where you overtake. I mean, the obvious place is at turn 1, and after that, it's always lunging, isn't it? I mean, you're really taking risks.
Yes, yeah. For the rest of the racetrack, yeah, turn 1 is your primary passing area, but you got to get under the bridge, down the hill, and through turn 7 really, really well. And unfortunately, it's a really fast corner, so you need the aero grip on your car. So when you're right behind somebody, it makes it difficult to get a run on the front straightaway. But it looks like we're going to make an attempt here with Labonte. He's trying hard. He may have a run on her.
Yeah, and that is quite a lot of damage to that front, so it can't be 100%. Here he comes! Oh, Bobby thought about it. The man who won the 2000 Cup Series and many, many other races in his time.
He made some contact right there.
A little bit of rubbing.
Yep.
Little bump, get out of the way. It's all within his wheelhouse, though. He can do that.
Oh yeah. That's what these cars do.
Exactly.
Rubbin's racing.
Rubbin's racing. That's what we say. No, it's great stuff, and what a joy to see 8,000 NASCAR starts, 43 Formula One starts, and 242 INDYCAR starts, 6 24 hours of Le Mans winners. It doesn't get any better. 7 24-hour Daytona class winners, and 5 IMSA championships to Jeff Brabham alone.
We've got
Whoa, we got another off.
We got a spin.
Is that Deegan? You know, I think it is. Yeah, I think Deegan's.
Yep, could have been.
Yeah.
I couldn't really tell on the back of the car there.
Now, this makes it interesting for Ben Mayer because we're now running out. Ooh, and the 69's gone off as well.
Yeah, see, this
Jones
is the
and
time
Lecomte.
with all the newness of the
Yeah.
tires. They're starting to lose
Starting
their
to go.
grip out there. And these guys, they're not used to these cars, and so they really don't know where that balance is going to go. They're
Here's your
learning
leader.
it now.
Here's your leader for Franklin Road and Cube 3. Scott Speed and Tristan McKee. Tristan had to get in the car, the teenager. Scott Speed, one of the most accomplished drivers in the USA, and has flown the flag for Red Bull and the USA for many a year in multiple championships.
Yeah,
and he hasn't lost a bit of it, has he?
Approaching 2 minutes left. There's probably 2 laps left in the race. So.
Yeah, and it's not a surprise. The two we're watching out front are regular drivers still. They're still pounding around the circuits. I talked to Andy Lally in second place, and he says he has 1 weekend spare for the rest of the year.
That's good.
Yeah, that means it's good. Now, let's have a look at what happened here. This is Deegan. So she actually banged into the back of Jones. So Davy Jones it is who goes out, and both of them sent wide, luckily not gathering anybody else up. But she was under pressure from Labonte, and therefore, I think maybe just, she was concentrating on what was behind her perhaps. It just didn't come off for her.
Yeah.
Here we go. We'll see it from here now. Look. Yeah. Just touch the grass.
She got impatient with the lap car there.
That's a shame. It's good. It's been a good run. But that makes it interesting for Ben Mayer. Here's another look. Yeah, I tell you what, Labonte did a very good job of avoiding.
He did.
Great stuff. So some drama here. Who says they're not racing? This is not an exhibition, folks. But the time clock now is ticking down to the last minute. Scott Speed leads the way from Andy Lally. Paul Menard in third place. Adam Andretti in fourth. Bobby Labonte in fifth. Greg Biffle sixth. Ryan Newman seventh. Casey Mears up to 8th. You were quite right. Casey Mears, the man on the move. The Seds are up into the top 10. Boris leading the way. Just retired just a few months ago at Sonoma. And both of them wearing the Hendricks colors. The checkered flag is out here at Lime Rock. And sure enough, Scott Speed takes the checkered flag for the All-Stars and picks up the full 19 points. Second across the line is Andy Lally.
Scott did a great job out there from the pole position. And so... yeah, they did great.
Well, both Scott and Andy Lally said all they want to do is hand the car over in one piece, clean, to the pro, because they know this is what these guys do week in, week out. And this next 25 minutes race could be very interesting indeed between the youngster, Tristan. I say they're both youngsters, but Tristan's even younger than our current champion, Brent Cruz, at 16.
Yeah, so now we'll go on our 5-minute break, and they'll be the pro is going to be going. How are the brakes?
Yeah.
How are the tires? You know, what kind of car are you giving me right now?
Yeah, and the other thing, I bet these cars don't like to be stopped in the middle of a race.
Well, the heat, the radiant heat will kind of heat soak the car, but they should be okay. You know, there's red flags that happen during the events. The cars. They're built to go through those procedures too.
So here is how we do this. They will come in order and stop the cars, and then they will swap drivers, and then they will do again 2 laps to acclimatize the pro drivers to the seat, and then we will go racing again.
Okay.
Let's head down to Ben Sissel, who's got the latest as we take our break in between our All-Star race. Ben, over to you.
Well, here I am. I'm in pit lane. Now the cars are going one more lap under pace. We'll walk through. We've got Scott Lagacy here, Tristan McKee. Tristan, turn around for the camera, because right now, a lot of pressure on you, Tristan. This is yeah, he's going to get out there, but this is kind of your race right now. How's it feeling?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous, my first TA2 race, but I feel good. Scott has us in a good position, and I can just keep the guys behind me, and so I can run a good race and hopefully win.
Nice. And then Barry Bowes, your partner's Greg Biffle, right? How's he doing out there?
Greg is doing a great job. You know, this is his first time ever to Lime Rock Park. He hasn't been in one of these cars before, and he's a pro. He's picking up fast.
Nice. I love it. And Barry, you're going to be with us next weekend in Portland too, right?
Yes, I am.
So Barry Bowes just can't get enough of these Trans Am cars. We're going to come down here, talk to Thomas Annunziata as Ryan Newman gets in. So Thomas Annunziata obviously ready to get in. Ryan Newman's looking really good in your car. How you feeling?
I feel good. We got 6 cars to pass instead of 19 from last time, so I have a good shot. The car's really fast, and these boys deserve a victory, so let's see what we can do.
Yeah, Ryan Newman, if you're watching, Thomas Annunziata, one of our fastest drivers, but he's been starting in the back lately, so this is a good starting position for Thomas.
It's been a while since I've seen the front, so it's nice. It's nice.
I love it.
That's because you got Jimmy Live doing air pressure. We're staying up front today.
Nice. Jimmy Live on the scene doing air pressures. We've got Brent Cruz coming in. Brent Cruz, you're going to be starting second. Andy Lawley, though, seemed to be catching Scott Speed near the end, so your car's looking good.
Sure is. Yeah, Andy did a great job. Just want to thank the good Lord above for letting us all be here. It's an honor to be able to race with all these cool guys. So many cool names, and looking forward to getting in this thing, and I think we got a hot rod.
Nice. He says, I think we have a hot rod. Here we're going to come down here because here come our leaders to the pink shoes of Misty Richter as we come down, and now the pace car is right here, and now they're going to start to get out of the car. Now, they do have 5 minutes, so you can take your time getting out, but you can see Scott Speed coming out here with the car. I've taken off the door, try to help them out. A lot of these drivers are pretty unfamiliar with these. Scott, take your time. Don't rush this. Here, wait, you're plugged in. There you go. So, Scott Speed, class of the field so far. I know you got your helmet on and you got your earbuds in. Tristan's right behind you, your co-driver. But, man, you know, you got pole. You started the racing first. You finished your racing first. Couldn't ask for any better.
Yeah, super pumped. You know, Scott Legacy's brought us a really great car. Big thanks for Trans Am for putting on this event. This is so much fun to go out there and just hang around these guys all week, and it's been quite an experience. And we get to get Tristan some freaking really valuable experience in racing. He's just 13 years old. So yeah, overall, a great weekend so far. We'll see what he can do.
Nice. Well, impressive, Scott Speed. Hey, come on, give me one of these. I hope to see you back in the TA2 Series. Tristan's going to be back with us in the TA2 Series when he gets old enough next year. Are you excited?
Yes, I'm very excited. Plan on doing at least the whole or most of the series next year, so I'm super excited.
Well, you couldn't be with a better team. Running with Chevrolet. Great development right there with Scott Legacy Jr., so awesome. Then we come down here, Andy Lawley. I know you're disappointed to finish second in pole, then come in behind, but it seemed like you were catching him near the end.
It was. There was a little traffic that helped close our gap. We were burning the left rear off initially, and then I started changing my drive style, burning the left front off after that. I want to say a quick thanks to Nitro Motorsports and these guys. This is my first race ever in my life, my first car race without my friend Walter Simmendinger. We lost him on Saturday and on Sunday, and so he took me here. He's been responsible for every step of what I've done and gotten here. So this one's for him, and hopefully our young guy Brent Cruz can take it to the front and get a W here for Nitro Motorsports, Franklin Road, Fixie Wheels, and this awesome team.
But 18 out of 19 points, that's not bad, but I know you like to be at the sharp edge.
Yeah, you know, I don't like losing to anybody. Scott's a good dude. I still don't like losing to him, but he had a good jump, opened up a real good gap first couple laps, and then we sort of just leveled off. Gained a little bit in traffic on him, just the way the cards fell, but fun. TA2 is awesome, and this is a blast to race, so I'm pretty stoked.
I love it. Thank you. Congratulations. Now we're going to come back here to our TA Championship leader for this season. He's talking to his co-driver, Lastowski. I'm just going to put the mic in. No, keep going, guys. I want to hear what you have to say.
Oh, we're just talking about brake bias and stuff. Car's good. Car's good. It started off a little bit loose, full load. These TA2 cars, Adrian's giving me a school on how these things work. A lot of fun. That is such a great event. I mean, getting to race with, you know, some of my heroes, Danny Sullivan, Jeff Brabham. I've never got to race with those guys. You know, Davey Jones, Davey Hamilton, then pretty much everybody else I think I've run with at one point in my life. But awesome event. Proud to be here.
Nice. I think you were teammates with Andy Lawley, so here you are finishing 2 and 3, but 17 points for Paul Menard out of 19. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, we'll take it, and it's up to Adrian now.
Exactly. Well, thank you, Paul. Then we come back here. Adam Andretti, our all-star here, as his friend A.J. Hendrickson gets in. How does it feel?
It's great out there. I mean, it's typical Lime Rock Park, just a really fun place to drive, challenging place to pass, and I left it open on the restart, and it's something I never do. Any of those Trans Am fans out there know that that's my MO, so I hated that. That was not an all-star move by me. But AJ's going to get in there and do a great job in this 44 ECC Motorsport, or ECC and Engineered Components Company, and 44 Nitro Motorsports Ford Mustang here. It'll be good. It'll be good.
Nice, and I like that top liner hat too. Yeah, nice job, Adam. So let's come back here because we've got some cool stuff happening right here. Gentlemen, I'm just going to get you together if you don't mind. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in this conversation. Both of you get out of very fast cars. How does it feel, Greg Biffle?
Oh, it felt great. I'll tell you what, I had an awesome time. And thanks to Scott and the team, Legacy and Barry, they taught me a lot with data and getting around here. But I had so much fun. I was telling Bobby, I said, I thought I had you a few times. And, he thought he had Haley also. So we were reminiscing. We were having a good time.
Yeah. So, Bobby, this is just like, just jumping in a time machine for you, right? You're just talking to Biffle right after a race?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. And it's a lot of fun. And like he was talking about, looking at data with Scott. I'm looking at it with Mike and Thomas, and we're going over data yesterday and today. You saw that today at lunch, just trying to figure these things out. They're so much fun to drive. I can't thank Mike Cope enough for letting me have this opportunity. And, for Tony, I mean, it's a blast for us guys to come out here. And we were just talking about, like, hey, I was going to try you that one lap. I know, I saw you back there, but I said, dude, we're breaking off in the corner, like, really hard, so don't do that. And so, but, yeah, we had a good race and, came home. Hopefully we'll give these pro guys a chance to get 50 grand.
Here's the thing I was really impressed with, Biffle, Labonte. I was at lunch with you, and you were looking over the laptop with Thomas, looking at laps. You're just always a student of the sport. Is that true for you, too? I know you were going back in, and you and Barry were reviewing everything. So all the knowledge that you have, you can always learn more, huh?
Yeah, you always can. And I'll tell you what, these teams, to provide all of that stuff for this SpeedTour All-Star race is fascinating. And what Tony's done and the whole series in Lime Rock, they provided something for us that was fun, got back in it, and we got the fans to see some decent racing. Now we'll see what these are pros right here, okay? These guys are pros.
Nice. Well, Bobby, are you having fun?
Oh, absolutely. Always having fun behind the wheel. We got an IROC race going on later today, but Tony's been great. Run a V-Rock, 2 V-Rock races with him years ago, and always keep up with him and what they're doing. And the TA2 cars, Maurice Hall, a friend of mine, has a TA2 team, so he's like 7 minutes from my house, so I see him, quite often. And, this series is it's pretty amazing, and these drivers are, they're spot on, and, Thomas coached me through a lot. Never been here before like all of us, and, to go out there and, be within, kind of halfway respectable, and they're like, okay, but, man, it'd be fun to do this a little bit more, and these are great little race cars.
We would love to have both of you in the TA2 Series. This was my formal invitation. Thank you guys so much. Well, hold on. Let's talk to Casey. Mears, how was it out there? You and Edward Savagian, I see you walking by. You still look like you're in really good race shape. Did you have fun?
I had a blast, man. I got a lot of action up ahead of us. It's funny, Newman and I had some really good races early on. I had a couple good dives going down the inside of him into one. And I was really fast down the back, and he was a little faster through the tight technical stuff. And so it made for a lot of fun. Just try to keep it clean. Didn't want to tear these guys' cars up, and it feels really good to be in a race car again.
You moved up some positions.
Yeah, I got a spot or two, and keeping it clean, and I really want to thank everybody at Concierge Motorsports. Guys are super helpful, and to do this is a big undertaking. We appreciate what they do.
Thank you, Casey Mears. Nice job. Hold on, let's run back here because we got Ryan Newman, Ken Schrader. Check this out, right out of the cars. You guys, this has got to feel really good. Kenny, did you have fun out there?
I had a lot of fun.
So it's going to get a little bit loud. We're going to talk to the drivers, but I'm going to come to you. What we're going to do is talk through this. Pros are getting in the cars. You guys can kind of relax a little bit, but it looked like you had a lot of fun out there. They're going to go out, but Kenny, did you have fun? You got to pick up a lot of positions.
I didn't pick up many, but my boys told me I did great. So I'm figuring all them other cars in front of me, they did excellent. Yeah.
Ryan Newman, welcome back. You're in Thomas Annunziata's. Now, I don't know if you follow the series, the last couple of races, he started from the back. You gave him his best starting position in probably 5-6 weeks.
Yeah, there was nothing to be proud about. I'm happy that I kept the car clean and gave him a good piece to work with as far as no damage, but I'm excited about watching him. Got to thank everybody. Tony Pennell and everybody puts this on, everybody here at Lime Rock. It's been a lot of fun, and I broke a sweat, which is good for my heart, and we'll watch this next 25 minutes.
I love it. Well, Ryan Newman, the Rocket Man. Let's come over here. Boris said, gets comments from talking through everybody. Boris, now your son's in there. How does it feel?
I mean, it's just something I never thought I'd get the chance to do, driving like Mr. Ryan, so for Eagle Canyon Racing.
So, as you can see, the pros are on track, and we got some interesting insights. Boy, they are bouncing off the walls. And Al, you had a chat with somebody.
Yeah, I went out and I talked to Davey Hamilton out there, and he's all red in the face. He's got some sweat going. You can tell he's been working hard. And I go, well, how is it? How's the car? He said, well, it was a little bit loose, and it was bottoming out a lot. So he was driving it fast enough to make that happen, and so he had a smile from ear to ear.
You know, I don't know what you buy a racing driver or an ex-racing driver for Christmas, because there's nothing that competes with a life at the highest level of motorsport. But something like this is about as close to reliving what they did at the time. Would you agree?
These guys, absolutely. You just heard Ryan Newman and Kenny Schrader.
Yeah.
They're just super happy. They're going out there, and they just had a great time out there. And so thanking Tony Pirelli for having and doing this, and hope it continues to go. Yeah, and by the way the fans are around here, there's a good shot at that happening.
You know, and Tony made a good point. You know, we want everybody to get home and be safe. We've got the latest Flagtronic system being used that we use in Trans Am. We've got the latest Pirelli tires. The cars are absolutely spec'd to the safest possible. We've got the best marshals in the land here at Lime Rock. So, you know, any fear that any of these more experienced retired drivers might have had is washed away, because yes, the challenge is more the car than worrying about the event. Tony Pirelli knows exactly what he's doing. SCCA and Trans Am do this every other weekend. You've been part of it. And that's another side of this, which is to attract so many great stars and their reputations. You've really got to make sure that you cover all of the bases. And we welcome back our MAV viewers as we get ready for the resumption of our all-star race here, part of the Speed Tour. We've got a full day of racing here from Lime Rock, but this is really special. We were here at Memorial Weekend, which is our traditional Trans Am fair, at a race won by Paul Menard, I may add, who's out there, or was out there for the All-Stars, and he's handed the car over to Adrian Lostowski. We're on board with Barry Bowes in the Ford Mustang from Austin, Texas, and Barry Bowes aligned with Greg Biffle. We heard from him, really enjoying it. But now, if you like, the writing's on the wall, because 19 points goes to Speed, 18 points goes to Lally, Menard gets 17, and all the way down to 1 point. So it's not a hard calculation. You know exactly where you are.
And you've got all the regular drivers of these cars. They know these cars by heart. They're coming down for the green flag. You can see them moving over, trying to protect that. They're getting into turn one, and it's green.
What a way to start your first ever TA2 race, leading a full house of champions and regulars. And round the outside goes Brent Cruz immediately to put pressure on the youngster, McGee. And banging is banging. And he says no. He might be a little younger than Brent Cruz, but he's not letting him through. How about that, Al?
Move. I tell you what, they're racing each other hard. See, they know their cards. They know it like the back of their hand. They're out there running it.
Not holding
Look
back,
at this.
side by side down the Paul Newman straight. Even Paul Newman will be proud with that move. Nicely done by Brent Cruz as he takes the lead, our current TA2 champion. Already a development driver for Toyota, and on his way, Lostowski in the CMI number 3. Put that number 3 on the car because of Dale Earnhardt. He is pinching himself to be part of this event, which is so historic. Look at this.
Yeah, he got up behind him and took his air. Got a little bit
Whoa!
loose. Oh.
Round goes Lostowski, and he was pushed out the way by Merrill there. And they were all jostling for position. And that was great pirouette, though, by Lostowski, the man from Brooklyn in New York. On board with Merrill, now up to third place. 2022 TA2 champion from Salinas, California, and a 3-time winner here at Lime Rock. We'll see if he gets in trouble for that, because that was a pretty muscly move.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that since everything straightened out, that was just a local yellow for the time being, and they're back green. They're racing each other hard.
Yeah, very hard. And Annunziata is right there too, and Merrill knows just how quick Annunziata is, and he'll want to see if he can get past. Here's another look at it. Al, what's your judge on this?
Yeah, he just got a little bit loose there, and then the other one got a run on him. They moved each other over. Yep.
Tough one, isn't it? Because you have to say racing
he
incident.
didn't have anything to do, down below like that. So.
Well, Annunziata gets past Merrill, and I said how quick he is. Eat clean, bro. And he just made an eat clean move. And Annunziata gets moved by Merrill. And I'll tell you what, they are not holding back our regulars.
That's right. See, they know the cars,
Yeah.
and they know how to rub on each other without taking each other out.
Exactly.
Where the All-Stars, they were being super careful out there.
Interested to see A.J. Hendrickson just behind that battle we're watching. He and Andretti, of course, that pairing. Behind them, Bose. Biffle just got out of the car. Ben Mayer has taken over from Haley Deegan. And Boris Said Jr. on his way through and chasing in the footsteps of his father. Has proved to be, in just a matter of a year or so, a very proficient TA2 driver.
I think these guys are thinking that 50
Whoa!
grand's a lot.
Barry Bose gets through, does he? And yes, just about. Barry Bose makes his move. And that was nicely done on A.J. Hendrickson as we go back with McKee, I should say.
These guys are racing each other hard.
Yeah, very hard. So right now, it will be Cruz to take it home.
Yep, again, I want to remind everybody, this is winner take all. There's nothing for second and back.
Yep,
so
no other prize
winner
money.
Take all.
Winner take all,
Yep.
50 grand up for grabs. Bose overtaken by Ben Mayer. Ben, another teenager on his way up. Got his first win at Worldwide Technology, got pole position, and is very much making a name for himself in this championship. And another one to look for the future. Mayer up to 5th place now.
Boy, these guys are racing each other hard. This is a fantastic show.
Yeah, and let's just remind yourselves, if you look to your top left there, 20 minutes to go, just over, and Cruz leads from Annunziata. So it's Lally, Cruz, Newman, Annunziata. Annunziata, I tell you what, Ben made a prophetic comment at the start. Annunziata has basically won races from the back due to infringements this season. And now he gets a 7th place start. He can't go wrong. He's already up to 2nd place. Merrill still 3rd and already banging away. Lostowski has dropped down, and it doesn't sound 100%. They're down in 18th position, so the Menard-Lostowski hope has gone. Amy Ruman.
Yeah, I think they're doing a great job. They're running them hard. We'll see if Annunziata can get up there.
Yeah, I said Amy Ruman, and I was just wondering where she was, and I think she's pulled out, and we might see if we can grab her and put her in the booth, because she was running in 13th with John Atwell, and of course she was originally due to be with Pippa Mann. As we go on board with Connor Mosak, another one of our regulars. Connor on his way. He's done some Xfinity already. Came back after a season of Xfinity and came back to Trans Am. So again, big compliment to him. Now, I said Amy Ruman and then looked down the board and thought, where's she gone? And she's right here. How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Well, what are you doing up here?
Today I became the All-Star, so we switched cars, and had a brake problem on the other car, so they switched me to a different car today. So I started the race today with no laps in this car, and
that's a challenge at its best.
Moved up a little bit, and so now John's out there and he's tearing it up. So hopefully we'll make our way through the field.
Now, I asked you a stupid question because, of course, a multiple T8 champion, but I said, oh, how do you like the T8 car? You said, I've never driven one. I was like, wow, have you not? What do you think?
Not till this weekend. It's definitely different than what I'm used to.
Yeah.
A lot more roly-poly, you know. But once I got the hang of it and found some grip, we had a good time. It was fun.
And how is it hanging out with all these household names in IROC and, you know, Trans Am of past?
I'll tell you, to be among this group is a real honor, and what a weekend Tony put together for all of us. And it was spectacular to meet so many famous people and so many accomplished race car drivers. I couldn't be more proud to be here and just be a part of this weekend.
It's rare I see drivers giddy about other drivers. It's usually the fans that want the autograph or the photo. But every one of you has said to a man or a woman, I really, really enjoy this weekend, because you don't get a chance to hang out with a Bobby or a, Ken Schrader or whoever.
Right. It's rare to have this much star power in one area at one time, I'll tell you that.
Thank you. I tell you. Were you having fun out there? Was your car working the way that you wanted it to work?
I was. Today, it took me a minute to get a hang of it, just 2 laps or so, and then once I got the feel of where everything was, I just didn't have a lot of time in the car yesterday. I think I only had maybe 6-8 laps, and they weren't at speed. So today was a learning curve for me.
We've had a pass for the lead as we've been talking.
Yeah, and it's Annunziata, no big surprise, and that puts them up to second by my calculations. I say mine. Yeah, that would be really big news, and it actually puts them leading the way and puts down Scott Speed. But it's all happening here. 50 grand on the line. And you can see the racing is absolutely fast and furious. Well, welcome back, man viewers. You come at the right time. We're on board with Thomas Merrill as he chases down Brent Cruz. We've got Amy Ruman and Al Hunter Jr. here in the booth. And this is a doozy for 50 grand. It's hard to look. I don't know where to look.
They are racing hard,
yeah.
These guys. Yep.
They told us at the drivers' meeting to, be
careful.
cautious, but with the last 10 minutes here, we're going to see some action, that's for sure.
I think so, yeah. These guys know what they're doing with these cars. Amy Ruman, of course, a regular in our TA championship, and I reckon there's a championship still to be won there, right?
Yeah, I think so. Menard's got a pretty good lead on all of us, but second, third, fourth, and fifth are pretty tight yet. So there's a lot of racing left to do in the season, so we should have some good fun runs here at the end of the season.
Well, I know the man most motivated here has got to be Thomas Merrill. He's a former champion. He has been there, done that, got the T-shirt, and he enjoys coaching some of these youngsters. Look at this racing. And but he would love nothing more than to get the scalp of Brent Cruz on a day like this. And Annunziata, who, by the way, has come from 7th to now lead this race. And by my calculations, they are going to win the 50 grand. And second will go to Cruz and Lally. And third at the moment will be Thomas Merrill. That's why he's on the move, and he wants to give Bobby Labonte another victory in his star-studded career. Look at this.
It's 3 abreast.
3 abreast into one. What?
Well, they're getting into traffic now, so they're having to manage to get by some of the guys in the back, and then the pack's trying to move through.
Shuffling the whole thing.
Yeah, shuffling the whole thing, which creates opportunities.
Yes, it does.
On board with Ben Mayer, another one of our youngsters coming up. He's had a great season so far, and he's absolutely on it. As you say, now they're getting into traffic, and at Lime Rock, that's almost like the worst possible scenario, because there's nowhere else to go, is there?
You've got a couple good passing zones, and that's about it. Other times, you guys have to set them up and try to catch them on the straightaway is usually the best pass zone.
It's also hard to get out of the way, as McGee now under big pressure from Ben Mayer. Just 2 years between those two. Ben, one of our youngest drivers, who pulls up the visor there, the heat coming in, and of course that damage to the front. Obviously it's not affecting the car, but it looks a little peripheral rather than hit the radiator.
Yeah, he's just going to have to keep his eye on the temps in the car and just make sure he didn't overheat it.
Yeah. Well, Barry Bowes is right behind him. Then Mosak has come well through. Remember, Schrader and Mosak started at the back of the grid because they took an extra tire. They're up to 7th.
And then I got to point us out. John's up to 11th here.
Doing good.
We started second to last, so he's moving his way through. I made a few positions, and he's really on the move now.
What did you tell him once he got in?
I said, go get him.
That's great.
I might have used a couple other
a
colorful
little bit more
adjectives,
colorful,
but
yeah.
absolutely. We're on the air.
But nothing to change the car. It wasn't loose or anything.
No, the car felt really good. I told him he'd probably have a really good race car, and we had a little bit of fresher tires because we didn't get to qualify the car yesterday, so we started on brand new tires.
Ah, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is turning out to be a very special day for INDYCAR, who really is taking it to them. And the standings after 10 minutes of this race, there you see it, 36, 1 point. Lally and Cruz ahead of Speed McGee, and then Merrill and Labonte and INDYCAR on 32 points. And that's changing by the second.
Yes, it is. That's what I wanted to point out. That may not be where they are right now.
Yeah, it has actually changed literally since we made that graphic, because obviously now with INDYCAR leading, it's different than that. But boy, it is fast and furious. I'm loving this format.
And the leader's pulled out. He's got a 5-second lead now, so he's in his comfort zone right now. He's just trying to bring it home.
Amy, one of the things we mentioned was we didn't know what the All-Star guys would do with the tires, so they're handing over. I mean, obviously not yourself, but some of the other guys who hadn't driven these cars might put some heavy wear for the 100-mile race. It's a regular race distance for us, but you never know what you're gonna get.
Right. If they're just not used to it, but a lot of these guys have raced so many different things that, I think they're pretty versed into tire wear.
Yeah. Well, from what I'm seeing is
Yellow
these guys are
flags
out there running their race, and they're using everything up right now.
Yeah.
We didn't see the All-Stars racing this hard.
No.
So these guys probably have pretty good tires that they're out running.
Right, and we didn't have to. The All-Stars didn't have to race this hard. They just needed to get the position for the pro and then have them go at it.
Right. Yeah.
Here we go. McGee under pressure again. McGee and Ben Mayer trying to make the move, and he sticks right behind him into Big Ben. Our Mission Foods Big Ben. Nothing between these two. And you can see as we go on board with Ben Mayer how much he's working that car, changing the gears, getting on the acceleration, coming up towards the Paul Newman straight.
He might get him here.
He might.
Oh.
Little tap. Whoa, he did. He's pushing him. Woo!
I love it. I love watching racing this close.
This is great
Well,
stuff.
you close the door on him there for sure. He's not gonna let him take that pass.
Yeah, there's only a certain amount of patience that you have when you're trying to make a move like he is, and so it's going to run short here in a little bit.
Yeah, they still have about 11 minutes left
Yep.
here, so they gotta wait a couple more minutes, and then I'm sure it's gonna be on.
Really impressed with Mosak. He's up to 6th now. He's gained another position. Got ahead of Barry Bowes. Meanwhile, INDYCAR, the gap coming down just slightly. It's 4 seconds now to Cruz in 2nd place. Merrill still 3rd. We go on board now with Connor Mosak. Mosak, one of our great success stories, of course. In the Camaro.
McKee is really driving defensive, and I think that's taken some of his concentration away of going forward and making matters worse.
Right. Sometimes you get caught up in your mirror when you really need to focus on forward, and but he wants to keep him behind him, so he's going. I got 10 minutes, and I don't want to get past.
Right. Yeah, talk about a baptism of
I've
fire.
noticed
though, to
him
have the
moving
entire field.
all the way over to the right down the front straightaway. Yeah, he's definitely driving in his mirror.
Well, Ben Mayer is trying. Now he's got a chance. Nudges the nose up the inside. Can't do it. As you say, McKee just basically defending for his life at this point, and that's allowed the rest of the field. Mosak now caught up with him. And Mosak won't wait.
Yeah, that's what happens, and it allows the guys behind you to catch back up too, and then next thing you know, you got to train.
Yeah,
and it allows the other people to close up on you real quick.
Yeah, and then it becomes like a bike race, like a peloton.
Yeah.
Well, INDYCAR keeping out of it at the moment, and he and Ryan Newman could be on for victory. By my calculations, they should take this ahead of the Lally-Cruz combo. Now with Ben Mayer again. He looks to the inside. He's defended nicely by McKee. He just puts the whole car there and says, nope, you're not coming around here.
Every time he gets a run on him, it just
Here.
defense.
And now
Here we go on the
Mosak's
outside.
on the outside.
Here
He'll
we
have
go.
the inside line at the end of Big Ben, and Mayer doesn't want
Here
it.
we go.
Oh, and through goes Mosak,
Yep.
does he? Yes.
It's
Oh,
a
that's
hard,
nice.
it's a hard pass to defend once he comes up on the inside. If you can make that outside work, it'll work for you every time.
That's good stuff. Well done to Connor Mosak. He's making his way through. And Mosak could do with a bit of limelight. He hasn't had too much in the last season.
Did you say he changed tires? Is that why?
That's how they
Okay.
changed it. One extra tire.
Okay,
They-
one.
Yeah,
so we'll
that's
have
all.
a little bit of a fresher one where he needs it.
Right. Yeah, that might be the case. Yeah. Wow, this is really turning
gonna
out to
try
be a
the
cracking
outside
race.
move
Here's
again.
another look.
Yeah.
Guys, you call it.
Well, yeah, you can make it stick on that outside there, and then if you have enough room like he did, he's like, well, I'm going to stay here and close the door for the inside move,
Yep.
and there, away he went.
Yeah, you could see it from above really nicely, and you're absolutely right. He got given good space from Mayer, but and I think Ben really wasn't in much of a position to do anything else.
No.
So Ben Mayer trying desperately to make some inroads on the youngster Tristan McKee, trying his TA2
here's the move.
race for the first time, and that was Mosak. Nicely through, and turning out to be a fantastic race for Connor Mosak. Wow, this has got everything. So, Annunziata still with 5. He's taken it up to 5.3 seconds now. Cruz still second. Then it's Merrill. Mosak going at it. Mosak has got past Ben Mayer, and he's up to 4th position. That could
And
change things again.
McKee went down to 11th.
Yeah.
So there was a mistake made somewhere
Yeah.
around the lap that we
Well, that
missed.
puts them pretty much out of the 50 grand.
He's dropping. Something happened.
Yeah, something's gone wrong with that car. That's a shame. But what great, like Scott Speed said, what great opportunity for him. What's happened here? This is Mike Skinner's car.
A little bit of damage there on the, on the right front. Oh, full front.
Yeah, yeah, that's been ripped. Anyway, back to the action. Meanwhile, Cruz all over the back of Thomas Merrill. And these two have had plenty of battles in the TA2 season. We go on board with our 22 champion from California.
I've noticed something else that Merrill has gotten by Cruz.
Yep.
For second.
Yeah, he's on the move.
Yes,
Yeah, our
he
graphics
is.
people are exploding at the moment because the championships, the 50 grand is going from one end to the other. It's
Looks like
great, though.
We got a yellow.
We got a yellow. We're under caution. That could change things again.
That's
We
gonna-
want to finish. Yeah.
Hey, that's going to tighten everything up.
Well, and I know
6
that.
minutes left.
Yeah.
And, now we're 50 grand on the line, guys.
The
graphics department better get ready.
You called it, Amy. I tell you, this is really interesting. And I know, that's what's happening. He
Okay.
stopped, and he's out of the car. Look.
Yes, he is.
So,
left
puncher
front
and
flat.
everything. Yep.
Left front's flat.
Well, they had to do a full course yellow there. And that is a real shame because right down the order they go. And we welcome our viewers back on MAV TV across the USA. You are looking at the strewn figure of the number 17 car that had been odds on to win the 50 grand and was looking good at the start of this race. But sadly, it's all come to naught for the youngster, Tristan McKee. And I've got Amy Ruman and Alonso Jr. Let's see what you see. They're all passing him here now. Is it just a puncture or?
Yeah, at that point he looks like yeah.
Yeah.
He was already flat. He just stayed left there.
Okay.
And pulled it off, which is the right thing to do.
Yeah, smart move.
Hopefully they can get him out of the way quick and we can get back to green.
But you wouldn't have done that at his age, Al. You'd have kept going.
Well, I would have probably tried to make it to the pits,
Yeah.
but no. I mean,
it's pointless.
You don't want to damage the car
Right.
because it's got a flat tire.
There he is.
Right.
I think we're going to be seeing this youngster a lot. And like you say, good move, smart move, and you learn that bit by bit in racecraft. But given that he's so young that and hardly in
Today's
the Trans Am scene.
just for fun today, and it'd be a different story if this was the TA2 points championship and
Oh, yeah.
he would have limped it back to the pit lane and try to get back out there to
Yep,
grab some
yep.
points. But today's just supposed to be for fun.
Guys, you know and I know that Tony, the organizer, wants this to end under green.
Oh, yes.
That's
he
So
does.
I don't care what you say. Now, normal Trans Am, we might finish under yellow because of the timing. So we stopped the clock.
We have stopped the clock. We've just been informed by race control.
Yes.
So that's interesting. And yeah, like that basically confirms what I said, is that by stopping the clock, that gives us the minutes, and that gives us a chance for a restart, which will be hell-bent for leather.
Which I think they'll still go around under
Yes.
yellow right now while they're cleaning up the accident. And,
Right.
And then they're going to have 3.5 to 4 minutes left to duke this thing out.
That's right.
Well, there were the points after 20 minutes, with Cruz and Lally leading by 2 over Merrill and Labonte. And Nunziata was in third, just 1 point behind, and then Bose and Biffle in fourth. Savagin, that's another good story. Edward Savagin, another former regular in Trans Am, but just doing part-time and just coming in for this weekend. But he and Casey Mears doing a really good job. Casey handed over the car in 8th, I believe. Now Savagin's taking it up to 5th. Mayer and Deegan doing a good job. Deegan handed over the car with a bit of damage, but Mayer kept it going. He's in 6th. The Hendrickson-Andretti combo, now 7th. And obviously the speed car with Tristan McGee has dropped out, and so those
That'll
are
change.
out of, yeah, that'll change. But just to give you the order at the moment as it stands on track, it's the Annunziata car of car number 90 with Ryan Newman and Thomas Annunziata leading the way from Labonte and Merrill at the wheel. Cruz is in third. The Lally Cruz car currently in third. Then Schrader, Mosak. Mosak's been the man on the move. And then is that combination of Deegan and Mayer in 5th. And Mr. Atwell doing a good job. John's got it up to
Yes.
what, 13? It's all right.
I think he's a little higher than that.
Yeah, the way I have it now is sort of basically unofficial but official. By my calculations, Annunziata and Newman should win, with Merrill in 2nd place and Ben Cruz and Lally in 3rd. Let's head down to Ben Sissel for the latest from the pit lane.
So here I am, Ryan Newman, currently leading this race with Thomas Annunziata. What's the crew saying? What's your strategy for a restart?
This is all on Thomas. He's done a phenomenal job taking the car from 7th, where I had it, to the lead and running away. So I think he's got a little left in the bag. It's just a matter of getting a good start, getting through the gearbox good, and I think he's should be able to take it home.
I love it. Well, we've got the Nitro team down here looking really good. Jimmy live on the scene. This has got to be really good for you.
Man, I am so thankful for the All-Star Speed Tour to put this on, or Speed Tour All-Star Race put this on. This is a great event. Being from Connecticut, I love to see all these race fans in this area, and I'm loving that Nitro Motorsports can pull it together, and all our sponsors. And Thomas Annunziata, after everything he's gone through, he deserves this. Ryan Newman, we got to give him a shout out. He was coming on. We got blocked in qualifying. Otherwise, it would have been a little better, but it's all good. All good.
Nobody blocks Ryan Newman. But I got to talk about this. Ron Otto, longtime NASCAR crew, mechanic. You worked with everybody. And we talked about this. This is kind of like a reunion for you. These are all your old buddies.
Absolutely. It's a great event. Really enjoyed seeing everybody, and especially having our car up front right now. So pretty cool.
Nice. I love it. Well, we've got all kinds of people down here in the pits. It's kind of heating up, so I am going to now send it back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Ben. Yep, we're still under caution. The McLaren leading us round. We've had Tristan McKee, who has basically stopped on track with a front left puncture, and sensibly. And we're just checking to see if we are going to get a checkered flag, and I'm looking at it. Yes, the checkered flag is out.
Checkered flag.
Even though I thought we might go green.
I thought so too.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I was hoping.
I was
always hoping.
I'd like to see 2 laps.
But the good news for Annunziata is what a season he's having. Ryan Newman and Thomas Annunziata. You've heard of Ryan Newman. You may not have heard as much about Thomas Annunziata, but this is a name for the future, and he's also our first ever $50,000 winner. And therefore, well, I may not be right on that, you know. Let me have a look at this. Okay. By my calculations, actually, it's going to be 35 points to Brent Cruz and Andy Lally. Even though Annunziata crosses the line in first, they will be actually third place. So Ryan Newman and Annunziata have 32 points. Merrill has 33 points with Labonte. And Andy Lally and Brent Cruz, 35. So, the winners of 50,000 are in fact Brent Cruz, our current TA2 champion, and Andy Lally. And I have to say, when I saw the names come out, that's not a big surprise. Those are two real hot shoes.
Real good drivers in that one. But
Lally's a bit of a ringer when he's still at the height of his game, right?
This was just a heck of a race.
Wasn't it?
Just, they're all battling for points, and so, we had a hard time figuring it out.
Well, I was about to say, excuse me for not getting it 100% right, but it's happening at 52 seconds a lap, and so therefore it's changing with every lap. And so our graphics department doing a great job there, but there is pretty much the provisional standings. It could change, but we believe that Andy Lally and Brent Cruz are our winners by just 2 points over Bobby Labonte and Thomas Merrill. Great run by Thomas, great run by Annunziata to get him and Ryan Newman up to the top 3. And even though he crossed the line first, the points count back obviously from the first part. And Amy, would you say you do this again if you got a chance to have a full run at it?
Yeah, probably, definitely. I mean, what a weekend here at Lime Rock Park. I mean, the facility is amazing. The fans are amazing. I haven't done an autograph session like that in a couple, maybe 5-10 years that many. And we did 2 of them this weekend. And the
did you bring your mom and dad this weekend?
My dad's here.
You see, that's
I gave my mom the weekend
Tell
off.
Mom, if you're listening, that's what's gone wrong this weekend.
I got to say hi to my mom at home.
There you go.
Hey, everything's in one piece. We were happy with the weekend. And, what an opportunity. And, again, to be in this class of people is just, it's unbelievable.
Well, you're a great Trans Am champion. We love having you here. Best of luck with the rest of the season. Watkins Glen coming up very soon indeed for Amy in TA. And obviously TA2 will be part of that action. And that championship's still very much alive. Rafa Matos leading the way. We'll take a short break now they've come in. 2-part Ferme. We'll be back with wrapping it up and hearing from our winners after this. Wow. Catch your breath. Yeah, it was a little confusing, but I don't mind that. That's what it's all about. That's okay.
I was confused, but the weather was fantastic. What a great race day. And I would say this is a huge success for the All-Star race with the format that Tony Pirelli has put together with the All-Stars and the pros in TA.
Amazing.
Yeah, and I actually quite like the idea of the accumulated points, just because the pros can go, in their normal, they've raced each other week in, week out, so no problem. And it's their cars. They're going for the 50 grand. They're going to get the money.
Yep.
That's, I think, an important part. There's Andy Lally with Tom Cruise, almost said, but with Brent Cruz. There you go. Yeah, let's head down to Brent. Let's head down and hear from Brent Cruz. He's with Ben Sissel.
Well, I'm here with our Grand Marshal as Jeff Bodine comes in to give the congratulations. Thomas Annunziata, a high five. Thomas Annunziata won his part of the race, but the winner of the SpeedTour All-Star race, because it's a points race, Andy Lally and Brent Cruz. How about that? Andy, how does that feel?
Really cool. I mean, absolute honor to be here racing on track with these guys. I get a moment to share a seat with a future superstar and Brent Cruz here. And just an absolute blast. I've been bugging people that drive their TA2 cars for years because I love this series. Finally get an opportunity. We get a W out of the box. Get to share with some good people. Our sponsors, Franklin Road, and definitely want to dedicate this one to Walter Simmerninger, my mentor. He passed last week, and it's amazing to be able to do this with him. And congrats, buddy. Awesome run. Smart drive by this kid for such a good age. And Nick, of course, from Nitro for putting together such an awesome car.
Franklin Road Apparel Company, thank you so much, Ken Twaits. Brent Cruz, this has got to feel really good. I'm here with the winner, SpeedTour All-Star with the points, Andy Lally, Brent Cruz. Welcome back. Brent Cruz, how does this feel?
Feels great. I just want to thank the good Lord above. Honored to be able to be racing with Andy. I know he said future star for me, but he's already a star. So cool racing with a star like that and seeing what he's really capable of. I mean, like first lap, just right out the box, he was great. So cool to be racing with a teammate like that. I just want to thank Franklin Road Apparel, everybody at Toyota Racing. None of this would be possible without them. Nick Tucker, Mark, everybody that puts their hands on this thing does a great job. I think that's like 7 in a row for Nitro now. So pretty damn cool. Happy to be able to share the seat with Andy, and glad we could pick up some money too.
All right. Now, we're not in the Trans Am Series right now, so look at me. Be honest. Were you running championship there, points? You knew the points battle because I saw you kind of back off and you knew I'm pretty safe. Is that what was happening?
Yeah, thankfully I got to do it last year, or 2 years ago now with Trans Am, and was able to figure out how to win a championship, and it was that same mindset. No, we didn't need to do anything crazy and go for second or first there. All we had to do was finish third, and we got the money. So that's what we were looking at, and that's exactly what we did. We executed perfectly. Just a great day.
All right, we got to talk to these drivers about this too, because I'm going to get to the bottom of this. You know I like my awkward questions, so I'm going to ask the awkward question. Ryan Newman, you don't know this about me, but I love the awkward questions. We're not in NASCAR right now. You don't have to be media trained. How do you feel about the point system, or do you wish it was the outcome of the race?
Well, I mean, no doubt. I mean, it's awesome for Nitro and all the people that are a part of this team and organization. You know, thanks to Tony Pirelli for the opportunity for us to have this weekend in Lime Rock, and Thomas did an amazing job driving it from 7th to the lead, quick as he did, and was able to make it.
Sounds like we lost Ben in a euphoria there of celebration, poor lad. But we got the gist of it. Everybody's happy, and Brent Cruz and Andy Lally deserved winners. And then Seata wins the overall second race. And what a run from 7th to first, excuse me. But it wasn't enough to stop the combination, as you heard there from Brent Cruz, that he effectively just took it off a notch or two in the closing stages because he knew he had it won, and the 50 grand goes to Nitro Motorsport, and they kind of deserve it, really, given the entries they put in and the season they are having. It has been absolutely spectacular, and what a hive of great talent they are bringing through the system that Nick Tucker has set up. Interestingly enough, Nick Tucker started with these youngsters a few years ago in 2016, has nurtured them to this level, and now Brent Cruz is just paying it back in spades. And yeah, you gotta like the idea of being paired up. If I'd had a choice, I'd have paired up with Andy Lally. No problem. He is still very much at the top of his game, and he's one of those drivers where you could throw any car at him, and he is on it. So, as always, we'll stick with our traditional sponsorships, and we'll look at our cool move of the race, because obviously they are still very much a part of our Cube 3 Architecture Trans Am Championship. And we're on board with the Mosak-Schrader combination. And this is Connor Mosak putting the hurt on Ben Mayer. And he goes round the outside, but the important thing is, as Amy Ruman says, he keeps his foot in and round Big Bend. And that gives you an opportunity to have the inside line on the second part of that corner. And through goes Connor Mosak. Pretty neatly done. Ben Mayer, to be fair, gave him plenty of room. But that is why Mosak picks up that cool move of the race. Shout out to Merrill. What an aggressive run by him in the 26 HP Tuners car. And on a day where McLaren are doing pretty good themselves in Formula One, as they qualified well. But HP Tuners representing here at Lime Rock. And Keith Prochuk will be pleased with what Thomas Merrill put on as a great show. And I think Thomas Merrill is probably the happiest man in the land, given that he sat there with his teammate and was able to spend some real quality time with Bobby Labonte. And they take second place overall. And classification of the race, the Newman and Seata combination wins the race. Labonte Merrill second, Lally Cruz third, but that was enough to win them the 50 grand. Two Nitro Motorsport cars in the top three. Mike Cope Racing in second place. and then obviously Nitro in third. Schrader Mosak in fourth. Good comeback from Mosak in the Team SLR M1 race cars to bring them up to fourth. Deegan and Mayer in fifth for Nitro again. Biffle and Bose in sixth for SLR. And then Edward Savagian and Casey Mears. Good job done by both of those drivers to get them into the top 10 and in 7th place. Fellows Barker in 8th. Ruman and Atwell, well, we heard from Amy Ruman, but Atwell took it home to a top 10 finish. And Hornaday and Gallagher taking 10th. The Seds were 11th. Andretti Hendrickson in the end finished 12th. Sullivan and Ruth in 13th. Davey Hamilton and Davison in 14th. Paul Menard, problems there for the Lostowski Menard car. They drifted down to 15th place, and same true of the puncture for Speed and McKee in 16th. Skinner and Galante just behind them. And finishing it off, Jones, Lecomte, they got in that wreck that we saw with Haley Deegan early on. But that pretty much had everything. It was frenetic, that's for sure. And Lime Rock has seen some fair few good races, but I think that will sit there nicely. And overall, the team standings, Nitro Motorsport, look at that, 1, 2, and 3, they're Ford Mustangs, 35, 33, and 32 points. SLR, the nearest to them, Team SLR, that's Scott Lagacy's M1 race cars team with Bose and Biffle in 4th. Concierge Motorsports with Savagian and Mears, and then Nitro again, 6th and 7th with Mayer, Deegan, Hendrickson, and Andretti, and then SLR again with McKee and Speed in 8th. Fast Auto, that's Lostowski's team, and Paul Menard take 9th. And Barker Fellows in the Concierge Motorsports taking 10th. And a little further down, Concierge and SLR X-Line race cars. That's the Atwell-Ruman car finishing in 13th. And FPEC Racing, Davison and Hamilton finishing in 16th. And finally, Brabham and Sheehan. There was a problem with that car and the Mike Cope Racing car just picking up the 2 points as we look high above from the drone on the podium. Photographers getting ready and the fans coming down from the hill. I love the tradition here at Lime Rock where the fans can kind of leave the deck chair and then head down to the podium, which is a short walk down that hill just by the Big Bend. And I can see Ben is getting prepared. But I think Tony Pirella now can get a full night's sleep because he probably hasn't had one in a few months. Putting on an event like this. It's one thing to have one superstar in a championship. It's another to have 19 show up, all who have an opinion and all who have a reputation to keep intact and all who've done it all before. But Tony is a wise man, and he knows what he's doing, and he's wrangled these guys nicely. And I think this is the beginning of something special. Certainly Lime Rock feel that way, and I hope it does become a regular fixture. Well done to Pirella Holdings and the whole team for putting it on. Let's head down to Ben Sissel as he gets ready now to introduce our top men. They're just getting in position. Waiting for the rest of the crowd to form up. And we'll be handing out cool suit prizes as well as the 50 grand check. And that was what it was all about. And by the way, just so we make it clear, the 50 grand was for the Trans Am Pro that took it across the line first. Hence Brent Cruz will take the money and Nitro Motorsport will take the money. But no prize for second place, no prize for third. It's all about the winner, hence why it was so aggressive at the end. Now we can head down to Ben Sissel as we head now to the podium.
Pretty trophies. And then, yeah, after they go through you can take those home or you can throw them out to the crowd, whatever you choose. The Pirelli Bears coming in second place. Unbelievable. Listen to these names that I get to say here. TA2 champion from 2022, and then NASCAR champion from the year 2000, Bobby Labonte, Thomas Merrill, ladies and gentlemen, second place. Cope Race Cars. And I need to mention Nitro Motorsports with Thomas Annunziata, Ryan Newman. And then in first place, just kind of knowing how to work the points, doing really well, qualified second, I believe finished third in the race, is that right? But then won on the points, so let's hear it. Andy Lowley, Brent Cruz. Brent Cruz, our 2022 TA2 champion. So let me go through this. Well, that can't be right. That's in the wrong order. I can't read that. Ryan Newman, Thomas Annunziata, third place out there, but you won your part of the race. And then, Ryan, I was joking. If you've been following Trans Am, that's the best starting position Annunziata's had in quite a while. He's had to start at the back of the grid sometimes. A little late to grid at Road America, just little things like that. But, so that's got to feel pretty good. Thomas, how is it?
I mean, it's bittersweet. If the race ended up being the way it normally runs, we would have won. But we finished third, which is awesome. I can't thank Trans Am for putting this on, right? I mean, I get to race with my NASCAR heroes when I was younger, so I'm thankful for that. Thankful for the Nitro Motorsports guys. They really deserve to win. Yeah, we have the pace to win all year. We just had bad luck going our way, so we'll see what we can do the rest of the year. But yeah, very thankful for them and Chip Boys, Bayshore Mortgage Funding, AI Media, Nerd Focus, and everyone that makes these cars so fast.
Nice. How about that? Annunziata. Ryan Newman's looking at the same thing I am, but these points, I think they're backwards. So I'm thinking Lolly Cruz had 35 points. Yeah. He's like, it's written in stone. Look at that. Always the competitor. And then Labonte Merrill, 33. And then Annunziata, Ryan Newman, 32 points. So hard fought, but, man, you did really well. You did you did your job, I guess.
Yeah, my engineering mind kicked in there for a second. I know numbers better than that, but just really proud of everybody's effort to to have a 1-3 finish with Nitro Motorsports, and Thomas did an amazing job driving to the front. I was happy to get him a decent starting spot, but wish that I could have done a better job and held up my end of the bargain and been a champion today. So thanks to Tony Pirelli and everybody that does this and puts this on, and all the fans for coming out. This is something that's way outside of my box, right? Like, I've never done anything like this, and it's a lot of fun.
Well, let me ask you this. You're holding this beautiful trophy. Will this go in your trophy case?
This is Thomas's. He won it. He got the fastest lap.
Oh, nice. Look at that. How about that? The Rocket Man, Ryan Newman, Thomas Annunziata. Now, speaking of heroes, Bobby Labonte, Thomas Merrill. Bobby Labonte has run some races with us, been on the podium, won some V-Rock races with us. Now back on the podium in the All-Stars. But I'm going to start with you, Thomas, because, Thomas, you know how to win championships. You know how to win races, especially here. He won in 2019 at Lime Rock Park. How does it feel to be paired with such a legend?
Man, I learned so much co-driving with this guy. It was so much fun. Not only him, but the whole All-Star cast that we brought out this weekend was just phenomenal to spend time with them, learn from them, get to know them. It was fantastic. But Bobby Labonte is a true racer, man. I after this weekend, I'm your #1 fan, buddy. This was so much fun.
Nice. How about that? And anybody you want to thank, Thomas?
Yeah, the Cope team did a great job giving us a really, really good car. We got all Cope cars on the podium today, so good day for us.
Nice. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor. I get to interview Bobby Labonte. Bobby, how was it out there for you?
It was great. Obviously, Thomas and the whole Mike Cope team, brought me in. Funny story is Mike Cope drove for me like 30 years ago in short track racing, so kind of brings it back full circle. And, Thomas taught me a lot about the racetrack. Never been here before, and great driver coach, and appreciate all that from him. And it was a blast. I mean, I can't thank Tony enough to bringing us back and bringing it on, and the All-Star Series. And, it's a blast being able to race with these guys. And, when you look at the picture at the end of the day of all the drivers that ran this race, I'm just glad to be a small part of it, and can tell my friends who I raced with and who beat me and all that stuff. So, yeah, it's great. But, yeah, a lot of fun, and thanks to these guys as well. And we will come up a little bit short, probably on my end, but maybe if we get invited back, we'll do it again.
I'm pretty sure you're going to be invited back. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Now, before we go to the top step, I need Tony Pirelli right here. Tony Pirelli, how about a hand for Tony Pirelli? He is the man that put this together. The whole brainchild of SpeedTour a couple months ago, he and Dickie come out here. They put this thing together. He said, hey, we have some great fans. Dickie's like, let's put on a show, and they put their heads together, and this is the show they came up with. Don't you guys appreciate that? So, Tony, this has got to feel good.
It was awesome. They put on a clinic out there. They were safe. They put on a great show, and you didn't know right to the end who was going to win it, and that's what it's about. From a 13-year-old in there to a 60-something-year-old, you didn't know they were fast. It was fun to see.
So, Dickie, you have got to be proud of your Lime Rock Park fans and the show we just put on. How about that?
You bet it. That's right, Ben. Sometimes I got to pinch myself. I get to stand up here and look at the best fans in racing right here in the northwest corner of Connecticut. Thank you all so much for spending your time with us at Lime Rock Park and for honoring what Tony Pirelli and the SpeedTour brings here to this little old park in Northwest Connecticut. You bring the best show in racing, and our drivers, thank you all so much for being here and being a part of this inaugural event. I hope it's first of many to come, Tony.
How about that? You guys want to see us come back here, don't you? Bring some more huge names. Well, speaking of huge names, Andy Lally, who has raced here and actually grew up on these hills watching racing. And this has got to feel really good, Andy.
Absolutely does. This is a special moment. I've had a handful of races, wins at Lime Rock, but this is really cool to share this track with some of my heroes and guys that I look up to and respect. That, you know, the highest levels of the sport is amazing, and then to also share it with tomorrow's stars is incredible. So brainchild Tony Pirelli, there's so much that he put on the line for this, risked this. People gave him pushback, but he pushed through it. We got a really good show out of it. We got to race out here with with the guys that are on both ends of our podium here are guys that I've respected since I was really young, and they've accomplished so much. But then the guy that I'm standing right next to here is just obviously Thomas, and both Thomases and Brent here are just monster future stars here, and it's really cool to be up here with them.
Nice. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, Andy Lally. And then Brent Cruz knows how to win championships. He knows how to win heat races, and I guess now he knows how to win points races. How does it feel, Brent?
Feels incredible. I just want to say thank you to all of you fans. Goodness, this is probably the biggest crowd I've seen, and I've been to a lot of racetracks. So I'm really happy to have all y'all here, and being able to race with these stars, people that I race every week, and then guys like Ryan and Bobby is just so cool. There's so many guys that I remember when I was 5 years old watching on TV, and I get to race with them. So really cool. I just want to thank everybody at Nitro Motorsports, that guy right there, Nick Tucker. Done so much for me since growing up, racing go-karts to winning championships with this thing, and being able to share the step with Andy's great. You see how much stuff he gets to win, and being able to win with him feels really great. So happy to be here. The Nitro Motorsports 70 Franklin Road Apparel car was pretty badass, and just want to say thank you to Toyota Racing, and happy to be here.
Nice. How about that? Brent Cruz, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so now we got to do the hat dance. I don't know if we cover this in driver's meeting, but if you will hold up your trophies as a team, you're going to look at Chris right there in the yellow vest. Hold them up. Come on now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. Ryan Newman, Thomas Annunziata, Bobby Labonte, Thomas Merrill, Andy Lally, Brent Cruz. I got to say, it's just a cool moment for me to just be able to say those names out loud. Now, you're welcome to throw those hats out. Who wants a hat? You got to get loud for a hat. There we go. Oh, whoa. Ryan Newman has the best arm of all of them. I like that. All right, come on, crowd. They're in their Sunoco hats. Let's get loud. Ryan Newman, Thomas Annunziata, Bobby Labonte, Thomas Merrill, Andy Lally, and Brent Cruz co-holding the trophies. I like that. And then one. Oh, Brent Cruz. Brent Cruz not to be outdone by Ryan. Oh, Lally. Oh, Lally. Oh, man, that was a boomerang, Lally. Bobby Labonte, everyone. The dude in the Pit Vipers says, and you know, if he's wearing Pit Vipers, he knows NASCAR. All right, come on, Lime Rock. We're getting to the end here. Ryan Newman, Thomas Annunziata, Bobby Labonte, Thomas Merrill, Brent Cruz, and Andy Lally. Uh-oh. Boo. Can anybody get past the... Oh, there we go, Lally. Oh, there you go, Lally. You made it past the fence. Come on, Newman. Let's see what you got. Look at that. All right. He said the win. Newman, where was that going? Here we go. Uh-oh, they're just, oh, man, you guys are a little premature on that. Come on now. Let's hear it. Brent Cruz doesn't get anything sparkly. Man, Ryan Newman says, I don't know how to open this. I thought you were an engineer, Ryan Newman. Man. Oh, right for the eyes. You okay, guys? He goes, I'd even peel it off. And Brent Cruz, that thing's duct taped on there. Ouch. Is that, oh, that is cold. He figured out how to open that bottle, I'm pretty sure. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, gosh. Oh, look out. Oh, right for the team owner. Right, oh, man. Right for the team owner. All right. Cool. All right, here we go. We got some more hats for you guys, but this time, come off the stage, throw out some hats. Hold it. Throw out some hats. Who wants a hat from Ryan Newman? Come on now. We got Thomas Merrill. We got all kinds of good stuff. Man. Hey, let's not chill the champagne anymore. That feels a little funky. Oh, and we've got the Bears. See that? Ladies and gentlemen, do these guys know how to put on a show? Woo, Annunziata. He's got an arm on him. Oh, look at that. Bobby Labonte goes to the Bobby Labonte fan. How about that? Look at that. I love that. Oh, wait, hold on. What's that? All right, so, and wait, hey, Kim, remind me. All right, so, Annunziata, Bobby Labonte. How about that? That is a wrap on Ryan Newman, Thomas Annunziata, Bobby Labonte, and Thomas Merrill. Little showbiz term. I need Brent Cruz and Andy Lally to the top step. All right, yeah, Andy Lally, we're not done with you. That's a wrap on Ryan Newman, though. Thank you, Ryan. That feels real good. I'm going to get pulled over driving home to Nashville tonight smelling like alcohol because I'm going to send you that bill. All right, so we've got, listen, Mike McGree, OMP, Bell Helmets, to give Bell Helmets away to our winners. How about that? Signed in the driver's meeting. Put that in your trophy case. Mike, you guys have been partners of ours. You've been partners of ours for a long time. Thank you so much for doing this. How's this feel? Look at that. He's wearing your stuff already.
Exactly. No, it's great to be here. Thanks for all the fans. Tony for putting on such a great event, and obviously Dickie as well. So proud to be here.
Nice. I love it. Thank you so much. OMP Bell Helmets. Let's get a picture, guys. Hold up those helmets. Hold up those helmets. There we go. Look at that. Nice. How about that? Andy Lally, Brent Cruz. All right, so, yeah. All right, so now you guys put those in front of you at your feet. And how about a hand from Michelle Rigdon, who's handing out our Omo Legato watches. So each one of them wins an Omo Legato watch. Hold those up for the pictures, gentlemen. Chris, you good? All right, come on now, get loud, crowd. This is pretty cool. We still got a few more giveaways. We've got some Cube 3s, Stress Cube, boop. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the big cheese, Tony Pirelli, to present the $50,000 check to the SpeedTour All-Star winners, Andy Lally, Brent Cruz, and Nitro Motorsports. Check that out. How about that? $50,000. Nice job. Oh, and the Jimmy Live coming back to spray him. How about that? Nice job, guys. Congratulations. All right. That, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. Brent Cruz, Andy Lally. Nice job, guys. We've got one more award. Cool Box, iceless cooling systems, and suits for in-cars. They're coming up here, guys. These guys race with us in the Trans Am Western Championship. And you're wearing your checkerboard socks. I love that. So our Cool Box, Cool Move of the race goes to Connor Mosack. Connor Mosack, come on up here. Connor Mosack and Kenny Schrader had to start in the back. Connor, where did you finish the race? Fourth. Connor Mosack went from back to fourth. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. So how cool is that? Now, Rivkin, Cool Box, a lot of our drivers use this, the iceless water cooling system. How does this feel to be at Lime Rock giving this away? And thank you so much for being a marketing partner with Trans Am.
This feels great. Yeah, thank you guys so much. Appreciate everything. The drivers have been incredible. The crowds have been absolutely incredible. I think this is the biggest crowds I've seen for one of these events, and it's been fantastic. We're happy to be here.
Nice. I love it. All right, guys, thank you so much. Connor Mosack, congratulations. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, so all the drivers, come back and see Michelle. She's got the unbroken trophies. Lime Rock Park, we absolutely love you. I'm going to send some of our staff through here. You guys, let's throw these things out. Let's get these things going. Thank you guys so much for coming out. We will be back here for the Memorial Day Classic and hopefully for the SpeedTour All-Star Race next year. Thank you guys so much. But we've still got IROC. We've still got SVRA. We've still got the Nissan Sentra Cup. So stay tuned. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. We love coming to Lime Rock Park.
And our thanks to Ben Sissel doing the podium ceremonies there. And as he says, more SVRA coverage from our Speed Tour to come. But that concludes our coverage of the first ever All-Star Trans Am race from Lime Rock. And as you heard, we are welcomed back next year. And after what the show was, and somewhat fitting that Andy Lally, in the home of Skip Barber, where he began his career, now wins the Bell helmet. And his teammate, Brent Cruz, our current TA2 champion, wins the 50 grand. What a great weekend to have so many great stars from the past, and as well as doffing the cap to the future. Nice balance between the two. My thanks to all involved. I'm Jonathan Green. I hope you've enjoyed it. Stay tuned for more Speed Tour coming up. How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds. The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back in it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
And that's on. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 3. Let me turn up my cue, which is right here, I think. No, that's not it. Cue level is where? For my headset level is where? Oh.
Yeah, that's, we're good, we're good.
I thought, what does that say?
That's again, that pops it up more.
That's going out.
We do. Hey, quick question.
Got you there?
What, is the red button for headset programmer or IFB back?
That's levels. Yeah, that's, let's see. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Johnny, this is Matt. Do you have me? Great, thank you. Yep, I sure do.
Okay, so mic's open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. And Matt is C. Okay, Matt is C, and then when Rob comes in, he'll be on the B.
Yep.
On the B level. And I can hear you fine. I can hear Matt. Okay. And everything sounds good. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back to the Speed Tour here from Lime Rock. It's a beautiful summer afternoon, and it's been a great weekend. And no rain, thankfully, although there is some around in the area, but we're hoping it'll stay off. But this is our Lime Rock July Speed Tour. Of course, we were here in May. There's that little clouds in the distance, but I don't think it'll affect us too much. But we look down now and get ready for our next SVRA group race, and alongside me, Jonathan Green, is Ben Sissel, and we've seen these boys in action. In fact, this is the car that won the race this morning.
Yeah, but it was, you know, that Mazda behind him was coming.
Yeah,
down.
it was coming.
Mark Clark, you've got your work made out for you. You can see him holding up the one finger, knowing 1 minute on the grid. You see Chelsea Miller there, our grid chief, looking. And then there is that Mazda, the Pro Mazda that we were talking about.
Yeah, that got second place last time out. In fact, there was a gap of, what, 7 seconds, and then it came down to about 2 in the end.
Yeah. And I see the 2 Formula Fords, but I'm not seeing the Datsun or the Lotus Super 7.
Ah, well, some people might have had an early departure.
Yeah, and I think John Nash in that Lotus Super 7, I noticed that he was kind of falling back a little bit, so maybe he was having... Oh, there he is, though.
No, he's there.
No, you can't count him out.
We know he brought no spares, so he's hanging in there.
So we have 2 Formula Fords. That's our Group 2. This number 93. We're trying to get some information. I don't see the grid sheets from these groups, but that is the 93. As we look high above, you can see here we had huge crowds. Biggest crowds I think we've had at Lime Rock Park. And Jonathan, we got through with the All-Star race. I think that went better than I was expecting, and all the drivers seemed to have a lot of fun. But even more importantly, all the fans seemed to have a lot of fun as they roll out, as Ludacris would say. So if you're joining us on YouTube, SpeedTour TV, leave us some comments. This is groups 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8.
And as you can see, the McLaren leading them away, and John Nash at the back in the all grey and the yellow striped Lotus, number 7.
Yeah, so we've got Mark Clark in the front in that S2000, followed by, or next to him, is Todd Sharon in that Group 9 Pro Mazda. Then Gavin Clark, Mark Clark's son, I believe, in the Formula Ford. Glenn Taylor in the Formula Ford. And then John Nash in the Group 3 Lotus Super 7. As they come around the left-hander.
And as I said, conditions have been absolutely spectacular. You can see that sitting water there. I mentioned it earlier at Big Bend, but luckily it stayed off for now. Yeah, I hope that Mazda can take it to him this time, because he was nigh on getting close last time.
Yeah, and it just makes for interesting racing.
Well, they won't have the traffic to deal with this time. It's a bigger field, so we'll see.
That is such a cool shot right there. That's the iconic Lime Rock shot from our Cube 3 West Bend.
Good man, Ethan, doing the business.
Lights are out on this McLaren, Jonathan. Take it away.
Here we go. So it's side by side, 2 very different cars, the 32 and the 15. 15 won the last salvo between the pair of them. Can the Mazda bounce back? Well, he's got to do it from the start. That's the key, I think. He needs to keep him close and not lose too much ground on him early on. And as you say, they head down the San Posi Straight. The green flag waves, and away we go. Groups 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and 9. Their second feature race of the day. And straight into the lead and already building on that lead as he exits the Mission Foods Big Bend. And what, 3 car lengths already, as we can see from the drone.
Yeah, I was surprised by that. He was, the Mazda kind of went faster, kind of outdid the drag race, but then Mark Clark just went way, way deeper into the turn 1.
John Nash under pressure now already. Gavin Clark behind him, so Nash has got ahead of him, but as you can see, Clark not giving up, and they're side by side as they crest the hill into the right-hander, and he's got the better of Nash and does take the position. This is the tricky part for the track to me, coming under that bridge and then into this downhill and right-hander. It's a bit like the Road Atlanta last corner. Not as steep and long, but just as precarious.
Yeah. So there's Mark Clark in that S2000. Always really fast here at Lime Rock Park. And they come around the left-hander. They call it that because it is the left-hander.
It's the only one.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny when you start iRacing, and I've only just started, but when you go sim racing, Lime Rock's like one of your first tracks, and you think, oh, got this.
Mm-hmm.
They throw you in a Formula V, and you're all over the place.
Yeah.
I've hit that chicane about 8 times.
It is tough, and a lot of instructors like to use this track because you can just really concentrate on a few things instead of like going to like a Coda or Road America or something where there's just so many corners. And everybody says if you can be fast at Lime Rock, you can almost be fast anywhere.
Yeah, good point. Well, already spreading out. Mark Clark, excuse me. Matt Clark?
Yeah, we had him in the F4 championship.
I was about to say, that's what reminded me of that.
Yeah.
Going very well indeed. But the gap already up to 3.5 seconds, and you can see it here from the drone. And these two well ahead of the chasing cars.
Now, this is about what happened last race with Todd Sharon. And we were announcing that with Andy Lawley. And Andy was really pointing out about probably 3 laps from now that Todd Sharon was closing in. So I'm not sure if this is just Todd's racing style and he gets a little bit more aggressive at the end, or if something comes to that car, but don't give up on him just yet.
No, absolutely not. We found that out last time.
You can see the suspension compressing as they come down the downhill.
Yeah, like I said, that's the corner that sort of frightens me a bit. Downhill and fast. Gently eases it into turn 1. Our Mission Foods, Big Bend.
And it's Glenn Taylor.
So what did you think of the All-Star? Good fun?
I thought it was good, yeah. I thought it was fun to watch, and I don't want to give anything away because I'm sure people want to go back and watch it. But it was the All-Stars did better than I would have expected. They got the thing that this is supposed to be fun, and it's a show, and go out there and have some fun. Don't try to prove anything. And then our pros went out there and had a Trans Am race.
Yeah, they did. No kidding. Yeah, it was definitely worth all the effort, I would say, that's been put into it, no question. And I hope, according to what Lime Rock are telling us, I think that we're welcome to come back again and try again, so that's good.
Yeah. Dickie Regal and his team really know how to put on a good show. We love coming and doing events here, so I do hope that we can put this together again. The fans loved it.
Yeah. Oh, there's no question, and to see people like Scott Speed stopping for photos and having the time to talk to folk. One of the fans that we met, that you introduced me to, said, "Oh, I wonder if Alonso, was racing with his father." Was right here. Why don't you ask him? And that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
When you can make that connection between a fan and a legend.
Yeah, and the fans here are educated.
Yes.
They know their motorsports.
Yeah, they do. Well, and also when you look at our field, I mean, Brabham was the outright track record holder here in Nissan in 1988. So that's a while back.
Yeah, and I was asking him today, and I didn't know this about Jeff, but I asked him, has he run Lime Rock in this configuration with the jump? Because I didn't know when IMSA put that in. And he goes, actually, it was his Nissan GTPs that caused it. That caused them to put that in because they'd come over after the 962s would lift off so much. And the Nissans were so much faster that it was Morton that went over and tumbled a couple of times in that Nissan that made IMSA think, oh, we've got to slow that thing down. So it was actually his team and his car that made that. And he said the first 2 times he went around, he actually knew it was coming and feathered the throttle. He was telling me that he saw a picture of a 962 from the previous year in the program lifted up, and he goes, well, I know I'm much faster than that. So he lifted the first 2 times, and then his teammate Morton flipped it around the next time.
Yeah. Oh, well, you start getting light with those cars, and once they start losing traction with the asphalt, they suddenly become a large rock of metal.
Yeah.
And when they land, they become a large, fast-moving rock of metal. They like to be smooth and on the ground.
Yeah.
Just like John Nash.
John Nash is looking pretty good.
Yeah.
The car looks...
So he's got radio contact with the wife, Lorna. And you can see the little aerial sticking up. And then you can see that extended mirror, too. Same thing here on the leader. Boy, he's opening it up, isn't he? What, 9.6 seconds? And I think we'll see Sharin come over the line. We'll see what the gap is then, but he's extending it. Yeah, 11.5 now. So increasing it even further. Small field of just the 5. We've had smaller. Glenn Taylor still 3rd. Gavin Clark still 4th. What's the relationship?
I believe it's father-son.
Father-son.
I haven't gotten
Mark
to
dad?
see.
Mark is dad?
Mark is the dad.
Okay.
I haven't gotten to see and find out for sure, but I'm guessing that's the case. That car just looks really firmly planted.
Now, Ben, we don't do all the SVRA events. I know you do. Where are you headed?
I go to Portland next weekend.
Okay.
So for the Portland Speed Tour, Portland International Raceway, Portland, Oregon, and the Trans Am Western Championship will be out there.
Cool.
And SVRA. And the Optimus Search for the Ultimate Street Car.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw that in action at Road America. Good
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, that is fun. Really cool cars. You can see there that the paddock, people are starting to leave from the paddock. And here's our 2nd place, Sharon, who still's fallen back about a 2nd and 3/10 from the last lap.
I think what allowed him to catch up last time was the amount of traffic. And he used it to his advantage. He's going to struggle this time. It's pretty much open road, as you can see, down the Newman Straight. It is a straight. It's just got a slight kink in it.
That car comes off of the uphill really smoothly. I think that might be just a little bit of downforce that it has the advantage of the other cars in the group. When you watch the other cars peak up.
Whoa! You don't want to do that. No. That. The only other person I've seen do that is Andretti, and that was even quicker. And he got very sideways and managed to hold it, but that was a moment there for the 52.
Yeah. That was a good save, Sharon.
Doesn't want to be out that far, though. Here's your 3rd place man, Glenn Taylor. Well, there's something to be said for having some nice, clean, open space in front of you, especially in a race. It's very rare. You get to get into the zone yourself.
Yeah, this is, I think most of these drivers would just call this track time.
Yeah, yeah.
Whoa, he cut that short, though. Tried to hit that apex.
Yeah, you know, I really wish drones had been around when they were doing race schools back in the day, because you could come back in and see the line you're taking. And it's easy for a coach to say, no, 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 you're turning in too early. You need to go wider and then cut back later, or whatever it is. Was it Andy, or I can't remember who it was up here. I think it was either Ray Everingham who said that his principle was be a ballerina on the
Oh, that was Andy, yeah.
It was Andy Lally, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Be a ballerina on the entry to the corner, be a cowboy on the exit. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that should go in his quotes. But ooh, the blue flag is out, so who's coming up? Oh, this could be a father-on-son battle here going down the main straight.
I like it. Wow, a little bit different cars, though. Come on. I got you, son. Is this where you jinx, right? And just take your dad out? No.
But no point buy from Mark Clark. No, thanks,
nothing,
buddy.
Nothing. Racing. Taking it to him. Pretty low down, aren't you?
Yeah. In those Fords, yeah. And you can see that it looks like a piece of conduit that goes down the side of it, but that's actually the water from the front radiator, engines in the back. So there's cooling in on one side and the cooling out on the other side.
Huh. Yeah, simple machines, but effective.
I might be seeing a little smoke coming out of the back of Mark Clark's car.
nice pictures. Never easy to go to zoom in on a moving car.
No, especially with like an increasing or decreasing radius turn like that.
Yeah. So Portland next weekend. We got Watkins Glen coming up for TA and TA2
Yeah,
in August.
Summit Point before that. So go Summit Point to Watkins Glen to Canadian Tire. First time at Canadian Tire, Mosport.
Is that the one that Ray Everingham was involved with or not?
No, it's Ron Fellows.
Ron Fellows,
yeah,
excuse me,
Ron
I meant
Fellows,
Ron
the
Fellows,
principal
yes.
of that.
Yeah. Another good Canadian racer.
So I'm hearing from our fearless producers that they've looked at it. They don't see smoke. So maybe it was just one time on the tires. I appreciate them looking though.
There you go. Well, they are fearless if they're questioning you, Ben.
Yeah, right. I like when they give us some music trivia halfway through, you know?
Yeah?
That was fun.
What'd you get?
Here we go. So Paul, no, sometimes they'll ask us some questions too.
Nice.
So Paul Newman straight. So if you think we're going crazy in here, what's happening is there's producers actually in the Isle of Man that are getting these images from our camera operators, stitching it together, sending it back to us as you see it, and then we're talking over the images. It's actually unbelievable how this is happening.
Those are high words. They're really just motor racing enthusiasts.
Okay. Yeah. I can see that.
They're actually in the pub.
Yeah, exactly. What time is it there?
It's about pub time.
So there's Mark Clark.
8:30 at night.
8:35.
No more
they
football
said.
on TV.
Yeah.
Sunday night, time to go. Pub.
Beer o'clock, he said. I like that.
Exactly it.
So there is Mark Clark in that Porsche livery. You know, the Porsche, I believe it was the 962, maybe the 935
I
that
do
had that
remember those
livery.
colours. And for Le Mans, I think, as well. Just Porsche.
I miss those days when almost every season they would come out with a new livery scheme, the crazy colors of the BMW, the art BMWs. You know, I wish we were a little bit more daring these days. And now, especially in the days of wraps where you can actually do anything, I feel like we've gone conservative again.
Yeah, there's a lot of matte black out there, isn't there? Which is nothing wrong, but from a race point of view, you just need something that pops. And in a weird way, this all silver 7 does pop.
Yeah, because it's got that painted silver fenders, then the polished aluminum rear. It's a good-looking car. But I tell you, when I was watching it early on, when it was right behind that Formula Ford, we've always kind of talked about a Lotus Super 7 kind of almost being an open-wheel car. Well, it did look like an open-wheel car with the Ford.
Well, if you've missed the action today, we have had several Group SVRA races, feature races, including this feature race you're watching. They had one this morning and another one to come. But you missed a great all-star race. First time ever, and we got some of the great legends. 8,000 NASCAR starts between them. And that's just NASCAR. And when you add 5 Daytona wins, Le Mans Class wins, Daytona, Sebring, Rallycross, you name it. Formula One, 48 Formula One races between Scott Speed and Danny Sullivan, Tyrrell and Toro Rosso.
It's unbelievable. And today, one of my heroes, Ryan Newman, poured half a bottle of champagne down my back.
Yeah, you can't complain.
That's why I smell like I'm just 3 sheets to the wind in here. I promise you I haven't been drinking, but I'm wearing a half a bottle of champagne right now.
Yeah, I saw it, and then Brent Cruz did the same to you.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, Brent Cruz is sparkling water, so it might have cleaned it out a little bit.
That might help. Here's your second place man, and he's actually under pressure a bit. Oh, no, he is. No, I think, the 5 of Gavin Clark, he's been passed. So he's a lap down. So Todd Shirane, there he is, still in second place, and that's the lap car of Gavin Clark.
But that should be expected. A Group 9 car with Group 2, that's what you were going to get with this kind of mixed class racing on such a short course.
Ben, I often ask you this with a quieter race like this, but you, if you want, and I say you the audience, can join us at SVRA. You can take a license even and become an historic driver.
Yeah.
It's not that hard, is it?
It isn't, actually, especially we offer schools. We do one at Eagles Canyon, and I think we do one at Thunder Hill Raceway for the West Coast. Eagles Canyon is just outside of Dallas, Texas. Oh, we got a yellow flag there at turn 1.
Yeah.
Mission Foods turn 1. Not sure what for. But, you can join us, race, or you can go to Skip Barber Racing School here at Lime Rock, or
Yep.
many different tracks, or Kaizen.
Whoa,
at,
somebody's just dust flied up there. That's
maybe
John Nash, I think.
But there's many different ways to do it, and come out here and race with us. If this looks like fun, it's one of those things like you just got to do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to John Nash there. He's still pedaling away, but there was dust flying up from the exit of turn 1 on the inside of all places. So, pop it over the crest then. Second place, Todd Sharon in the 52. Driving that Formula Mazda. Not sure what year, but nicely looked after, that's for sure. Flames pouring out the side as he heads out of 7 and down the Posey Straight. That dust still kicking up over there.
And did I see somebody go into pit lane? I can't tell.
Well, it ain't Nash. And he too now has got past Gavin Clark, so Clark has been pretty much lapped by the field. Oh, I see. So it's just sort of, it's repeating.
Yeah, maybe there's dust on the track.
Yeah, exactly
Yeah,
what
you
it
can
is,
see
yeah.
that.
So the white flag is out. Last lap now to the leader, Mark Clark. So that's what it was. It wasn't somebody going off. It was just on the race line, the wide race line to turn in. There is dirt down there, and so they're just crossing over it, and each time throwing up another bowl. Dirt bowl, that is. Final lap then. Still a fairly full car park.
Yeah.
And these are people that are staying here. And you can see the RVs all around the outside and facing the circuit. Great place to stop.
Well, if this gives you an idea of what kind of motorsports fans these are, we wanted to do a driver's meeting this morning for the All-Star race at 8 a.m. And we had it in the beer tent, but they said we got to be out of there by 8:45 because this is the beer tent.
I did actually see them putting the taps on as we left.
Yeah.
You're right.
So there you go. Here he comes. Mark Clark to take the checkered flag, Jonathan.
Yeah, this has been a cakewalk. No problems again. A 2 out of 2 takes the checkered flag here at Lime Rock Park, and another win and a fastest lap of 56.1. Not bad, and a good day's work. And just pop that back, put the cotton wool around it, and take it home. Yeah, there's a lot of dust and dirt. Hopefully they'll clean that off for the next race. And coming across the line, sub 22 seconds adrift though, Todd Sharin. And pretty much the same result as last time out. Glenn Taylor taking 3rd and Gavin Clark 4th, John Nash in 5th. But I think actually Nash at the end there squeaked into 4th place. Well, that concludes our coverage of our group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and 9. And another race from our SVRA Speed Tour from Lime Rock coming up after this. Join us.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Ben Sissel here. You are in for a real treat. We have Davy Jones here, the legendary sports car racer, INDYCAR driver, here with us for this Group 6, 8, 10, 12, 11 race here at Lime Rock Park. Davey, you've been here at Lime Rock Park many times, but we're looking here at the winner from the last race, and he told me after the race, Frank Ciopatini is his name. I say that because for 4 years he's been trying to tell me how to say his name, and I always get it wrong. But we were talking, that's an older version of a TA car. He thinks it's around 800 maybe horsepower. I saw him talking to Bob Ruman, but really good. But Davey, tell us, I know you have extensive history racing everywhere, Indy, Le Mans, but how much experience have you had at Lime Rock Park?
Well, my first experience yesterday was in the TA2 car, so I can add that to my list of cars that I've raced now. But I've been coming to Lime Rock since I think I was about 14 years old. I was first here racing a Formula Ford, and I raced it 1 year, and then SCCA found out that I wasn't 18 years old. so I went to Canada, went just north of the border to Ontario, and raced in Canada for a few years in Formula Ford. Then I came back to the States once I turned 18. But having said that, every year we always raced at Lime Rock. Whatever, it was the IMSA series or it was SCCA and, the ladder system. Lime Rock was like a home track for me as I grew up just, right in the Watkins Glen area.
Yeah.
So.
And a beautiful track. We've had a lot of fans here. We really love coming here. I really think this is the best motorsports fans that we see on our circuit. We do about 22 to 24 events a year, but from a fan base, these are very enthusiastic fans. And what I mean by that is they know they're racing. A lot of times you go to a big fan group at some other race events, and it might be their first time to a motorsports event. And I feel like most of the people here have grown up going to motorsports events. And just with the fan walk we had today, a lot of fans, I'm sure you're hearing people that I saw you back when.
Well, that, but then I'm also hearing from, from mom and dads that have brought their kids here for the first time, and they're just having the absolute best time of their, the best day that they've had. It's, the thing about Lime Rock is like you said, it's the accessibility to be able to not only see everything that happens on the racetrack, but, in the pit lane and in the paddock and all that stuff. And you go to other racetracks, you just get lost in it all. You can't see the paddock. It's just, or it's a big hike to get from one area to the next and so on. So it's a great motorsport track.
So we've got Frank Ciopatini in first, Tino La Rosa in second in the PSSA car, Martin Hosick, Ronald Lombardo, Patrick Shea, Jim Scott, Travis Wache, Ray Zisa, Michael Dubé, Maurizio Cerasoli in the number 3. Sean Monet won our Group 11. John Ogle in that beautiful Jaguar E-Type. Zach Mosley in another PSSA. Victor Corda, Scott Simpson, James Glass, and Jimmy Brieri as that McLaren comes down. Now, this is a weird start. That prototype has a lot of downforce, but it doesn't quite have the power of that Camaro. A lot of pressure is on Frank Ciopatini, because if he can get through turn 1 in the lead, it's going to be tough. He can make that car really wide, but it's going to be really tough for him to get around these more nimble cars of the Revolution as the pace lights are out on that beautiful car. And we're going to get back to Davy Jones here, but let's get through this start. I talked to the guy in this VW that's a front-wheel drive car. I was like, I bet you hope that it rains when you come to the grid, but there is the green flag. Let's see if Ciopatini can put the power down. Looks like he's got it. Everybody right behind him as Ciopatini comes around that long right-hander that's basically a 180. But look at that. The PSSA has fallen back. Tino La Rosa fallen back to the Mustang of Ronald Lombardo. And now too wide into that left-hander. So what are you seeing, Davy Jones? Because I'm sure you're seeing things that I'm not even calculating.
Well, it's always good as being out front, getting a little bit of a gap on the rest of the field, and it takes a few quarters to settle down, and I'm sure that you're going to see the cars with the higher downforce. Once they get into their groove and start getting the momentum going. When I got into the TA2 car for the first time yesterday, I got out and I said, man, I need downforce. you know, as we see Travis Moshe there on the inside in that VW, he's local here. He grew up here in the Lime Rock area, and he knows this track very, very well. So I'm sure he's getting the absolute most that he can out of that VW.
Yeah, honestly, look at that. He's out dragging a Corvette going in here. Ray Zisa with that Corvette. And he's just in a little 4-cylinder front-wheel drive. But you may not be able to say this, but my favorite car, I just love, I love my British cars. So that E-Type, that Donovan prepared E-Type Jaguar, I just love that. And I know you have a special place in your heart for the Jaguars.
Well, I've got a long history with Jaguar, and I'm proud to say that I'm an ambassador for the company.
That's how we met.
Yeah, exactly. So, Donovan, they've been preparing vintage E-Types, Jaguars for many, many years, and they're always competitive when they bring the car, to the racetrack.
And we were talking about family. So, Washay, who on the podium earlier was saying that his dad brought him here when he was a kid. And now you have your daughter, Carrera, here joining us in the booth. And it looks like she's having fun this weekend and getting to see her superstar dad, Davy Jones, mixing in with all the other all-stars.
It's always good to come out and to be a part of any show. But I must say that, Tony Pirelli with the SVRA, they really know how to put it on, not only for the drivers and the teams, but also for the fans, and give them the best motorsport experience possible. And they just love being here.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
We had an autograph session yesterday and today, and the autograph session, I mean, there was a queue that was a quarter-mile long. It was like, and they bring out photographs from the past, and cards and all this stuff for us to sign, and it's good for us to see, like, oh, I remember that. I remember those days.
And it's also fun for me to watch you, and you're interacting with all your friends, and some of them you haven't seen for 20 years.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is, I believe, Zach Mosley in that Revolution, which in my mind kind of looks like a 20-year jump into the future. They're little prototypes, the same guy that started Radical, then left Radical, and now started these Revolutions. A little bit wider, a little bit faster, but you can see how the air moves actually just through the car, almost like the Batmobile. In fact, we have a Batmobile in the Revolutions, but have you gotten to see those cars up close?
I haven't seen them up close, but, having driven both, a sedan car and a car with downforce around this track in Lime Rock, I personally believe that this track here at Lime Rock, if you can carry momentum and you got downforce, it's that type of track.
Yeah.
You get more of a heavier sedan that's hot, that moves around a lot more and a lot of horsepower. You got to really hustle the car, really drive it, and be on top of your game.
A lot of people would be surprised to hear, Lime Rock is just a mile and a half, and it's a very technical track. But in the Trans Am Series, we go to Sebring, we go to Road Atlanta, we go to Road America. This is our highest average speed track, and a lot of people wouldn't think that, but this is a pretty high speed track.
Right, yeah. And, it's a momentum track, and, I hadn't been here for a few years, and they got some curbing now on the inside. And if you touch that curbing, it really upsets the car. It really unsettles it. So it makes it even more technical of a track to drive. And, I look at the absolute track record board that you have up here in the tower.
Yeah.
And, I set the track record at 43 seconds, 43.9 in 1992.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I was like, I know that guy.
And P.J. Jones broke it the following year with a 43.4, I think it was.
Now, what class would that have been?
So that would have been in the GTP cars, the Grand Touring prototype. Yeah. So I was in the Bud Light Jaguar. P.J. Jones was in the factory Toyota. But
the heyday, in my opinion, of the GTP and IMSA, I just love that era.
But there hasn't been a track record since then.
Really?
Yeah,
isn't that crazy about motorsports that's just kind of like, that was kind of the it, right? And unbelievable. And you were right there with it. Now this Donovan Jag here that we see second behind Zisa, and then followed by, I think that's Maurizio, right behind that Jaguar. He had a little bit of a moment, I would call it, going into Mission Foods turn 1, but was able to recover it. But Donovan Jaguars just outside of Massachusetts, real close to here. Look at that. That is just, to me, that's just a piece of art.
It's a beautiful shot.
And you had the opportunity to drive Larry Ligas's E-Type with us in the V-Rock, and then you were displaying the F-Types, the modern F-Type. So you went from an E-Type to an F-Type back and forth all afternoon. And could you kind of see the genesis and the evolution of the cars between themselves?
Well, more so in just design. You know, when they created the F-Type Jaguar, they really wanted to pull the lines off the E-Type, and you know, the tail lights off the F-Type are exactly what they had on the E-Type back then. But you know, you see, yeah, it's close racing. It's you know, turn one is always tricky because you're braking in there to the right, and
yeah, and you kind of try to sweep it, but if you're hard on the brakes and you're still giving steering input, that could really throw you. But you can see the Porsche is desperately, Maurizio is desperately trying to get around Ogle in that Jaguar, and they're throwing the blue flags, but really these guys are all in their same race.
They're having a race amongst themselves, yeah.
So I'm going to put you on the spot, Carrera. Has she said, oh, I love that car here this weekend? Is there a car here this weekend that you love?
Oh my goodness, I love that little green Porsche. That was definitely my favorite to watch go around the track.
Donahue's IROC.
Yeah, the little green, the Easter egg Porsches. Yeah, see? I love it. And, you know, you would think that somebody named Carrera would go right for the Porsche. Is that what's happening? Yes. I love it. See? Now that is awesome. You can see the flash in the lights. This is Dubé here in what he calls a late model truck. And I had never seen anything like that before. And neither had Mike Skinner or Hornaday, which is funny because they're truck champions.
That's right, yeah.
And I was talking earlier, like, I love coming to these races. I've been a car person my whole life, but almost every event there's a car that I don't know what it is, and I have to go ask the driver, what in the world is that thing? This weekend in this group there's a Rush, and I didn't know what that was. Now we're seeing the blue flags because the PSSAs are coming through. But that's what I love about coming here, and I'm sure you go to car events all the time, and you're still, even being Davy Jones, you're like, I'm not totally sure what that is.
You know, it's there's so many unique designs of different cars out there, and it's surprising when you do go to different races or different concours elegances in car shows, the stuff that's brought out. It's like, wow, I never knew that that this was made, or I can't imagine that this car is here and all that stuff. So yeah, I mean, it's a rolling car show.
That is the 27. I'm trying to find that. Scott Simpson, 27A. Trying to make sure that's a Group 10 GT1 car. And you can see the pool of water there and Dubé. So it looks like, you know, that the Jaguar, it doesn't quite have the power of some of these, but it can handle, and they're just so equally yoked that they're really struggling to get around them. And that's just kind of this mixed class racing that I'm sure when you're winning Le Mans and you're out there in mixed class racing and all that's on the line, you know, you come up on these slower cars, not sure what they're going to do. That has to be so frustrating.
Well, I've been both in the fast class to win it overall, and I've also been in the slower class, and I'd much prefer to be in a faster class. It's a lot harder as a driver to be in a slower class when you got all these faster cars coming up behind you, like they've been doing, flashing the lights and so on. So, but you know, you get the mixed classes in there. It's like, you know, one has downforce, one doesn't, one has more horsepower than the other. So you got to really watch your mirrors and see what they, you know, they get on the inside of you, but you don't want them to get by. You want to sit, you know, stay on the outside and keep your distance. So
I think we were seeing it there. We're on the final lap, and I think we're having a shootout here to the end. I think I just saw Frank Ciopatini, who's been in the lead the whole time. I think I saw him getting passed by the PSSA car. No, there he is. So this is for the finish. Can that PSSA, I don't think he's going to have the power to get around, but he's going to pull up side by side. I don't think he's got it.
Getting his draft.
I just don't think he has the power, but man, that ended up being, you know, they might have 30 years difference between them, but that ended up being a pretty crazy race. So that is Frank Ciopatini, Zach Mosley, Tino La Rosa, Jim Scott, Ronald Lombardo. Travis Wache got up to 6th in that little four-banger. Nice job. Ray Zisa, Maurizio Sarasoli, Patrick Shea, Scott Simpson. That is our top 10. As you see Frank Ciopatini trying to slow that car down. And look at that beautiful car.
Just classic. I mean, you know, the Porsches that are out there, the Mustangs, it's just rolling art.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of pressure with you when you were running that V-Rock out there, running that Jaguar. You don't want to do anything to bend it up or do anything to hurt it. So that was a really fun race to watch. But it looks like Joe Patini, maybe he's just kind of cooling off, but he's going slower than I'm used to seeing him on a cool-down lap. Unbelievable kind of iconic images there. But Davey, Carrera, thank you guys so much for coming out. It's so cool to see you back in the paddock. You know, we spent a lot of summers together. So Carrera, you need to come back.
Yes, of course. Yeah, that'd be great.
Nice. And is it cool to see growing up all these people that looked up to your dad and have all these stories about him?
Yes, no, coming across different times where we meet people who say, oh my goodness, I watched your dad all the time at so-and-so, and seeing them all grown up and stuff is cool, not just for me to see people, but also for my dad.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, you guys, thank you so much for coming. We are going to go to commercial, but stay tuned because I think we have the Nissan Sentra Cup coming up after this. So stay tuned. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Thanks, Davey.
Yes, thanks.
I don't know what it is. I totally feel like I'm a kid again when I get on my buzz bike.
Horsepower, baby. You know me, I like horsepower.
We no longer bring golf carts to the racetrack because we have buzz bikes.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in action in Lime Rock Park for the second race, Nissan Sentra Cup race, Canadian Road Racing Series, and a grand premiere for this series in the United States this afternoon today. And it's now the second race after a break, after a delay due to heavy rain here in Lime Rock. Congratulations and thank you to all the fans who stay on site and around the track. You're a real motorsports fan. Thank you very much, and especially marshals, officials, fans. So thank you. And my name is Philippe Brasseur of poleposition.ca. I'm with Didier Marceau, Communications Director of Nissan Canada. Didier, second race for the Nissan Sentra Cup, and we see Matt Miron, the winner of the first race earlier today.
And yeah, and we can see an adaptation of the cooling system used by Formula One driver with a leaf blower refreshing Matt Miron. Matt Miron, who signed the double pole position here in the US on Lime Rock racetrack. This is the first time he was signing the pole position. He won the first race this morning. He will start at the front of the grid this afternoon. The race which has been delayed, we faced a severe thunderstorm, but now the rain has stopped and the track is clear. Therefore, we will be able to start. It's possible, Philippe, that the driver will do a couple of laps behind the pace car. Usually it's one lap, and it's a rolling start for the Sentra Cup, but most probably they will do a couple of laps to just be sure there is no puddles and they know the shape of the track. One precision, no need for rain tire on the Sentra.
No, exactly, Didier. No slick or no specific rain tires in Nissan Sentra Cup. And let's go with the starting grid for race 2 with Mathieu Miron in pole position. It's the car 191. Alongside with Alexandre Fortin, the defending champion, car number 1.
On the second line, we will find Nicolas Barrette, which is currently, after the race this morning, leading the championship. Nicolas Barrette, car number 427, and aside him, Simon Vincent, car 91.
Jean-François Couture, the car number 7, and Valérie Limoges, 777 car are on the third row.
Fourth row for Nicolas Lévesque, car number 50, and the Sentra Cup number 22 for Jean Audet. Raphaël Saint-Pierre, pardon. Sorry, Raphaël Saint-Pierre, 419.
Raphaël Saint-Pierre and Nicolas Lévesque for run row 4, and then Jean Audet and Eric Chaput, car 22 and 116.
Then Daniel Fortin should start last, and we just see the car exiting the pit lane for a couple of laps.
Yeah, and Sylvain Ouellet in 11th place. It's car 99. Marie-Soleil Labelle, 12 with car 27. 13th place for Christian Thibault, car 46. Stéphane Pouliot, 14 with car 210. And then Steve Poulain, the last row, Steve Poulain and Daniel Fortin.
Well, let's see how many laps they will do before starting. Most probably one lap. And a very nice view of Lime Rock. You can see some cloud, but normally we should not get any rain during the 40 minutes of this race.
It's the 6th round of the 2024 Nissan Sentra Cup season. So Mathieu Miron, the winner of the first race earlier today, will start in pole position. And regarding the standing points, championship standings, we have now a new championship leader. Nicolas Barrette is leading by only 1 point ahead of Valérie Limoges, 206 and 205 for both drivers. Alexandre Fortin is still in 3rd place. Simon Vincent still in 4th. And now Mathieu Miron, winner of the first race, completes the top 5 of the championship. And as you can see, the track is still wet, but it's not a problem for the Nissan Sentra Cup race cars.
Which means I...
Okay, second formation lap behind the safety car, the McLaren safety car, Lime Rock Park official safety car.
And we see a driver trying to warm up the tire as much as they can, at least some of them. We had a very nice first race this morning with 5 drivers fighting for the win. No pass, and Matt Miron started first, finished first. He will start first again this afternoon. Let's see if he can sign a second victory. It was the first time he was claiming the victory in the Sentra Cup.
And pole position too.
Yeah.
And Alexandre Fortin finished second. Nicolas Barrette completes the podium. Ahead of Simon Vincent, Valérie Limoges, Éric Chaput, Jean-François Couture, Raphaël Saint-Pierre, Nicolas Lévesque, Jean Audette, Sylvain Ouellette, Marie-Soleil Labelle, Christian Thibault, Stéphane Pouliot, Daniel Fortin, and Steve Poulain. To complete the list of the competitors, no DNF in the first race.
Yeah, no DNF. Everybody who takes the start finishes the race. And we can see that on the image that the track is pretty dry now already. The weather is very warm here. There is still, and this track is a very old track built in 1956, and no doubt that they know how to drain this track very quickly. No puddles, and this should be the start at the next time they will pass in front of us on the pit lane. I see the car going side by side behind the pace car. The lights are down on the pace car, which should go in the pit lane very soon. And this will be the start of the race 6 of the 2024 season of the Nissan Sentra Cup.
Lights are off on the safety car. Cars are ready.
Very important moment for Alexandre Fortin. We saw this morning he was not able to take the lead at start and never after.
Green, green, green. That's the start of the race for Nissan Sentra Cup.
And it seems it's side by side between Miron and Fortin. The first corner is a right corner, which obviously is an advantage for Miron, but the second one is left. And we will see if Alexandre Fortin can keep the inside and stay in the lead.
Still side by side.
Oh, yes, yes, it's very, very close. But, yeah, Fortin and the slide, yeah. Matt Miron slide, you have seen his Sentra. He lost a little bit the rear, slide a little bit, and with a Sentra, you don't have the power to bring it back. It's immediately a couple of tenths or seconds. 149 horsepower on this car, which for those who maybe didn't saw the race this morning, those cars are very close to the stock car you can find at our Nissan dealerships. No engine, gearbox are stock, no modification, just modification on the suspension, front suspension, the brake, which are for the front, the brake of the Nissan 370Z.
And the new leader at the end of the first lap, Alexandre Fortin, the defending champion, is the leader in front of Matt Miron. Simon Vincent, the rally driver, is now in third place. Valérie Limoges is fourth, Nicolas Barrette fifth, Jean-François Couture
Miron
sixth.
is on the outside. Oh, he slide again. Oh my God, he drift. Very spectacular from Matt Miron, which was pushed a little bit by Alexandre Fortin. And Matt Miron will exit, maybe with the lead. No, they're still side by side.
very, very spectacular. Both drivers are at the limit for now. Alexandre Fortin.
What a fight.
Matt Miron. Wow, that's very, very close.
And they push the braking point at the maximum, and Miron takes the lead.
Miron retake the lead.
Valérie Limoges is coming back in 4th position, just in the exhaust of Simon Vincent. Simon Vincent, a rally driver, he should be maybe used to this slippery condition.
End of the second lap, Alexandre Fortin is now second because Matt Miron has retained the lead of the race. Simon Vincent in 3rd, Valérie Limoges 4th, Nicolas Barrette 5th, Jean-François Couture 6th, Nicolas Lévesque in 7th place, and Raphaël Saint-Pierre completes the top 8 for the moment. But a lot of action during the first 2 laps, Didier.
Yes. Je voudrais en profiter aussi pour saluer tous nos amis du Québec. Aujourd'hui, nous allons commenter cette course en anglais puisque nous avons l'opportunité d'être sur SpeedTour.
SpeedTour, le site web YouTube SpeedTour, également au niveau de la télévision américaine. Et puis, bien entendu, pour toutes les personnes qui sont ici le long de la piste sur le circuit de Lime Rock. Donc, vous comprendrez qu'on privilégie la langue anglaise pour ce commentaire cette fois-ci.
Back to the lead, Matt Miron still leading. His gap is about half a second on Alexandre Fortin. It's packed, and this is one of the assets of the Sentra Cup, is because everybody drives the exact same car. It's very difficult to really make a huge difference in the first lap. And we always have very action-packed races.
And as you can see, the track is still drying, but it's still wet. So that's difficult for the driver, not the driver who leads the race, but for the driver who are in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and 5th place, actually. That means Matt Miron 1st, Alexandre Fortin 2nd, Simon Vincent 3rd. And the battle for the 3rd place between Valérie Limoges and
Valérie Limoges, which I was informed this afternoon, is unfortunately suffering from a strong flu, which maybe explains she's not at 100% this weekend.
And you have also a great battle for the 6th place between Jean-François Couture, car number 7, Nicolas Lévesque, car number 50, and Raphaël Saint-Pierre, car number 419.
The first 5 drivers made a little gap with the 2nd pack, led by Jean-François Couture, Lévesque, Saint-Pierre, car number 50, 419. And we can count on Alexandre Fortin to not give up until they pass the finish line.
4 laps completed now. Matt Miron is still the leader in front of Alexandre Fortin, Simon Vincent, Valérie Limoges, and Nicolas Barrette, the top 5.
And Barrette, which is really putting pressure on Valérie Limoges. Barrette, car 427, the black car, and you see the white car, number 777, it's Valérie Limoges. All these guys fighting at well for the lead of the championship. It's very close, Philippe, in the championship. Just a couple of points between the 3 first drivers.
Exactly, actually, Nicolas Barrette is the championship leader, just 1 point ahead of Valérie Limoges in 2nd place. Valérie Limoges was the championship leader before the first race earlier today.
She won the 2 last races at Circuit Car in Quebec, in Canada. We are very happy to cross the border south this weekend for the first ever race of the Canadian Nissan Sentra Cup in the US. And a big thank you to everybody here. We have been very nicely welcomed by everybody. This morning, the fan around the track really enjoys the show delivered by all our drivers. And
Marie-Soleil Labelle is in the pits.
Yeah. I don't know what happened for Marie-Soleil. very young driver. She's 21, started in the Micra Cup 5 years ago. She was 16. She has been the youngest driver in our roster.
And she's back on track now, but the last place, of course. And the top 5 is still Matt Miron, Alexandre Fortin, Simon Vincent, Valérie Limoges, and Nicolas Barrette. That's the same top 5 than the first race, but not in the same order.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Nicolas Barrette almost lost it. He gave us a very spectacular drift. He corrected very well. Huh?
Yeah.
It's a very nice save. And we can see Alexandre Fortin, which is again putting pressure on Matt Miron. He tried everything, on the right, on the left, inside, outside.
3 wide for the 6th place. Very spectacular battle. And now it's Nicolas Lévesque in 6th place. Raphaël Saint-Pierre, 7. Jean-François Couture, 8. And Eric Chaput in 9th place. Great battle.
And you can see on these drone images that Nicolas Barrette lost a lot of time with this drift. This is when you drive car like this, which have very little power, because it's a stock car, obviously. Every mistake costs a lot, and you cannot bring back the car and use 200, 300 or 400 horsepower to stick again to the pack in front of you. And now, no doubt, Nicolas will need a couple of laps to, without any mistake, to come back in the fight for the 4th position.
Yeah, and considering the gap between 4th and 5th place in the championship points is 4 points, that means actually Valérie Limoges could retain the lead of the championship standings at the end of this race, but it's not over.
No, 30 minutes to go, and look, Valérie Limoges inside, she's passing Simon Vincent. I think Simon Vincent brake a little bit late. He was understeering, went out in the curve, and opening the door wide for Valérie Limoges, which is now in 3rd position.
Mathieu Miron, Alexandre Fortin, and Valérie Limoges is the new top 3 of this race. The 6th round of the 2024 season of the Nissan Sentra Cup.
This is the 10th season of the Cup in Canada. We started in 2015, and it's the end of the race for Marie-Soleil Labeille. Unfortunately, our young driver, she will take her revenge in 3 weeks in Trois-Rivières in Quebec for the Grand Prix de Trois-Rivières. As I was saying, we started in 2015. It was with the Nissan Micra. 6 very successful seasons. And then 6 years after, we moved to Sentra. Nissan Sentra, which is an historic car for Nissan on America's world for about 40 years. And now on tracks. And for the first time, Philippe, in the US.
A grand premiere for the Nissan Sentra Cup this weekend in Lime Rock Park, Connecticut. We are very, very happy to be here. Fantastic track, fantastic welcome for drivers, for officials, for all the fans. So once again, thank you very much, Lime Rock Park. That was very successful even for the Nissan Sentra Cup today.
And I think our drivers are very happy, and we can see that they are delivering a great show with Alexandre Fortin literally in the trunk of Matt Miron. As I mentioned this morning, you may know that at least in Canada, it's mandatory now to have a rear view camera. Therefore, all these cars are equipped with rear view camera from stock, and we didn't remove it. We kept the camera, which means, and we plug it to be permanently on, which means all drivers can see on their screen what's happening in the back. And you can imagine what Matt Miron is saying is seeing the nose, almost contact between Miron and Alexandre Fortin. And now he's literally in his camera. And the driver are used to say, when you see the front grille full on the camera, it's okay. You have a little bit of space between the two cars. But right now, he must see only the Nissan logo, which means he's very, very close, and it's getting a bit hot.
Yeah, Alexandre Fortin very, very close in the rear bumper of leader Mathieu Miron. Valérie Limoges is now very close too. So it's a battle of three drivers for the lead, but Simon Vincent in fourth and Nicolas Barrette in fifth are not definitely eliminated the possibility to
he's coming back. He's
yeah,
coming
exactly, to win this race. So Matt Miron first, Alexandre Fortin second, Valérie Limoges third, Simon Vincent fourth, Nicolas Barrette in fifth place, and Raphaël Saint-Pierre is now in sixth position in another great battle for the top six.
And Valérie Limoges, which is the only driver, because this is, as you said, Philippe, the first time ever the Nissan Sentra Cup came here in Lime Rock. Therefore, for all our drivers but one, it was a discovery. But this time, Valérie Limoges raced here in 2006. Therefore, she has a little advantage to know maybe a little bit better the track than other driver. And let's see if we can take advantage of that.
Yes, but a lot of drivers have practiced on the race simulator, the Lime Rock Park track, especially Nicolas Barrette, but also Matt Miron and Jean-François Couture, who has now dropped in 12th position. So a problem for car number 7 is now in the 12th position. He was fighting for the top 6 earlier in this race.
Very nice draft train with 5 cars back to back, more or less. There is not more than 50 centimeters between each cars. And Valérie Limoges, which is pressuring Alexandre Fortin more and more. And congrats to Nicolas Barrette, because in 3 laps, he was able to catch up almost with the pack.
And we see that Matt Miron retained a little bit the rest of the field, so that means he's now a real top 5 fighting for victory once again.
The draft very important, obviously, with this car. You try to get the aspiration from the car in front of you by staying in the rear bumper, and then you exit at the last minute to go inside a turn to try to pass. It's a very technical track here and not so easy to pass for our drivers. Miron, you have seen in the straight, he tried to break the draft.
And Matt Miron is now the fastest driver on track, 1:08.915 for his last lap. He's the first driver in 1:08 for the moment on the track, and the track is still drying.
And Valérie Limoges still pressuring more and more Alexandre Fortin. You can see the pit lane. I think they are all looking at the same feed on our Facebook page or YouTube. And if you discover maybe today the Nissan Sentra Cup and you want to see the next race, check the Facebook page. And almost an attack from Valérie Limoges, but it didn't work. And the Grand Prix de Trois-Rivières in 3 weeks will be again live on the online the same way. Very different race. It's a track. It's a city track, temporary track. Lot of walls everywhere. Here you are allowed to do a little mistake, but in Trois-Rivières, no way. Each mistake will cost a lot. And Simon Vincent, Nicolas Barrette will pass Simon Vincent.
He's trying to pass Simon Vincent for the 4th place. Matt Miron is still the leader. Alexandre Fortin second. Valérie Limoges in 3rd place. And the gap between Matt Miron and Alexandre Fortin is now over than 2 seconds. So a great couple of laps. So Matt Miron lap records 1:08.290. That's more than 1 second faster than Alexandre Fortin in the last lap.
And we can see on the drone view that the track is drying. We start to see some very dry lane. Blue flag on, I think it's Poulain, Steve Poulain.
Car number 37, Steve Poulain, Nissan dealer, Didier.
Which must have get some contact. We see the rear bumper which is a bit damaged. Everything went well for Matt Miron, but now there is 4 cars, and we have seen this morning sometimes between 2 turns, not everybody can pass, can lap another driver, and this was creating some gaps that didn't help some driver to fight for the position.
And Valérie Limoges is now the fastest driver on track, 1:07.933. So the track is drying very quickly now, and the race is not over for sure. We are approaching the mid-race.
And the blue flag is shown to Poulain. Blue flag, which means the leader are catching up on you and you have to let them go.
And Simon Vincent tried to regain the 4th place, but it's now Nicolas Barrette in 4th place.
But no doubt, Matt Miron will be the surprise of this weekend. 2 pole positions, win this morning, is leading nicely this second race this afternoon. Matt, which was always fighting for podium position, but this is really the first time we see him leading the race this way.
And Nicolas Barrette is now very aggressive to take the 3rd position. So 15 laps have been competed in this race. Matt Miron is the leader. Alexandre Fortin 2nd, Valérie Limoges 3rd, Nicolas Barrette 4th, Simon Vincent completes the top 5.
And you can see that Fortin and Miron have totally... no, this is Daniel Fortin, the father of Alexandre, which was on the inside line.
He's now a lap down.
Yeah. And Matt Miron is increasing his gap almost 3 seconds now on Alexandre Fortin.
A new track record for him in this race, 1:07.749 for Matt Miron. 16 lap complete now.
And I think we can say that the track is at least on the perfect line, is almost dry everywhere, which allows the driver to go a bit faster. And now Miron has really made the gap.
And Didier, a question for you. If an American driver wants to compete in Nissan Sentra Cup, is it possible?
Obviously. I would invite him to contact Jacques Day, which is the promoter and organizer of this cup. And I'm sure Jacques will be happy to answer any question. Right now, the Sentra Cup race car is sold in Canada, ready to race for about $47,000 Canadian, which for US people could be a good deal because unfortunately the Canadian dollar is not very strong versus the US dollar. And, most of the race being in Ontario and in Quebec, we are very close to the border and it would be easy. We would be delighted to welcome, again I would say, because we, as the 2nd year in the Micra Cup in 2016, we welcome Nick Hamann, which was a winner of the GT Academy in the US. And he was given a Micra Cup car by the GT Academy team. And then a bit later, Mike O'Gren, which was at the time a Nissan employee working in our R&D center in Farmington Hill in Detroit, joined us for 1 season where he did perform very well. And talking about past driver, Philippe, I think we always say the Nissan Sentra Cup is a good bridge between karting and car racing. And for a lot of drivers, it's a way to get a first experience in car racing. And now some of our former drivers like Stefan Razinski, Jesse Webb, Jesse Owen, Demi Chalkias, and I may forget 1 or 2, are competing in very big series in the US.
Back in action, Didier, because it's the battle for the 2nd place now between Alexandre Fortin, Valérie Limoges and Nicolas Barrette.
And Matt Miron is flying.
Yeah.
I don't know what he ate last night, but
3.5 seconds.
Yeah, the gap increased, and I think that this time, as much that this morning, Alexandre Fortin was able to stay in contact with Matt Miron during the 40 minutes of the race. Here, I think it's not the case. And talking about past Micra or Sentra driver, I would like to mention as well Austin Riley, which was the first autistic driver getting a racing license in Canada. He joined the Micra Cup. He raced for a couple of seasons, and now he's racing and this weekend in Toronto in the Honda Indy as part of the Radical America's Cup. Another driver, one of our champions in Micra Cup, Marco Signoretti, has been racing at Daytona and in UK. Therefore, you can see that it's really a good way to discover, experience motorsport, car racing, check the skills, and then maybe grow a career and go in other racing series. And Valérie Limoges is really pressuring more and more Alexandre Fortin now. She's really in the bumper of the Sentra #1.
17 minutes to go, and Matt Miron is the leader of this race, the 6th round of the 2024 season of the Nissan Sentra Cup, and it's the battle for the 2nd place between Alexandre Fortin, the defending champion, car #1, Valérie Limoges, the 2022 champion, series champion, car 777, and Nicolas Barrette, car number 427, who is now the championship leader.
And I would not be surprised if we see Valérie trying to attack Alexandre Fortin in the coming laps. Valérie has a lot of experience, as I said. She was racing. She has racing a lot in kartings and in several series before joining the Micra Cup. She is the only driver being in the Cup since the creation in 2015. It's her 10th season. Alexandre Fortin joined us in 2021 when we swapped from Micra to Sentra Cup. Matt Miron, the same, joined later. Nicolas Barrette was already in Micra Cup a couple of seasons, and Valérie Limoges now is getting impatient behind Alexandre Fortin. She wants this 2nd spot.
That's still the battle for the 2nd place between Fortin, Limoges, and Barrette. Simon Vincent is now in 5th place, but it's difficult for him because he's now under pressure of Raphaël Saint-Pierre, car 419. Raphaël Saint-Pierre in 6th place, but very, very aggressive. Nicolas Lévesque is in 7th place, car number 50. Éric Chaput 8, Sylvain Ouellet 9, and Jean Audette still in 10th place.
And you can see when you watch this battle for the 2nd place between Fortin, Limoges, and Barrette that almost each driver has a different line in each turn, trying to find the perfect one that would open the door, bring the bonnet inside, and then maybe keep the advantage. But for the moment, Fortin resists.
Yeah, and it's difficult for the drivers, Didier, because we see that the track is still drying, and especially, of course, on the racing line. So it's difficult when you try to make a move. Of course, you are exit of the out of the racing line. So that's very, very difficult for the drivers for the moment. But it's still Matt Miron, leader of the race. Alexandre Fortin 2nd, Valérie Limoges 3rd, Nicolas Barrette on the 4th place, and now Simon Vincent under pressure of Raphaël Saint-Pierre to keep the 2nd place, the 5th place, sorry.
22 laps done, almost 26 minutes done, 14 minutes to go. Will it be enough for Valérie Limoges to attack Alexandre Fortin or for Nicolas Barrette to attack Valérie Limoges? We have to be very cautious because if Valérie attack Alexandre Fortin, it could be as well an opportunity, and we have seen that a lot, for Nicolas Barrette to bring his car in front.
Matt Miron is in a different world for the moment. 5-second lead. We are in the 23rd lap competed in this race. 30 minutes to go.
The season, 2024 season, we started in Ontario, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park in May. Second race, as we said, was in Quebec 2 weeks ago. Next race in 3 weeks in Trois-Rivières. Then we will be back for Labor Day in Ontario at the Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. Very, very fast track, very impressive to see the Sentra at almost 118 or 90 km/h at the end of the straight. And then we will close the season end of September it's still in Ontario on Calabogie Motorsport Park. Very nice track. We never raced there with the Sentra. We had a couple of events with the Macra. Driver loves this track, very technical track. Lot of opportunity to pass.
We are here in Lime Rock Park for this race, the second race of the day for the Nissan Sentra Cup, a grand premiere for this series, this Canadian series, road racing series, here in United States and here in Lime Rock Park. Mathieu Miron is the leader of the race. Alexandre Fortin second, Valérie Limoges third, and Nicolas Barrette in fourth place. It's the battle for the second place for the moment.
Very nice battle.
And also a battle between Nicolas Lévesque, car number 50, and Eric Chaput. 116 blue Nissan Sentra Blue and black Nissan Sentra. That's the battle for the 7th place.
But it's very impressive versus this morning to see how Matt Miron was able to step away and really release a lot of the pressure that Alexandre Fortin gave him this morning, being in his rear bumper for 40 minutes. But now it's more Alexandre Fortin which is under pressure. Valérie Limoges is getting impatient. As I said, she's not at the top 100%. We understand she's suffering from a sort of flu. But she's still fighting, delivering. And now she tried to go inside on the straight. Will it be enough? Look, Nicolas Barrette is trying to get advantage on the exterior, but it doesn't work. And no change. All these cars being exactly the same, with exactly the same spec. We are used to say that the only way to make the difference, it's not budget, it's not the car, it's what is sitting behind the steering wheel and the driver's seat, the driver.
And the track is drying. Matt Miron is the leader. Alexandre Fortin second, Valérie Limoges third, Nicolas Barrette on the 4th place. Simon Vincent 5th, Raphaël Saint-Pierre completes the top 6 for the moment.
We see Nicolas, which is looking right, left, caution. There is some apparently a red, a yellow flag somewhere. Not sure what happened.
Yellow.
Full course yellow, which means driver have to slow down and they cannot pass anymore. What did happen?
9 minutes to go, and it's the first full course yellow of the day.
Yeah, we have one car in the grass. White car, I cannot see who is it yet.
Raphaël Saint-Pierre.
Oui, yeah, Raphaël will hit the tires. And you can see the safety team and the official on site already. Driver is okay, apparently, no problem.
Contact for Raphaël Saint-Pierre. He was in 6th position. So the race is under yellow here. Matt Miron is the leader. Alexandre Fortin second, Valérie Limoges third, Nicolas Barrette fourth, Simon Vincent fifth. Nicolas Lévesque is now in 6th place. Eric Chaput 7, Jean Audette in 8th place, Sylvain Ouellet 9, and Jean-François Couture is back in the top 10.
We will see if the pace car goes on track or if we just stay like that with full course yellow. A pace car would not be a good thing for Matt Miron, because it would mean a restart, and it would mean that he will lose all the gap and advantage he created during the first 30 minutes. So he must pray for a full course yellow and no pace car
until the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt Miron, leader of this race, with a 5-second advantage before the full course yellow. Of course, it's a difficult situation when you lead a race like that. 7 minutes to go.
It should be enough. We know that the team at Lime Rock is used to such incident and can clean up the track very quickly. We will see if it's enough for a sort of restart and let the driver go fast again. Matt Miron is slowing down now, which is good for the tire as well. Maybe cool down a little bit the tire, because when you race at this speed and intensity, obviously the tire gets warmer.
And
the pace
car was not in front of Matt Miron. That was the problem. So now the situation is correct.
This is not a good deal for Matt Miron, because everything has to be done again. He's still in a good position, he's leading, but a restart, you never know what could happen, particularly when you have two Sentra Cup champion behind you. Number one, current champion Alexandre Fortin, Valérie Limoges, who was champion in 2022, Nicolas Barrette, which has been always fighting and on the podium position, very good driver.
6 minutes to go. Maybe we'll have a green-white checker, Didier. So a lot of action to come here in Lime Rock for this second race, the last race of the day here in Lime Rock Park for the Nissan Sentra Cup.
And the sun is coming back here in Connecticut.
And it has been a fantastic day for the Lime Rock SpeedTour with a lot of action, a lot of race, Trans Am race, the All-Star race, and of course 2 races for the Nissan Sentra Cup. The first race this morning won by Matt Miron.
And I don't want to make any prevision or prediction, but I think Jacques Deshaies is extremely happy with this weekend. And I would not be surprised that the Sentra Cup comes back next year. But this is obviously his decision as the promoter. And Jacques Deshaies, who came in 2014 with this idea to create a Spec Series with using the little Nissan Micra, which was at the time the less expensive car on the Canadian market. And that's why he thought about creating this cup, saying, okay, I could create a race car for not a lot of money. And in 2015, it was 21,000 for the Micra Cup race car ready to race, which obviously attracted a lot of drivers, and a lot of drivers coming from karting or people who wanted to race since a while.
And Didier, unfortunately, the race will finish under full course yellow. So next lap, it will be the last lap, the white flag, but still the yellow flag for the drivers. So that will be the end on the full course
I
yellow.
know a guy who should brace a little bit more. It's Matt Miron. Because now he knows that, okay, the work is done. He will have won 2 races here in the US. He will make history.
Yeah, but it's important to mention that the race must be stopped before 6 p.m. here in Lime Rock Park. It will be 5:58 p.m. at the end of this lap, so that's a normal situation. We understand, we fully understand the race director decision to stop the race after the next lap under full course yellow, under the pace car. So that's normal situation in this case with Matt Miron, leader and winner of this race ahead of Alexandre Fortin, Valérie Limoges, Nicolas Barrette, and Simon Vincent for the top 5.
Philippe, I know you are very good with mathematics. Who will be leading the championship right now? It's not an easy calculation.
And it's the checkered flag right now at the end of this lap for a new victory, a second victory in a row for Matt Miron.
And his team is very happy on the pit lane.
And for the championship standing, Didier, I think Valérie Limoges retained the championship lead, the first place.
Yeah, because she's being in front of Nicolas Barrette is a good operation for her. And we would like to thank you, all the people who follow us on Facebook, on YouTube, on SpeedTour, and all around the track. It was a great weekend. Great Sentra Cup races with 2 victories for Matt Miron, his first victory ever in the series. And we invite you to join us in 3 weeks online or on site in Trois-Rivières, close to Quebec City, for the Grand Prix de Trois-Rivières, a very famous Canadian event, Philippe, more than 50 years of racing inside the city.
Absolutely. The Grand Prix de Trois-Rivières has been launched in 1967. Famous drivers like Gilles Villeneuve, but also American drivers. I remember competition from
But you was not born at this time.
No, no, I was not born. But in Can-Am series and Trans Am series, though, so famous races in Trois-Rivières. It's still a very popular event. But that's the end of the race, that's the end of the day for this Lime Rock Speed Tour 2024. A huge success. We are very, very happy to be here as a media, as a Nissan Sentra Cup. People also, thank you very much to Lime Rock, to all the officials, to the fans, to people, marshal around the track. Thank you very much. That was a great event. We'll be very proud to be here. So now cars back in the pit lane. Matt Miron is officially the winner of this race.
And the winner of the weekend, double winner, 2 races, 2 pole positions.
2 pole position, exactly. Yeah.
I don't know if he has the 2 fastest lap in each race. I think Alexandre Fortin got the lap in the first race. I don't know who get it in because it scores some extra points. But it will be very, very tight when we arrive in Trois-Rivières in 3 weeks.
I think it's Raphaël Saint-Pierre who claims the fastest lap of the race.
Thank you very much to have been with us. And now the car will exit the pit lane, go back in the paddock, and we will be joining the winners on the winner circle here in Lime Rock, Connecticut.
And the victory circle ceremony is coming. And the podium for the top 3, Matt Miron, Alexandre Fortin, and Valérie Limoges. A first podium for Valérie Limoges today. Nicolas Barrette is 4th, Simon Vincent 5th, Nicolas Lévesque completes the top 6.
And Eric Chaput 7, 8 Jean Audet, 9 Sylvain Ouellette, 10 Jean-François Couture, 11 Christian Thibault.
In 12th place, Steve Poulain. 13, Daniel Fortin, Stéphane Pouliot in 14, and unfortunately 2 retirements. Raphaël Saint-Pierre classified 15, and Marie-Soleil Labelle 16.
But we will see them again soon during our next race weekend.
So Didier, thank you very much.
Thank you, Philippe.
Thank you for the technical staff. It was a pleasure to work here in Lime Rock Park. A first experience for us, but really a really great experience. Thank you, fans. Thank you, fans. Really, that was a fantastic day here in Lime Rock, and I hope to see you next event here or next event in Nissan Sentra Cup. Thank you very much.
And see you soon.
See you
SpeedTour
soon.
returns to Portland International Raceway July 26th through the 28th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Western Championship, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, Prototype Sprint Series Association, the Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car, and Saturday you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lap. You do not want to miss the PIR Speed Tour July 26th through the 28th. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.